Hello my dear students. So I hope you have completed with your part A very nicely. So we are done with our 12 chapters. Now we are going to start with your chapter number 13 which comes in your part B. So before starting with the chapter number 13, I would like to introduce you about your part B. The weightage for your part B is 35 marks. For 35 marks you have to read 6 chapters. Okay, but in those 6 chapters there are various sub chapters. So your chapter number 13 is various registration and licenses. Chapter number 14 talks about various statutory books or registers which every company has to maintain. Chapter number 14 and 15 are very small chapters, hence the weightage is also very less. When it comes to chapter number 16, we are going to learn about intellectual property rights in chapter number 16. There are 5 sub-chapters in that. The weightage for that is 5 marks. After that comes your chapter number 17. Just like chapter 13, 17 is also bit lengthy chapter as it contains 17 sub-chapters. How many sub-chapters are we going to learn? 17 sub-chapters. But don't worry, the sub-chapters are very small. I can say tiny also. Okay. So in chapter number 17, we are going to learn about various labor laws, and weightage of chapter number 17 is approx 14 to 15 marks. So it's a high weightage chapter as far as your exam point of view is concerned. After that comes your chapter 18, very small chapter, very interesting as well. It talks about the environmental laws. We have 5 sub chapters in that, and the weightage for that is 5 marks. So I hope you have understood how to start with your part B. I would like to repeat one more time. Chapter 13 is a chapter where you can expect highest weightage in your exam. So it carries weightage of around 15 to 18 marks. So very important chapter. And your chapter number 17. So in part B, very important 2 chapters are chapter 13 and chapter 17. That does not mean we are not going to do the other chapters. So in this video, let's begin with our first chapter of your part B, which is your chapter number 13. Let's start. So as I was telling you students, this particular chapter, the weightage is around 15 to 18 marks. So what are we going to learn in this chapter? The name of this chapter is various registration and licenses, and there is a word called initial. So in part A, we have studied how to incorporate different kinds of business entities. Okay. So once entities are incorporated, those we were learning about the pre-incorporation formalities, and now in chapter 13 we are going to learn something called as a post-incorporation formalities. What are we going to learn? Post-incorporation formalities. So in this chapter we are going to learn after company or any of the entities formed, what are the various registration and licenses which is required to be taken by the company in order to do the business legally. If I want to give you an example of an entrepreneur who wants to start a food business, okay, there is an entrepreneur who wants to start a food business. This entrepreneur has incorporated a private limited company. So the incorporation of company is done, fine. So how to incorporate private limited we have seen in part A, everybody knows now. So after we incorporate private limited, can he directly start with the food business? The answer is no. he has to take various registration licenses required after the incorporation. Now luckily, because of our ease of doing business, many of the services are put into one form. If you remember, form Spice Plus. So in Spice Plus only, lot of post incorporation formalities have been put into, like PAN, TAN, GST, EPFO, ESIC. All this we take from this Spice Plus itself. Yes or no? So much of burden has been reduced due to ease of doing business. Okay, so PAN, TAN and all, we are not supposed to take out as far as company is concerned because we get it in Spice Plus itself. But think about the other entities. So for other entities, how to apply for PAN, TAN, what are the registrations we required if we want to start business in India? This we are going to learn in chapter number 13. That's why the name of the chapter is Various Registration and the Licenses. So if any entrepreneur wants to start with the food business in India, there is something called as, if you have heard about it, FSSAI. FSSAI. Any of the Maggi packets, any of the food packets you take, just look into the back cover. You will find this word written in black ink in italic. So FSSAI registration number, that means what? Any entrepreneur wants to start food business in India, they have to take FSSAI registration. This is compulsory. I hope you have understood. So such registration and licenses we are going to learn in this chapter. Very, very interesting chapter, also very important from your exam point of view. So as I told you in the last video, we are going to learn about various registration and licenses. So the very first registration we require after incorporation is a PAN. PAN is very, very important. You all may be knowing about a PAN, also you might have a PAN card, right? It's so important. Can we open a bank account without a PAN? The answer is no. Hence, for all the entities who wants to do business, it's very much compulsory to get a PAN. In case of a company, it is acquired at the time of incorporation only because Spice Plus provides for PAN. But other entities who have not taken a PAN, for them, this process would help you to understand how to take a PAN. So let's first understand what is a PAN. Listen to me very carefully. Our Government of India does various compliances, right? It has to look after the entire country. So it cannot do on its own. That's why Government of India has made various ministries. Okay. As far as finance is concerned, they have made a Ministry of Finance for that. So for taking care of finance, we have Ministry of Finance. Okay. So who takes care of the finance? Finance is taken care by your Ministry of Finance. Now even finance has so many different day-to-day activities, like you have bank, you have NBFCs, you have so many other regulatory bodies. So everything cannot be done by ministry. So ministry makes various departments. So PAN comes under Ministry of Finance, but the power of taxation, that is delegated to one department called as an income tax department. Okay, so Ministry of Finance has established a department called as income tax department, and the nodal officer for PAN is your income tax department. Is it clear? Great. So who is a nodal officer? Nodal officer is your income tax department. And which law is applicable? Why we have to take a PAN? We have to take PAN under Income Tax Act 1961. Which act? Income Tax Act 1961. Clear with this? What is a PAN? PAN basically is a 10-digit alphanumeric number. We cannot call it just a number because it has alphabets in it. So it's a 10-digit alphanumeric number. Now, who has to apply? That we are going to learn through the notes. So as I told you, PAN is very important document for any of the taxpayer. It is 10-digit alphanumeric number because it contains letter and number, both of them together. And PAN as requirement is given under Income Tax Act 1961. This number will give you a different identity from the other taxpayers. Now we have linked Aadhaar also to the PAN. Okay, this is going to reduce the scams, and this is the aim of our government. Hence it is compulsory for all. It can be anyone. It can be NRI also who is doing business in India, crossing threshold. Then they also have to pay. They also have to take out the PAN. Okay, so now let's quickly see who all have to obtain a PAN. All body corporates, all the companies, then firms, OPCs, LLP, sole proprietor, trust, then corporations, limited liability companies, private firms, other association, financial institution investors, and hedge funds. Hedge fund is a particular fund who reduces the risk by hedging. Stock market cannot go up in one line, correct? There's a downfall, then again goes up. So for hedging the portfolio, this hedge funds, they buy or sell certain derivative products. So this is the main duty of this hedge funds. So what is the significance of this PAN? It is very much mandatory under Income Tax Act 1961. So anybody who is mandated to take the PAN, if he does not take the PAN, then government can put highest tax on that person. That tax is called as a withholding tax. Suppose I am receiving income but I don't have a PAN, then government can deduct highest income tax from my income. So suppose my income is an exempted income, or my taxable income is only 2,50,000 rupees, and on that the first slab 10% is applicable, but I don't have income tax, that is I don't have a PAN. So in that case government can deduct highest rate, that is 30 to 40%. Instead of 10%, how much rate they have deducted? 30 to 40%, because I don't have a PAN. That is called as an withholding tax. Okay. So now we are going to understand who has to apply for the PAN. Who has to apply for PAN? So who has to apply for the PAN? First of all, any person who has taxable income in India, they have to apply for the PAN. So any person or any entity which has taxable income in India, it is compulsory for them to have a PAN. After that, even your charitable trust need to have a PAN. Why? As we have seen in chapter number 7, they enjoy various exemptions. So it will be compulsory for them to take a PAN, otherwise they won't be able to open the bank account also. And enjoying the exemption does not come into picture if you are not registered under the Income Tax Act. That's why taking PAN for them becomes very important. After that, any person, okay, any person doing business, any person who is doing any business or any of the profession, their annual turnover, their annual turnover or sales exceeds 5 lakhs, exceeds 5 lakh, then it will be compulsory for them to take a PAN. After that, next point. Now, any person or any entity is going to do a particular transaction where quoting of PAN becomes mandatory. Quoting of PAN means before doing that transaction, the other party will ask your PAN, and if you don't have a PAN, you cannot execute that transaction. So quoting of PAN becomes very important. So when you are doing any transaction where quoting PAN is mandatory, so now that person has to take the PAN. Okay, before doing the transaction, he has to take a PAN. After that, non-resident Indian. Is it compulsory for non-resident Indian to take a PAN? The answer is yes. Earlier it was not compulsory, but now there is an amendment in 2009 and it is compulsory for NRIs to take the PAN. So are all NRIs required to take PAN? No. Whoever is doing a financial transaction in India, okay, whoever is doing financial transaction in India of amount exceeding rupees 2,50,000 annually, okay, any NRI is doing any of the financial transaction amounting to more than 2,50,000 annually in India, they are required to take the PAN. So they are paying salary to somebody, they are selling something, or they are receiving income, any transaction of income or expenditure 2,50,000 and above. So more than 2,50,000, it will be compulsory for them to take a PAN. So these are the cases where your PAN becomes very, very compulsory. I hope you understood all this. Great. Now, next one. How to apply for PAN. How to apply for PAN. Now, when you're a company, are you going to apply for the PAN? The answer is no. But now you are other entity. So as I told you, we have to apply to the income tax department. Now income tax department has so many work. So income tax department has appointed two intermediaries for helping them in application of PAN. One is your NSDL, another one is UTITSL. Okay, one is your NSDL, another one is UTITSL. These are the two intermediaries appointed by the income tax department. Clear? So whenever any person or any entity wants to make application for the PAN, they are going to make application to any of this entity, and any of this entity shall be sending application to income tax department. Once income tax department approves, income tax department shall be replying to this entity, and in return entity shall intimate to the person. So basically they are intermediary, and they'll be taking care about all the documentation as far as PAN is concerned. Number will be provided by your income tax department. I hope this is very clear. Great. Now, if any person wants to apply for the PAN, it can apply by going to the website of either income tax department or NSDL or UTITSL. Okay. Now, there are two routes. One is online application. Also, it can do offline application as well. So, in online application, what you have to do? You have to download. What you have to do? You have to just fill in the form online, pay the fees online, upload the documents online, and you will receive PAN also online. So you will not be receiving the hard copy of that. In offline, what you have to do? You have to download the form, fill the form, pay the fees, okay, and then you have to courier the documents to the income tax department, and then you will be receiving a hard PAN card copy. This is the online and offline mode. Okay, now online mode, first of all, there is an Indian who is applying for the PAN. So any of the Indian citizen, if he wants to apply for the PAN, he has form 49A. Please remember the form 49A is for Indian citizens, and fees for this form is rupees 93. Rupees 93 will be excluding your GST, okay? So you can write that as well. It is excluding your GST. So if any Indian citizen wants to apply for PAN, form 49A, fees 93 excluding the GST. Now if foreigner any of the foreign citizen wants to apply for the PAN, because their address is basically of a foreign country, right? So form number from there is 49AA. Which form is there? 49AA. For Indian citizen 49A, for foreign 49AA, and the fees for them is rupees 864, again excluding the GST. This will be excluding the GST. I hope this is very clear. Okay, and now the last point, linking of PAN with Aadhaar becomes compulsory. Why it becomes compulsory? Because our government of India want to regulate and track. What they want to do? Regulate and track all the financial transactions. All the financial transactions. Hence, it's very much compulsory to link your PAN with the Aadhaar. Clear? Okay, so what is important point over here? We are going to remember any Indian citizen want to apply for the PAN 49A and foreign 49AA. Okay? Yes. Now, very important, if we don't have a PAN, in absence of PAN, as I told you, government can charge the withholding tax, which will be at rate of more than 30% of the total income. Suppose you are receiving income of 40,000 rupees, that is your taxable income, and you don't have a PAN. So on 40,000, more than 30% rate will be applicable, and that much tax will be deductible if you don't have a PAN. Okay? Yes. So it's very much important to have a PAN. If one is not required to pay income tax, then also it is mandatory for him to have a PAN. Please remember this. So if company is a foreign company but it is doing any financial transaction in India, it will be compulsory to have PAN in India. So without a PAN, government mandates to deduct highest possible rate. Also, companies have to have something called as a tax registration number. So companies have to have a tax registration number. This TRN company can receive only if it has a PAN. So if company does not have a PAN, it cannot have a TRN, hence cannot do any of the taxable transaction. I hope it is very clear to all of you. It's very much compulsory to have a PAN. All these steps we have already discussed. Yeah. Now we are going to start with the next registration called as a TAN. PAN you were aware of, right? TAN you might be learning for the first time. But I'm sure you have heard about TDS, right? Yes. So TDS is somewhere connected to the TAN. So let's understand what is a TAN. The full form of this TAN is tax deduction and collection number. Okay? What is the full form of TAN? Tax deduction and collection number. So any person who is required to deduct the tax and any person who needs to collect the tax, they have to apply for the TAN. What you're saying, ma'am? Okay. So I will tell you what is this. Let's understand who is a nodal officer for this. Again, the nodal officer for TAN is your income tax department. So it comes under Ministry of Finance only. The answer is yes. So it is income tax department, and which law is applicable? Same Income Tax Act 1961. Now let's understand what is tax deduction. Just imagine you have become a company secretary, you are employed in Reliance. Okay, you are employed in Reliance. Now we get a salary. Yes. So your salary is, starting salary I am saying 50,000 per month. Okay. Do you think you will get entire 50,000 in your hand? The answer is no. On this 50,000, the Reliance, that is your employer shall deduct the tax. So basically you have to pay taxes to the government, but on behalf of you it is responsibility given to every employer to deduct the TDS, that is tax deducted at the source. So say for example TDS is 10%. So by deducting 5,000 rupees, you will get 45,000 in your hand. And what will Reliance do with this 5,000 rupees? Is he going to fill his pocket with the 5,000 rupees? The answer is no. Reliance has to pay this deducted tax to none other than Income Tax Department. Is it clear? So you had to pay 5,000 to the government, but instead of you, government has given responsibility to every employer to deduct the tax at the source. So anybody who is responsible to deduct the tax at the source, to them TAN will be compulsory. So is it compulsory for employee to take the TAN? The answer is no. It is compulsory for employer to take the TAN. Is it clear? Great. Now you have understood what is a tax deduction. Now we are going to see what is tax collection. Again we will take an example of company secretary only. So you have become a company secretary, but instead of employment, now you are practicing company secretary. You are a practicing company secretary. So as a practicing company secretary, you have a firm wherein you provide lot of consultancy services to your client. So one of the project with you is incorporation. So you have to incorporate a company. So clients tell you, please give us the quotation. So company secretary is making a quotation for the incorporation. Suppose your professional fees for incorporation is 12,500. Out of pocket expenses 5,500. Okay. Apart from that, you have to add something over here. Say for example, 2,000 you keep it aside. So total is 20,000 rupees. So this 20,000 rupees, don't you feel they have to tag? We have to pay the taxes on that? The answer is yes. But are we incorporating our company? No. Client is telling us to incorporate, so you are incorporating company for your client. So why are you going to pay tax on that? You will not pay, but you have to collect the tax from the client. Okay, so you have to collect, say for example, 1,500 rupees as a tax amount. So your total bill amount will be 21,500. Out of that, 1,500 is a tax which practicing company secretary needs to deposit with the income tax department. So what is the difference between the TDS and the TCS? In TDS, employer deducts from the salary, and in TCS, any of the practicing professional, or when we go to the hotel to eat food, there also you have to pay the taxes, right? So when you see your bill amount, the taxes are deducted. the taxes are collected. I hope this is clear. Suppose you ate 1000 rupees food, on that some GST is added, some tax related to tax collected at source is added, yes or no? So any of the business or professional who gives services and any client is taking services, so taxes are collected from the client and the business or professional have to deposit that with the income tax department. Okay, so now I hope you have understood what is TDS and what is TCS. So any person whose responsibility is to deduct the taxes from source, or any person whose responsibility is to collect the tax at the source, they have to apply for the TAN. Okay, great. Now let's proceed with the next one. Now what is a TAN? TAN basically again same, it's a 10-digit alpha numeric number. So TAN is a 10-digit alphanumeric number. Now we are going to see who has to apply for the TAN. Who has to apply for the TAN? As we discussed earlier, guys, any person, okay, any person who is supposed to collect or deduct tax, okay, so any person liable to deduct or collect tax, deduct or collect tax will be responsible to take the TAN. Along with that, even HUF has to take the TAN, okay, but all HUF need not take the TAN, but HUF whose books of accounts are not audited, whose books of accounts are not audited under section 44AB. There is a section under Income Tax Act called as 44AB. So whoever's income tax accounts, that is annual accounts, are not audited as per section 44AB, okay, and whose aggregate income exceeds rupees 50 lakhs per year, such HUF has to take TAN. Okay, so HUF whose books of accounts are not audited as per section 44AB and whose aggregate income is exceeding 50 lakh rupees per year, they have to take the TAN in this case. Okay, only these are the two scenarios where we will require the TAN. Now the next question, how to apply for TAN? How to apply for the TAN? As you know, the nodal officer for TAN is Income Tax Department, right? So who is a nodal officer? As discussed earlier, it's an Income Tax Department. So our Income Tax Department, it has appointed one intermediary. For PAN, it had appointed two intermediaries, but for TAN, only one intermediary it has appointed. That is your NSDL. Okay, so Income Tax Department has appointed an intermediary for the TAN. So through this intermediary, any person who is liable to take the TAN have to apply in form 49B. Which form is there? 49B. So person will be applying in 49B for TAN through NSDL to the Income Tax Department. Again, they can apply offline or online, both services are there. Online, they can go to the website and do the online application in 49B. And if they want to go for offline, NSDL has started with something called as TIN-FC. TIN-FC is nothing but Offline Application Facilitation Center. So those who does not know how to take the TAN, the facilitation shall be helping them. So TIN-FC will be for the offline application. It will be for the offline application. So when any individual files Form 49B online or offline, okay, once form is submitted, once form is submitted for the TAN, okay, then in that case you will get a 14-digit acknowledgement number. What we will get? 14-digit acknowledgement number. This 14-digit acknowledgement number will help you to track the status of your TAN application. So why it is useful? 14-digit acknowledgement number, it is useful to track status of TAN application. The simple things are asked in paper, and generally students ignore such things, and then they realize, oh my god, this was so simple, right? So such questions may be asked. You know how they will ask? If any of the individual has applied for the TAN and he wants to track his status, he want to know his status of the TAN application, how to do it? Then you have to write, with the help of the 14-digit acknowledgement number, one can track the application. How? They can track the application first of all by going to the website. Second, they can do by dialing toll-free number. And third one, they may also send the SMS. SMS will be sent like this, NSDL TAN. This message has to be sent by a registered number, okay, 257575. This is how we track the TAN application, okay. So let's see this in our notes. So TAN, as I told you, it's a 10-digit alpha numeric number, okay. Yes, types of TAN I have told you. How to apply, we have seen that. Now, how to track the status, very important. We can track that status by 14-digit unique acknowledgement number. This you can track after 3 days of making the application. Okay, how? By going to the website or by calling the number called as 02027218080, or we can also send SMS to NSDL10 to 57575. Clear? Now fees for this TAN is 65 rupees. It will be including your GST. I hope you have understood what is a TAN. Thank you so much. Now we are going to see the next registration, which is called as a GST. Yes, Goods and Service Tax. Everybody knows about the GST. You will be learning GST in detail in your tax, but over here little highlights will be looking into. So what is a GST? As we know, it's a Goods and Service Tax. Now, unlike your PAN and TAN, the nodal officer for the GST is a central government. Who is a nodal officer in GST? It's a central government. And which law is applicable for the GST? It's a Central Goods and Service Act. Central Goods and Service Act 2017. This is a new registration. Earlier we had sales tax, VAT, replacing 17 registrations. One combination of GST has been made. Okay, so whoever deals in goods and services and whose threshold is exceeding certain percentage, whose threshold is exceeding certain amount, they have to apply for the GST. So what is basically applicability? To whom GST is applicable? As the name suggests, it is for those people who are dealing in goods or who are dealing in the services. So people who are dealing in goods, it is not compulsory for all of them to apply for the GST, but whoever is dealing in goods, okay, where the annual turnover, where the annual turnover exceeds rupees 40 lakhs. exceeds rupees 40 lakhs when dealing in goods, then they have to apply for the GST. For services where annual turnover exceeds rupees 20 lakhs, GST shall be applicable. But there is some special criteria. Okay, in certain special cases, now special cases means which cases? Your northeastern states and those who are operating in Jammu and Kashmir, northeastern states and those who are operating in Jammu and Kashmir. So for them, if they are dealing in goods, then if their annual turnover exceeds 20 lakhs, then GST shall become applicable to them. And in case of services, when their annual turnover exceeds 10 lakhs, then GST shall be applicable to them. So this is the applicability of GST. I hope everybody has understood this. Great. Now going ahead, can we apply for the voluntary GST? What is voluntary GST? In voluntary GST, the threshold limit is not exceeding, but still any dealer of goods and services want to take voluntary registration, they can take. Okay, so voluntary GST, yes, voluntary registration is allowed. Okay, it is allowed. Now, when we have to apply for the GST, listen to me very carefully. Whenever this threshold limit is exceeded, okay, we have to apply for GST within next 30 days. We have to apply for GST within next 30 days immediately after threshold limit is exceeding. But if we don't apply within 30 days, then what will happen? Then we have to pay the penalty. But when we are applying for GST within 30 days of applicability, then our effective date from when the GST will be applicable will be the date of exceeding threshold. Listen to this very carefully. Okay. Suppose on 1st of January you exceeded the threshold of 40 lakh rupees and now you applied on 15th of January, which is within 30 days. So what will be the effective date? On 20th Jan you got the certificate of GST. Okay, that is GST registration. So is GST applicable from 20th? No. As you have applied within 30 days of exceeding threshold, GST shall be applicable from 1st of January, that is the date of exceeding the threshold. Is it clear? Yes. What will happen if we don't apply for GST within 30 days? Now, in case GST not applied within 30 days. If we did not apply for the GST within 30 days, then what will happen? Then our effective date shall be different. Then in that case, the effective date shall be the date of registration. That means the day we take the registration under GST, then the GST will be applicable to us and not from the date of threshold exceeding. Is it clear? Great. Now going ahead, we have seen what is the criteria where GST is compulsory. We have seen in case of goods 40 lakhs, in case of services 20 lakhs, in special cases for goods 20 lakhs and services 10 lakhs, correct? But there are certain cases where GST is mandatory irrespective of crossing of threshold. So even though your threshold is within 40 lakhs, in the normal cases, you are not in Jammu or Kashmir, but in normal cases your threshold is within 40 lakhs, still you have to take the GST. Okay, so this is what we are going to see. In certain cases, the GST registration is compulsory. So which are the cases? In certain cases, even though threshold is not exceeded, okay, threshold is not exceeding that 40 lakhs or 20 lakhs, then also GST is mandatory. There are only 4 circumstances, so we will see the first one. First one is for a person who are dealing in interstate supplies. Okay, interstate supply means what? Everybody knows there are two kinds of GST, CGST and SGST, right? So registration is done at the state level also where you are operating. But when any person is operating in more than one state, so he is doing interstate supply. In that case, even though his threshold is not exceeding, still it is compulsory for him to take the GST. Clear with this? Understood? After that, second one is for casual taxpayer. Now, what is a casual taxpayer? Who is not doing income generation continuously. Who is not doing income generation continuously, but he is doing casually. Okay, so there is a intermittent gap between the income generation. For example, listen to me very carefully. There is a person whose main place of business is Mumbai. Okay, but in the month of February, he goes to 4 to 5 places. Goes to 4 to 5 places, that is 1 UP, Madhya Pradesh, then Tamil Nadu, and one more place. Which place you like? Yeah, let's take Bangalore. Okay, so he goes UP, MP, Tamil Nadu, Bangalore. Now, he does exhibitions over here. What he conducts? He conducts exhibitions over here. So, he is generating income in all these places, yes. But his GST registration is in Mumbai, you are understanding? So, such casual taxpayer who is not continuously doing business in that particular place, but he sometimes goes there and does income generation, he has to take a temporary GST registration. What he has to take? He has to take a, over here whenever he goes, he has to apply for temporary registration of GST. So when he has to apply at least before 5 days of income generation. So before he starts generating income, before 5 days he has to apply for the GST. And this is a temporary GST as I told you. So this will be valid only for 90 days. So what is the validity of this? Validity is only for 90 days. So after 90 days your GST will be lapsed. Clear? I'll repeat one more time. When any person does not do business continuously in that particular state, but sometimes in a year he goes there to generate income. So he has to take temporary registration of GST compulsorily even though he is not exceeding the threshold. And that temporary registration he has to apply at least 5 days before the income generation, and that registration shall be valid for 90 days. Is it clear? Great. Now we'll go to the next one. So first we saw any person who is doing interstate supply, right? Second we saw the casual taxpayer, and now the third one. Third one is on the same lines. When any of the non-resident Indian, he comes to India for any of the purpose, that is income generation, even he has to take GST registration. Like for example, There is a person from France. He comes to India for doing exhibitions. Now over here he does exhibition in India, he is generating income. So same casual taxpayer rule will be applicable to him. So he is to apply within, very sorry for that. He has to apply at least 5 days before generating income. Okay. Along with that, the registration shall be valid for how many days? It shall be valid for 90 days only. Is it clear? Simple. So first interstate supply, second one casual taxpayer, third one is non-resident Indian, and after that the fourth one we have a e-commerce operators. Example, Flipkart, Amazon, all this organization who are doing business through e-commerce, irrespective of the threshold, it will be compulsory to take the GST registration. After that, fifth one, we have a reverse charge mechanism. Now what is reverse charge mechanism? Listen to me very carefully. See, what is a normal rule? And this is a reverse scenario. Okay. Normally what happens is the seller of goods or services, example, seller of goods, whenever he sells goods to the customers, okay, in these goods along with the cost price he adds the GST, okay, and the final amount is paid by the customer. This is what happens. And the GST part seller will pay to the central government, correct? So GST is collected by a seller. But in the reverse charge mechanism, what happens is, instead of seller collecting, buyer shall tell him that you don't collect GST for me, I will pay my part of GST to the central government myself. So over here, seller, when he is selling goods or services to the customer, okay, in the cost price, GST is not included. So customer is paying only cost to the seller, right? And customer is paying GST directly to the central government. I hope this is clear. Okay, so in normal circumstances, seller collects the GST from the buyer and pays to the central government. In reverse charge mechanism, buyer himself pays his part of GST to the central government and seller does not collect it. Is it clear? So in this reverse charge mechanism, it will be compulsory to take the GST registration even though the threshold is not exceeding. So 5 circumstances we have seen where GST is compulsory irrespective of the threshold. I hope this is clear. Now after that, we are going to see there are certain circumstances where GST is exempted. Okay. Certain cases where you get exemption from GST. So we need not take the registration of GST only. First scenario, when any person is dealing in some goods or services, okay, any person is dealing in such goods or services where GST is exempted. Okay, so when the person is dealing in such goods and services, for example, GST is applicable only in the processed goods. It is not applicable in dairy products or vegetables, right? So vegetable vendors and all, they are dealing in unprocessed food. So do they need the GST registration? The answer is no. Okay, understood. Now the second scenario where person is dealing in some goods or services and this person is exempted from tax. He is not supposed to pay tax only. That person, because he is doing some charity, section 8 company maybe, then he is not supposed to take the GST. Understood? The third one, any person dealing in the agricultural goods. Agricultural goods are totally exempted from GST. So anybody dealing in that is not required to take the GST registration. And the last scenario is as specified by central government. So if central government wants to exempt certain category of people, it may exempt. Clear with this? These are the 4 exempted categories under the GST. I hope you have understood. Now let's go to our notes. We have discussed about the threshold limit, compulsory registrations. Yes. Now how to apply for the GST. Application process you will be learning in detail in your tax. So over here we are not going to learn. Effective date of application we have seen. Yes. Now GST is a 15-digit number. Please remember, it's a 15-digit number. The first 2 digits, it represents the state code. Next 10 digits represent the PAN of the taxpayer, the entities. 13th digit is based on the registrations in the state. 14 digit is compulsorily Z by default to everyone, and last, that is 15 digit, is a check code for that person. So this is how your 15 digit GST is there. Now if you have taken GST, can you cancel it voluntarily? The answer is yes. If your threshold limit is not exceeding, you can very well cancel the GST voluntarily. Also in case of a death, also in case of a winding up of company, LLP or any entity, you can cancel the registration. When you are an entrepreneur, sole proprietor, if that proprietor dies, so on death also the GST can be cancelled. But very important thing, if we cancel the GST, that does not mean the cancellation of the liability. So liability shall continue. Liability shall continue. Even though you have given back your registration, you have cancelled your registration. Say for example, I was a sole proprietor and because of some reason my business got shut down. So I am giving cancellation. Okay. But I have collected 10 lakhs as GST from my customers. So that 10 lakhs, even though my registration is cancelled, my liability is still standing. So I have to pay that 10 lakh rupees to the government. Otherwise what will happen? I'll be liable under GST Act. Is it clear? So this was your GST, just a glimpse of GST. GST topic is huge, which we will be learning in tax. Now this is about the shops and establishment registration. Whenever any person wants to start any shop or establishment for the commercial purpose, shop and establishment for which purpose? It should be for commercial purpose, then the shop and establishment registration becomes compulsory. This basically, shops and establishment is a state specific registration. Why it is state specific? Because it depends on state to state which shops and registration act is applicable to you. So this shops and establishment, it is compulsory in Delhi. So in Delhi, if you open any of the shop or establishment for the commercial purpose, it will be compulsory for you to apply to the authority and get license under the act. If you don't get license under the act, you are not doing business legally. In Mumbai, that is in Maharashtra, Gumasta license is compulsory if we open any commercial shop or establishment. So it's a state specific which kind of license will be applicable in case you are a commercial enterprise. Okay. So now talking about Shops and Establishment Act, it is applicable to whom? If we talk about the applicability, it is applicable to all the shops and all the establishment. All the shops and all the establishment which are running for commercial purpose. Which are running for the commercial purpose. So if it's a temple, it is also a shop, right, where you have made the temple. So is it covered? No, because it is not a commercial purpose. I hope you have understood this. Yes. After that, who is nodal officer under this act? To whom we have to apply for the license? Over here, the nodal officer will be chief inspector of that particular area. Okay. I'm not talking about chief inspector, about your police inspector. The chief inspector does not mean the police over here. Don't go to the police station and say, ma'am has told us that we can apply over here. No. Like we have in Maharashtra, the Mumbai Corporation, right? Every state, every district has its own government, and that government appoints specific inspectors of that area. So over there we have to apply for this shops and registration. Okay. Yes. So first of all, application has to be made by person who is opening that commercial shop or establishment. To whom we have to make? We have to make to the chief inspector. Okay. And when we have to make? When we have to make the application? We have to make application within 30 days of starting business. So within 30 days of starting the business, we are going to apply for the registration. After that, once we do the application, if chief inspector is satisfied, it shall issue us a certificate of registration. What it shall issue us? A certificate of registration. Once we receive this certificate of registration, it will be compulsory for the owner to display this at the workplace. So if he does not display the certificate at his workplace, it will be assumed that as if he has not obtained the registration only. So displaying becomes very, very important. So what we did, we applied within 30 days of starting the business, that is starting the shop, and we displayed that certificate in our shop itself. Clear with this? Great. Now, what will happen if we change our office? That means suppose I am on rent, so every 11 months I have to change my office. So I shift from one office to another. That also I need to intimate the inspector. Okay. So second one, in case of change of place of business, then also we have to intimate to the inspector. Okay, this intimation has to be given within 15 days of change. When we have to give the intimation? Within 15 days of changing. Okay, if your inspector is satisfied, it shall issue you a new certificate of registration. Or it shall issue you a new certificate of registration, because on the registration certificate your address is there, and if you have changed your address and it's not possible to keep the old certificate, right? Yes. After that, if we want to close down our business, then also we need to ask? No, we need not ask, but we need to intimate. Okay, so in case we close our business, we are closing our shop, In this case also we need to intimate chief inspector, when? Same within 15 days. 15 days intimate to the chief inspector about the closure of business. About closure of the business. Okay. So we just need to intimate about the closure. We need not ask whether we can close or not. Clear with this? Okay. Now going to our notes. What is a shop? Shop means where goods are sold either by retail or wholesale, or services are rendered to the customer, or it can be a storeroom, godown, warehouse, workplace, anywhere which is related to the commercial. Okay, or any of the establishment which is commercial in nature, your residential, hotels, your restaurant, your eating places, theaters, public amusement, entertainment. Okay, so if central government wants to include any other category, it can include by giving declaration in the official gazette. So as I told you earlier, how to do the registration under this? Within 30 days you have to submit the form. Okay, once he is happy, that is your inspector is happy, it shall grant you a certificate of registration. Once it grants you certificate of registration, it is valid for 5 years. For how many years it is valid? It is valid for 5 years. So after 5 years, can you renew that? The answer is yes, it is renewable after 5 years also. Okay, I hope this is very clear. About the changes and about the closure we have already discussed. So this was all about your Shops and Establishment Act. I hope everybody is enjoying learning new registration and licenses. Now we are going to start with MSME registration. What is MSME? It's micro, small, medium enterprises registration. Now which law is applicable to this MSME and what is this MSME? The law which is applicable to them is Micro, Small, Medium Enterprise Act 2006. Okay, now just we will understand why this MSME Act has come. Listen, our government of India, it wants to promote our MSME. What it wants to do? It wants to promote our MSME. Why? Because our MSME contributes almost 40% of our income of our government. MSME, if I say what is MSME, you go in Udaipur, you go in Rajasthan, you go in Gujarat, you go in Assam. Small retailers are doing businesses, right? Their handicrafts are so beautiful. So our handicrafts are well known. If these handicrafts get little support, they may export also. And if we export such items, because we know in foreign country we don't have such items. So if we export over there, then our overall GDP will grow, economy will grow. So our government of India wants to promote the micro, small, medium enterprises. So for that, government has come up with the act of MSME Act 2006. And through this act, it wants to provide various benefits to micro, small, medium enterprise. So in order to avail benefit, this micro, small, medium enterprise have to take the registration. So what they have to do? If they want benefit under this act, they have to take the MSME registration. I hope this is very clear. Till now, the registration licenses we saw was PAN, TAN, GST, shop establishment. Right? This all were compulsory to be done? Yes. But this is not compulsory. If you are a micro enterprise, I will tell you what is a micro enterprise. But if you are a micro enterprise and you don't want benefits of government, that's fine. Don't take the registration. But if you want benefits given by the government, then you have to take the registration. Okay, so let's learn some history. Yes, when this MSME Act came, the first thing about the registration, previously the registration was done under Part 2 UAM. By filing Part 2 of UAM to the Directorate of Industries. To the Directorate of Industries. Okay, firstly registration used to be like that. After that, the UAM was abolished and it was replaced by doing registration under Udyog Aadhar. You might have heard this, right? Yes. So Udyog Aadhar was a registration for MSME and UAM was abolished. So whoever wanted to avail benefit under MSME, they had to take Udyog Aadhar. But this Udyog Aadhar is also no more because it was valid till 31st of March 21. Why it was valid till this date? Because a new kind of MSME registration has come which is called as a Udyam registration. What do you call it? Udyam registration. This is new, latest and valid. So Udyog Aadhar was valid till 31st March 21. So all the entities who has to take Udyam registration, I will explain you that. So all the entities who are new MSME or existing MSME, everybody has to now take what? Udyam registration. So this is valid and it is effective from, it has come in our lockdown, that is 1st of July 2020. I hope this is clear. So MSME registration, if any of the enterprise take, which is micro, small, medium, it will take various benefits given by the government. Now let's understand what is MSME first of all. What is an MSME? Now let's see the definition of MSME. Definition of MSME. Here is your micro, small and medium enterprise. Micro, small, medium enterprise. This definition has changed. Earlier it was dependent upon goods and services. Now for goods and services it is one. Now it depends upon the investment in plant and machinery and the turnover. So micro means where investment in plant and machinery is up to 1 crore and turnover is not exceeding 5 crore. So what is a micro? Where investment is up to 1 crore and turnover not exceeding 5 crore. Small enterprise means where investment in plant and machinery is up to 10 crores and turnover not exceeding 50 crores. 10 crores and 50 crores. What about medium enterprise? When investment in plant and machinery is up to 50 crores and turnover do not exceed 250 crore. So what is the last limit of MSME? 250 crore. Okay. This limit will be depending upon the last audited balance sheet. So last audited balance sheet of entity shall tell whether it is micro enterprise or a small enterprise or a medium enterprise. If they are up to 1 to 5 CR, then micro, 10 to 50 CR, then small, and 50 to 250 CR, then it is a medium. Now you will tell me, ma'am, is this small enterprise same like small company under Companies Act? The answer is no. Because that is definition given under Companies Act very different. It's not necessary that all the small companies are the small enterprise. No, both acts are different, both concepts are different. Clear with this? Understood? This definition is to be by hearted, very important. Okay. Now, I want to give you one example on this. Now, there is a company called as ABC Private Limited. In 2020, the plant and machinery of this ABC Private Limited was 75 lakhs and the turnover was 4 CR. Now tell me whether it is a micro, medium or small. Answer is correct. It's a micro. Correct. In 21, the plant and machinery was same 75 lakhs, but the turnover was increased to 6 crores. So now is it micro? No. It's a small enterprise now. Now in 22, the plant and machinery was increased up to 9 crores, but the turnover went to almost 260 crores. Now tell me, is it a micro, small or medium enterprise? The answer is no, it's a large enterprise now. Why do I call it as a large enterprise? Because it is exceeding the threshold. So can it avail the MSME advantages? No. Can it have the Udyam registration? No. Clear with this? Understood? Okay, great. Now first we will see what are the benefits given to MSME, and after that we will go for the registration. Okay, yeah. Now before going to the benefits also, can a sole proprietor take MSME registration? Answer is yes. Right from the sole proprietor to the company, anybody can take it. It's not compulsory that MSME registration can only be taken by a separate status entity. No, nothing like that. Okay, so let's see what are the benefits given under the MSME. Please remember, registration is not compulsory. Whoever wants benefit can take the registration. So first of all, they will get very easy finance. Okay. So what is a easy finance? You remember chapter number 9. The scheme was there, CGTMSC, Credit Guarantee Trust for Micro Small Enterprises. So whoever is a micro, small, medium enterprise, they can take collateral free loan from the banks, right? And guarantee will be given by whom? The government. Understood? So without giving collateral security, they can avail the loan. After that, whenever any person buys any product or services from the micro, small enterprises, the buyer has to pay money within 45 days. So if I have purchased any of the goods from micro, small enterprise, so if I purchase goods from micro or small enterprise on credit, I tell him that I will be paying you little later. That little later cannot go beyond 45 days. If it goes beyond 45 days, then delayed payment interest will be applicable to me. And if I don't pay the interest and the principal amount, then what will happen? Then micro small enterprise can take me to the court of law. Over there, a time bound dispute resolution happens. Okay. After that, whenever there is procurement of government scheme, as I told you in chapter 9, government purchases various goods and services from the micro and small enterprises also. So preference is given to the micro and small enterprise. Also they shall get some benefits under stamp duty and also the octroi benefits. Also concessions or subsidies will be provided in the electricity bill. Also certain kinds of products are reserved for micro, small, medium enterprise. So those products cannot be manufactured or produced by the large scale industry. So these reservations, like 3 to 4% reservations, are done for micro and small enterprises. These are the benefits only for micro and small. For medium, we are going to read differently. Also, as I told you, there is a time bound dispute resolution. So when there is a dispute between buyer and micro or small enterprise, they can take them to the conciliation or arbitration. Conciliation and arbitration is alternate dispute mechanism. Over there, the time bound resolution happens. So it is not like court, you will get dates, so many dates, that is not applicable over here. The dispute will be resolved within a month. After that, if you are taking ISO certification, ISO is Indian Standard Organization. So ISO certified means what? The products will have certain quality as based on the ISO mark. So when you are having ISO mark, you have taken the certification of that, then in that case your fees will be reimbursed. You will also get a credit prescription and also differential rating. If you are lending to the bank or any of the person, then you will get the different interest rates. Then you may get certain indirect tax exemptions like excise. You get certain direct tax law exemptions as well. Also, you get various financial assistance in NSIC. What is a NSIC? NSIC is National Small Industries Corporation. So what is NSIC? National Small Industries Corporation. Any micro or small enterprise, if they want to sell goods to the government, they have to take NSIC registration. So without NSIC registration, no micro or small enterprise can sell goods to the government. Okay. So this NSIC who gives them registration also give them financial aid for setting up the testing. Like if I am producing some chocolates, I am making chocolates, I need to test that product. After testing only, I'll be allowed that to sell that in the open market. Understood? After that, there are certain statutory supports given. Okay, statutory supports in case of delayed payments. You also get the subsidies on the ISO certification. You also get the subsidy on NSIC performance. That means when you want to do the tender, okay, that means you want to give tender to the government, in the performance and credit ratings you will get the exemption. So even though you don't have performance or past record, then also you can send tenders to the government. Also you can participate in the government purchase registrations. You can also register for NSIC. If you are micro small registered, then only you can apply for NSIC. If you don't have registration of micro small, you cannot do the NSIC registration. Okay. Then as I told you, there is a scheme of government CGT MSI where you get collateral free loan and government gives guarantee on behalf of you, that is called as a counter guarantee. Then we don't have to pay the earnest money also in case of a government tender. See, if I am a micro enterprise and I am dealing in fridge and government is asking for 500 fridge delivery, so my tender is selected, so I have to deliver 500 fridge to the government. Government thinks that this organization is so small, how can I guarantee that it will give me 500 fridge? So I have to pay a performance security deposit with the government. This performance security deposit will be a lump sum amount which will be returned by government to me in case I fulfill my contract. If I am not able to fulfill my contract on time, then government may forfeit that or deduct some of the percentage. Okay, so what is the earnest money? It's a security deposit for the performance of contract. For the performance of the contract. After that, 15% weighted average is also there for the price preference, so you will get 15% price preference. Then interest on loans are also reduced if you are a micro or a small enterprise. You don't have to pay any cost for giving the government tenders. It is free of cost to you. Now there are certain benefits under medium enterprises also. Those were for the micro and small. So for medium, same easy finance availability without collateral loan. Preference will be given to the medium enterprise in case of a government procurement. Reservation policy is also there to the medium scale. Also time bound resolution is also there in the medium scale enterprises. Clear with this? Great. Now as I told you earlier, when there is a dispute between a buyer or a micro, small, medium enterprise, they can go to the conciliation and the arbitration. So for them, there is a council called as MSEFC, that is Micro and Small Enterprise Facilitation Council. So if any of the micro, small enterprise come here, then the conciliation and arbitration is triggered. So after coming here, that is after bringing dispute over here, they cannot withdraw the disputes. Then they have to continue disputes over here only. Okay? Yes. Now we will go to the registration. Now we are going to see how to register. Registration of Udyam. That is your Udyam registration. First of all, what we have to do, we have to go to the website. Which website is there? www.udyamregistration.gov.in. Okay, this is your Udyam registration. This Udyam registration is compulsorily online. We don't have any other way to do Udyam. There is no intermediary also. One stop application is there. Okay. After going to the website, you have to select whether you are a micro or small or medium enterprise. Now remember, this is on the self-certification basis. What is self-certification basis? Self-certification basis means if I am saying that I am medium enterprise, I will not require any chartered accountant's certificate. But I am self-certifying myself as micro, medium or small. If I give wrong information to the government, if I do fraud to the government and take Udyam registration, that I cannot do so because my PAN and Aadhaar are linked, and very vital document for Udyam registration is your Aadhaar. I hope this is very clear. Okay, yes, so this is a self-certification. After that, the third step, what are the documents required for the Udyam registration? For the Udyam registration, if I am a sole proprietor, very important document. Along with the sole proprietor, HUF also, I will have to give my Aadhaar, very important document. If I am a company or LLP or a partnership, then I need to give my PAN, and if I have a GST, then GST is compulsory. Plus, there will be a authorized representative who shall be applying on behalf of company, LLP and partnership. This authorized representative's Aadhaar is compulsory. So whoever is applying for company, LLP, partnership, their Aadhaar is compulsory. Very easy application is this. Yes, once we submit these documents, we have to submit the application. Okay, for submitting application, no fees is there, so application is free of cost. Application is free of cost. No application fees for Udyam registration, remember. After that, if Government of India is satisfied with your application, it shall issue you Udyam registration number. What it shall issue you? Udyam registration number. This Udyam registration number, it is a permanent number. Please remember, it's a permanent number. We don't need to apply it again and again. Okay, please remember. Now listen to me very carefully. Who has to take this Udyam registration? Udyam registration has to be obtained by two kinds of entities, new and existing. New and existing. See, this Udyam registration was introduced on 1st of July 20. So whoever had registration before this Udyam, like they had Udyog Aadhaar or IAM, they are called as existing. And who became micro, small, medium after 17? So they have to compulsory apply for the Udyam. Both of them, form number, everything is same, procedure is same. But the existing one, existing means those who had taken registration under Udyog Aadhar or Part 2 with Directorate of Industry. Okay, they also have to take the Udyam registration. When the deadline was on or before 31st of March 21, because by 31st of March 21 the registration, that is old registration, was going to lapse because Udyog Aadhar was valid till only 31/3/21. So those who have not taken the Udyam registration, the existing people, what they need to do, they are no more micro, small, medium enterprise and they will not get the benefits under this. I hope this is very, very clear. Yes. So this was all for the Udyam registration. I hope all of you have understood. Now we are going to start with our next registration, that is ESIC registration. What is the full form of ESIC? ESIC means it's Employees State Insurance Corporation. So this is registration under ESIC. Till now, we have seen registrations under PAN, TAN, GST, MSME registrations. All were related to some registrations in the different kinds of law. So again in this, we are going to study registration under your labor law. Okay, so your ESIC Act is nothing but it is relating to a labor law. Now this ESIC Act, Employee State Insurance Corporation Act, it's 1948. So this law was established or formed immediately after independence. This law basically talks about your laborers, your labor class. You know who are the laborers? Who are working at the base level of the industry. You might have seen the construction workers, right, who actually build the building. Architecture and the business houses just invest money, but the base level works are done by your laborers. Also in the industry or any of the factory, actually production is done by them. Britishers exploited these laborers like anything. Exploitation, I mean, they used to force them to work without wages, also force them to work beyond their working hours and do not pay for the overtime. They were beaten. So all this exploitation was going on. So the most exploited class during the British era was the labor class. Hence, to protect their right, to protect their health, for their safety, our government came up with a various labor laws. In today's world, we have lot of labor laws. One of the labor law is Employee State Insurance Corporation Act 1948. Now this particular law, it aims at three things, very important. First of all, it aims about the health of the workers. Secondly, it aims about the safety of the workers. And thirdly, it aims at providing them with the medical benefits. Providing them with the medical benefits. So these are the main aim of your labor laws. Now, as I have told you that a government of India has to handle so many things. Okay, so over here also we have government of India. So for the labor class, there is a ministry under government of India called as Ministry of Labor and Employment. Which ministry is there? We have a ministry called as Ministry of Labor and Employment. So Government of India has established this ministry to take care of the labor and their employments in India. So this ministry will be focusing on your laws, on your application, on your compliances, on your factories, everything relating to labor, everything related to the employment. Clear with this? Understood? Great. So which act we are learning about? It's ESIC Act 1948. It's a labor law and we are going to see registration under this act. So let's begin with the act. First of all, what is the aim of this act? What is the aim? Because once we know the preamble of the act, it becomes very easy to understand the act. I told you it's a labor law. When it is a labor law, it provides for giving the health benefits. Okay, so this particular law gives health benefit, and this health benefit is not only given to the laborers but it is also given to their family members. So when any person is working in any of the factory or any of the industry, he becomes sick because of that, or he has some general illness which is not related to the industry, then whatever expenses will be done for the treatment will be borne by the insurance company. So this is the main aim of this ESIC Act. So what is the main aim of this? Giving health benefits to, first of all, laborer who is employed in the industry, and second, its family member as well. Okay, so not only the laborers but the family members of laborers are also covered under this act. This is the main aim. Please remember, it's a health benefit. Going ahead now, very important. How does this act actually work? Whose responsibility is there? So, whose responsibility is there to take the registration under this act? All this we are going to learn. So imagine, students, when we have an industry, this is an industry. You are very new to this labor laws, I understand that. So just imagine, this is an industry. In this industry, many laborers are working. Who are working? Laborers are working. Suppose any of the laborer feels sick. See, labor class does not have more salary. They may be earning 5,000, 10,000, not more than that. And all the expenses goes in their family expenses. Okay, so nothing is saved. Okay, so what will happen in that case? Whenever they are sick, okay, then there is two losses to them. One, treatment expenses. What is the first one? Treatment expenses. And what is the second one? They will lose their salary also, because they will not be able to attend their office or the factory, hence they will be losing the salary also. So these are the two losses to a laborer when he is sick or not well. So first one is treatment expenses which he has to pay and losing of salary. ESIC covers both of this. Okay, ESIC covers both of this. ESIC makes sure that the treatment of laborer, also the family member, is done free of cost, first of all. And second one, even though employee or the laborer is not coming to the factory, still the wages or salary shall be paid to him. So these are the two things which will be covered under the EICIC. So I hope you have understood this. Now we are going to start with the applicability. This act is applicable to whom? This act is applicable to all the industries where production is going on and where 10 or more workers are employed. So where it is applicable? Where 10 or more workers are employed. So where 10 or more workers are employed, over there it will be responsibility of an employer to take the registration. This is whose responsibility? It is responsibility of that of an employer. Please remember, responsibility is that of an employer to take the registration. So employee will not be taking the registration, but registration will be taken by whom? The employer. So any industry or any factory where 10 or more workers are working, it will be responsibility of an employer to take registration under ESIC. Is it clear? Great. Now next one comes about the eligibility. Eligibility of an employee. Eligibility of an employee. When any of the factory is covered under ESIC, does all employees are covered in that? The answer is no. All employees are not covered in that. Only few of them are covered. So who all are the covered employees? Whose salary does not exceed rupees 21,000 per month. Whose salary does not exceed 21,000 per month, or in case of a disabled employee, in that case salary not exceeding 25,000 per month. 25,000 per month. Okay. So what is the applicability of employer? 10 or more workers working. What is eligibility of an employee? Salary not exceeding 25,000 per month for disabled and 21,000 per month for the normal employees. Please remember. Now listen to this very carefully. There is a question for you. There is one factory. Okay. There is one factory. In this factory, there are 15 employees working. So when there are 15 employees working, do you think ESIC registration is compulsory? The answer is yes. Listen to this. Out of this 15 employees, the salary of 9 employees is 20,000. How much is salary of 9 employees? 20,000. And rest for 6 employees, the salary is 35,000. Okay. Now tell me, is this enterprise covered? You have got the right answer. Just check the applicability of employer. It will be applicable when 10 or more employees are working, irrespective of the salary. So it will be responsibility of employer over here to take the ESIC registration. It is compulsory. But what about the employees? This enterprise is covered. That is a different thing. But are all the employees covered? The answer is no. Only 9 employees will be covered whose salary is less than 20,000, that is 21,000, and 6 employees whose salary is 35,000 shall not be covered. I hope this is very clear to all of you. So I hope you have understood about the applicability. You have understood about who all are eligible, who all are not eligible. Okay. Now we are going for the registration. Procedure for registration under ESIC. Procedure for registration under ESIC. So the very first step, this procedure for ESIC registration is done online. Okay. Now our government is going towards digitalization. So everything is online. Okay. So first step, we need to go for login. We have to log in on the website of www.esic.in. Okay, we are going to log in on www.esic.in. The second step, we have to click to sign up over there. You have to do the temporary sign up, then permanent sign up will be given by the authority. So first of all, we went to the website. After that, we clicked on the sign up. After that, you need to enter the basic details Like, what is a company's name? What you need to write? What is a company's name? You have to provide them with your email ID, because correspondence shall be done only through the email. After that, you have to give details of the principal employer. Who is your principal employer? After that, where you are situated, the state. Okay, all this basic information we need to give. After that, you need to submit the application. After giving the basic information, what you have to do? You have to submit the application. Now, once you have submitted the application, within 1 or 2 days, you will receive an email. Okay, that's why giving email ID was very important. So you will receive an email, and in that email you will receive your login ID credential. So they will provide you login ID password for your ESIC registration. So what they shall give you? Login ID and password. So credentials will be provided to you. You can even change your password any point of time, no problem. After that, what you have to do? You have to go to the website again, and you have to log in using your login ID and password. The name of the website is www.esic.in. Okay. After that, the seventh one, very important, you have to click on the registration. Where you have to click? You have to click on one of the icon which will display new employer registration, new employer registration plus unit. Okay, and once you click on that, after that you have to submit the form. Once you submit, they will give you one form called as Form 01. Form 01 is a registration form for the ESIC. So after that, the next step, step number 8, as I told you, that the form for registration is Form 01. So Form 01 is a form for ESIC registration, very important form it is. Okay, in this you have to fill in your details. What do you have to do? You have to fill in your details. Whatever is the required information, you have to give in Form 01. We have to make sure you are giving right and true information, because if any of the registration is obtained by incorrect information, then the registration may be revoked. Okay, so we have submitted Form 1. After that, we have to give initial contribution. What is the contribution? I am going to explain you right now. Just remember, you have to pay the initial contribution. You have to pay the initial contribution via link which will be provided to you. Okay, once you pay the initial contribution, then if the authority is satisfied, that is your ESIC satisfied, you may receive a registration certificate. You may receive a registration certificate. This certificate or letter is issued in C11 format, very important. Which format do they issue us? C11 format. Okay, so these are the formalities or procedure to do ESIC registration. Please remember the process. From the exam point of view, it's very important. Now, going ahead, once employer's registration is done, that means our organization is covered. So any employee who joins our organization will automatically be covered in that if the salary is within that threshold limit. If any time salary exceeds, the employee will not be covered. Okay, so now we are going to look into registration of employee, that is employee registration. Employee registration. So any employee who joins the organization, what we have to remember? any employee when they join the registered organization, then it will be important for such employee to get the registration. And we are only talking about the covered employees, we are not talking about the uncovered employees. So what they need to do, is their responsibility to get registered? No, again it is a responsibility of the employer only to get registered. So employer will make sure that all the covered employees are registered. So employer shall give form number 1 to employee. For employer registration it was form 01, and for employee registration it is form number 1. So employee has to fill in form number 1. Along with form number 1, it has to give its family photograph. Okay, so it has to fill in details in form number 1. Along with form number 1, it has to give a family photograph. Submit this application to the employer. Submit this application to the employer. Employer shall file it online. Okay. Once it is filed online, if your authority is satisfied, once this is filed online, if your ESIC authority is satisfied with your application, okay, then in that case a permanent ID proof shall be given. What it shall issue? ESIC shall issue permanent ID. This permanent ID will be valid throughout the life of the employee. If it changes its organization due to change in job, it needs to just intimate the ESIC, other things remaining one and the same. If you have taken insurance, if your parents have taken insurance from you, you may have seen that card, ID card, right? So same kind of ID card is issued to this employee by the organization. So this was all about the registration. What you have to remember, employer, the form number is 01, employee form number is 1. Whose responsibility is to register under the act? Only and only employer's responsibility. Now going ahead, how does it work? Okay, we are going to see how does it work. See, now there is something called as ESIC fund. What do we have? ESIC fund. Now this registered employer and employee, every month what they will do? Employer shall contribute and employee shall contribute. Okay, listen to me very carefully. Whenever employer pays salary to the employee, it will deduct various taxes. Along with the taxes, it will also deduct a part of ESIC contribution. So whatever contribution employee needs to make to the ESIC fund, that will be deducted by the employer. So employer also will contribute from his pocket 3.25% of wages of employee or your worker. This much it shall contribute to whom? ESIC fund. And how much employee shall contribute? Employee shall contribute 0.75% of its own wages. Okay, of the wages of the worker. So employer from his pocket shall contribute 3.75% of employee's wages and employee shall contribute 0.75% from his pocket to the ESIC fund. Now what will ESIC fund do with this contribution which it receives from the employer and employee? It is like an insurance fund. Okay. So this ESIC fund, authority has established various hospitals, various clinics, various ICUs, OPDs wherever required, various dispensaries. Okay, so when any of your worker or its family member is not well, it is suffering from some serious illness, the worker or your family members, they can very well visit any of these hospitals, ICU, dispensaries. It can just show its ID card. By showing the ID card, they will come to know he is a member of ESIC contributing, so he will get free of charge treatment. Now you understood how it is same like our insurance. Like every month or every year we shall be paying premium for the insurance. It's a contingent contract, right? So when anything happens to us, the expenses shall be borne by the insurance company. Same like that. Whenever anything happens to the employee or its family members, the expenses shall be borne by this ESIC fund. I hope you have understood this. So let's sum up. What is the ESIC? It's the labor law under Act 1948. Okay, it is for giving the medical benefits to the employee and its family members. Apart from that, it will be responsibility of an employer to register under this act if it is having 10 or more employees. The covered employees are employees having salary up to 21,000, and in case of a disabled class 25,000. For registration of employer, it is done online by filing form 01. It has to be filed online on the esic.in website. Once registration is obtained, all the employees who join the organization, who are covered employees, they have to submit form number 1 along with the family photo to the employer. Employer shall get it registered, and once ESIC is satisfied, it shall give them the permanent ID proof which will be valid throughout their life. Now, the benefit will be taken by providing the contributions. So, employer's contribution limit is 3.25%. It's a mandated limit, and employee's contribution limit is 0.75% of its wages. Employer shall pay from his pocket, and employee's salary will be deducted. Okay, and both contribution are pooled together in the ESIC fund. ESIC fund has made various hospitals, dispensaries. So any point of time employee is not well, it can get admitted to this ESIC run hospitals and dispensaries and get treatment free of cost. So this was your ESIC registration. Now we are going to start with the next registration, that is Employees Provident Fund. Last registration was about the labor law, right? Even this registration is relating to the labor law itself. So your Employees Provident Fund is also a labor law. Okay, so the name of the act is Employees Provident Fund Act 1952. Okay, what is the name of the act? Employees Provident Fund Act 1952. Now this Employees Provident Fund, you might have heard about this word, right? Provident Fund from your father or mother, that my balance in PPF account is this much. So this basically balance is very important because it is nothing but your retirement benefit. Okay, so when any of the employee or any of the laborers are retirement generally happens around 65 to 70, right? So nobody finds us eligible to be working after 65 to 70 years. Then who is going to take care of you? Okay, so in that age we will require more money. So for supporting your life cycle, we have a concept of a provident fund where every month whatever salary of you earn, out of that some part will be contributed to the provident fund. This will be just like your savings, but it is a tax free saving. So whenever you will take out balance from the provident fund account, it is total tax free. Understood? So earlier ESIC registration was for providing medical benefits, but this provident fund registration is for giving the retirement benefit for the laborer. So let's begin. First of all, which ministry is applicable over here, or which ministry takes care, as it is a labor law, it's Ministry of Labor and Employment. So MOLE is applicable over here. Apart from that, where it is applicable, ESIC was applicable where 10 or more employees are working. Employees Provident Fund is applicable where 20 or more workers are employed. So where 20 or more workers are employed. So where 20 or more workers are employed, it will be responsibility of that of an employer to take the registration under Employees Provident Fund. Unlike ESIC, we don't have any criteria for employees. So all the employees who have entered or who have joined the covered organization, registered organization under EPFO, that is Employees Provident Fund, they need to compulsorily join the EPF. Okay. So it will be whose responsibility? Responsibility will be that of an employer. Whose responsibility? It's an responsibility of an employer to contribute. In which form we are going to contribute? Employer has to take the registration in form 5A. We have a form 5A. Along with that, he has to attach a covering letter and the required documents. Okay, so employer has to attach form 5A covering letter for the EPFO registration. This will be application filed with the Employees Provident Fund organization, and this will be an online application. How we are going to apply? It's an online application. So if your EPFO, that is Employees Provident Fund organization, is satisfied, it shall provide you with temporary number. Temporary Provident Fund number. Why temporary Provident Fund number? Because final Provident Fund number you will get once they do the inspection of your premises. So before allotting the permanent Provident Fund number, EPFO authority shall do the inspection of your premises. If your premises are very much far away, they may do the online inspection also, but definitely they will do the inspection. So once temporary Provident Fund number you will get, the authority shall do inspection of premises. Once inspection of premises is done and your authority, so once inspection of premises is done, they shall allot permanent PF number. Okay, so once permanent PF number is allotted, okay, then your organization is registered. Now whoever will join this organization, it will be compulsory for an employee to also enroll for the Provident Fund. Otherwise, they would be liable for the penalty. They don't have any option. Okay. Now listen to this. If any of the employee, when they join the registered organization, so automatically it will be applicable. Okay, automatically Employees Provident Fund shall be applicable. Employee don't have any choice but to enroll. Okay. Now after that, what about the contribution? Basically contribution part is not covered in chapter number 13, but just for giving you additional information, because we are also going to learn detailed Provident Fund law in chapter number 17. So let's complete our contribution part. ESIC contribution was 3.25% and 0.75%. As far as your contribution for Provident Fund is concerned, there is equal contribution. Okay, equal contribution is done by employer and employee. So employer has to pay from his pocket and from employee salary it will be deducted. Both of them has to pay 12%. How much is a contribution? 12% of the wages of the worker. That is to be contributed every month to employees provident fund. Clear with this? Okay. Who manages this fund? This fund is managed by your central government. This was your EPFO organization. Now let's go to your notes. As I told you earlier, it's a for stability and security of our employees then when they will not be employed permanently or temporarily. The name of the act is Employees Provident Fund Scheme 1952. The application has to be given in per forma of coverage and form 5A. So first of all, temporary registration will be given. After that, after carrying out the inspection of the premises, the permanent registration shall be given. Now, what are the essential documents to be submitted with form 5A? If we are a company, then memorandum and articles has to be submitted. If we are a partnership, then copy of partnership deed. If we are cooperative society, then registration certificate from registrar. Then copy of registration certificate if we are a society which is registered under Societies Registration Act. In case of a HUF, we have to give the partnership deed, that is partition deed. That's all with our provident fund registration. I hope you have understood. Only this much has to be done. Now we are going to start with the FCRA registration. What is FCRA? It's a Foreign Contribution Regulation Act. What is the name of this act? It's a Foreign Contribution Regulation Act. Okay. Now listen to this. In chapter number 7, we had seen various non-profit organizations which can be incorporated in India. So anybody who wants to start with a non-profit organization whose main intention is not doing profit, they can start with either a Section 8 company or a trust or a society registered under Societies Registration Act. So these three entities can be formed as a non-profit organization in India. Now, whenever there is any foreign body, whenever there is any of the foreign body, be it foreign individual, foreign entity, foreign partnership, anybody, this foreign entity is giving contribution to this non-profit organization. What it is giving? Contribution. You call it as a contribution, you call it as a donation, because these organizations are doing non-profit work promoting some particular section of society. So just for helping them in the cause, foreigners may give donations. So when any of the non-profit organization wants to receive donation from the foreign entity, it will be compulsory to take FCRA registration. Without FCRA registration, they will not be eligible to accept the foreign contribution. So if this non-profit organization wants to accept foreign contribution, what they want to accept? Foreign contribution, it would be compulsory for them to take FCRA registration. So they need to register under FCRA. Without FCRA, they will not be eligible to take the contribution. Clear with this? Understood? Now why? Many years before, we had taken one such contribution and we had to face lot of difficulty for that. Britishers had shown us a very big picture and then they entered our country, they encroached upon our country. This should not be repeated. Hence, the foreign donations are regulated by FCRA. If any non-profit organization wants to take donation, first FCRA registration shall be compulsory. Now there is some eligibility criteria, very important. There is some eligibility criteria. Whenever any of the non-profit organization wants to accept a foreign contribution, they have to take FCRA registration, and for taking FCRA registration there is a eligibility criteria. First of all, it should be an Indian entity, be it a sole proprietor, be it a company, does not matter. This entity preferably should be a NPO. Okay, so which entity will be preferred? Preferably non-profit organization. If it is not a non-profit organization, they may not get registration. And this NPO wants to accept the foreign contribution. What they want to do? They want to accept the foreign contribution. This is the first criteria. Second criteria talks about the entity should have completed at least 3 years from incorporation. So new entity, it cannot enroll for permanent FCRA registration. Okay, so applicant or entity shall have completed 3 years. How many years? 3 years from incorporation. Okay, so at least from 3 years they are doing this Section 8 company or a trust or a society. In this 3 years, they should have at least spent 10 lakh rupees in furtherance of promotion of that object. So for particular object they are accepting the contribution. So for that object they have already invested 10 lakh. Then only they can accept the donation. So entity shall have spent at least rupees 10 lakh. How much they have spent? At least 10 lakh rupees in promoting the object. In promoting the object. Now, if any of the entity says, yes, we have spent 10 lakh rupees, will any of the authority agree to that? The answer is no. They will not believe. So we will require some documentation on that 10 lakh rupees. So what will be the proof of spending the 10 lakh rupees? First proof will be requiring certificate from the statutory auditor that the company has spent 10 lakh rupees for the furtherance. Okay, certificate from the statutory auditor. Second, they have to provide for audited balance sheet and P&L. Okay, where there is a statement that where those 10 lakh rupees is spent. Okay, so what is the first criteria? It should be an Indian entity, preferably NPO, who wants to accept foreign contribution. Then entity should have at least completed 3 years from incorporation. An entity has spent at least 10 lakh rupees in promoting the object. Clear with this? Yes. Now, there is one example. Listen to this. There is one trust called as a sanskar.org. This sanskar.org is a newly established trust which aims at educating the children. Okay, now there is Mr. Kung Fu. This Kung Fu is from Japan. This Kung Fu wants to give contribution to this sanskar. If sanskar is Indian entity, yes. If it has completed 3 years, has spent 10 lakh rupees directly, it can take FCRA registration and take the contribution. But the twist is that the sanskar is newly incorporated. Sanskar is newly incorporated. So when it is newly incorporated, can it take FCRA registration? Basically no, but we have a way out for that. When any of the entity is newly incorporated, it wants to accept the foreign contribution. In that case, the sanskar has to apply to Ministry of Home Affairs. Ministry of Home Affairs it has to apply, and this application will be for the specific donation only. Specific donation means Sanskar has to tell that I being a newly incorporated entity, but still I have to accept donation from Kung Fu. So it will tell from where it has to accept the donation. For accepting each and every foreign contribution, newly incorporated entity which has not completed 3 years has to take the approval from the Ministry of Home Affairs. It will not get the FCRA registration. Is it clear? Yes. So there may be a question in the paper saying that an entity is a newly incorporated entity and it wants to take FCRA registration. Is it possible? The answer should be no. But you should write this point as well. It can take a specific donation by taking approval of Ministry of Home Affairs. Is it clear? Great. Now going ahead. Yes, we have discussed this basic things. Now we'll go to the criteria. There is certain criteria for grant of registration. Eligibility criteria we have seen who can apply. But when application is filed, your RBI will verify these things before granting the donation. So what is the first eligibility criteria of any particular applicant? So first is person or entity who is applying. Second criteria is about if we accept the foreign contribution from any of the entity, is it going to affect prejudicially? And third, acceptance of foreign contribution, will it lead to incitement of an offense? So these three things will be checked. So we will check the first thing, that is person or an entity. Okay. So a applicant should not be fictitious or benami. Fictitious means what? It does not exist only. Okay. Benami means what? It has been created just for the sake of accepting donation. They don't have any past records. So it should not be fictitious. It should not be a benami. Second one, your applicant should not have been prosecuted or convicted. What is the difference between the both? Prosecuted means proceedings are going on against that person. So when you are accused of any offense, definitely proceedings are going on, correct? So none of the proceedings should be going on against you, or you should not be guilty of any offense. Guilty of any offense is a conviction. Okay, so you are not prosecuted nor convicted for activities where you are forcing one person of one religion to get converted into another religion. So in this, you should not do inducement, force directly or indirectly for conversion from one religion to the another religion. It's a big crime. After that, applicant should not be prosecuted or convicted for any of the communal tensions. Communal tensions meant what? Any person who does not like peace, he like violence only. So always he tries to create fight between the people, especially of different religions. Like our famous fight is between India and Pakistan. So always our Hindus and Muslims shall be fighting with each other. So they just want, you know, a kerosene on that and there will be a big blast. It happens. So any person who is creating communal tensions, disharmony in any of the district or any part of country, he should not be able to apply for FCRA. Plus, applicant should not be guilty of divergence of fund. That means he is previously found guilty to misutilize fund. The permission was taken for A purpose and he diverted that funds for the B purpose. Even that is not allowed. Plus, if any of the applicant is propagating any of the sedition, like when there is any of the important judgment which is relating to any of the religion, there is always a curfew. Why? Because our government knows that people will come on the street with the help with the weapons. That is going to create a violent. So any of the person who propagates the violent, who starts the fight, such person can also not apply for the FCRA. Plus, If any of the person has used any of the foreign contribution which he has taken earlier for his own gain, that means I have taken contribution for my trust, but with the help of that money I went for a foreign holiday, that is not allowed. So we cannot use for personal gain or divert funds for undesirable purpose. Any of the applicants should not have contravened any provisions of FCRA Act. Any applicant should not have prohibited from accepting foreign contribution. If any of the court prohibits any person from accepting foreign contribution, he cannot apply under FCRA. Then if person is an individual, means applicant is individual, he should not have been prosecuted, convicted at any point of time. So his record should be clean and crystal clear. Any red dot in that, any black dot in that, he will not be eligible for the FCRA registration. But if your applicant is not an individual but it's a company, LLP, partnership, then the directors or partners of such entity should not be convicted or prosecuted under any act. Any act it is. Okay. So this was for a person or applicant. Now second criteria is that government will check that whether contribution which is accepted is not likely to prejudice the following. If it is going to prejudice our sovereignty and integrity of India, then it will not be allowed. So foreign contribution shall not be allowed. If it is going to affect security, strategic, scientific, economic interest of a state, then also it will not be allowed. If it is going against the public interest only, then also such public contribution is not allowed. Like you may have heard about the Ukraine and Russia. Yes, war. So, but India is not supporting Russia, though Russia is a powerful country. We get weapons from Russia, but still we are not supporting. Why? Because it is against the public interest. Right, so on the same lines, whenever there is any foreign contribution application and government thinks that this application, if affected, if accepted, this is going to against the public interest, government shall not accept that. Okay, then if it is going to affect our freedom or fairness of our election, if our election process is going to get hampered because of money received from outside India, we cannot accept that. Also, if it is going to affect the friendly relation with any state, then also we cannot accept that. If it is going to affect harmony between our religious, racial, social, linguistic groups, then also we cannot accept that. This was the second criteria. And third criteria talks about if we are accepting the foreign contribution, that foreign contribution, if it leads to incitement of an offense, means it may lead to an offense, we cannot accept that contribution. Also, if it is going to endanger anybody's life or property, also we cannot accept such foreign contributions. So these are the three criteria. Please remember, they ask direct questions on this. Okay, now coming to the application. Application for FCRA is made by online by using form FC3. We also use Darpan application for making FCRA registration. Now what are documents filed along with the application? If we are Section 8 company, then certificate of incorporation, along with that memorandum and articles. If we are trust or a society, then we will require registration certificate or deed. Then also we have to give activity report what we have did in previous 3 years. We have to give audited balance sheet P&L where crystal clear picture is there for expenditure of 10 lakh rupees. Once FCRA is approved, your registration is valid for 5 years. Please remember, very important. Can it be renewed? The answer is yes, it can be renewed, but you have to apply for the renewal application on or before 6 months. You have to apply before 6 months before expiry. So if your expiry is on 31st of December, you have to apply at least by 1st of June. Okay, so before 6 months of expiry you have to apply, otherwise after that you may be liable for a penalty. If you don't renew, you cannot accept the FCRA donations. I hope this is very clear. This was very interesting. Now we are going to start with the next registration, and very interesting registration called as Importer Exporter Code. Importer Exporter Code means what? Any Indian entity, any Indian sole proprietor, anybody who wants to do import or export, they have to take this IEC, then only they can start with the import or export. I hope you have roughly got an idea we are going to learn. Now listen to this very carefully. My drawing is not that great, but still I would like to explain you. This is our India, right? And say for example, this side we have a country, foreign country. So when India sells any goods outside India, India sells any goods outside India, this is called as an export. What is this? It's an export. And when India purchases any goods from outside India, this is called as an import. Okay, so for doing this export and import in India, we require something called as Importer Exporter Code. Without Importer Exporter Code, we cannot do import or export of any goods or services. Is it clear? Simple. Great. Now, so as I told you, IEC is required to do import or export. Now going to the hierarchy, there is Government of India. Government of India has made a ministry called as Ministry of Commerce and Industry. What is the name of the ministry? Ministry of Commerce and Industry. This Ministry of Commerce and Industry takes care of all the aspects relating to commerce and industry. So for taking care of import and export, this ministry has appointed an authority called as Director General of Foreign Trade. Whom it has appointed? Director General of Foreign Trade. We call this authority as DGFT. What do we call it? DGFT. So IC code we are going to take from whom? This DGFT, Director General of Foreign Trade. Now this Director General of Foreign Trade, can he be only one for entire India? The answer is no. So this Director General has opened 36 branches across India. How many branches it has? 36 branches across India, and these branches are at the zonal or the regional offices. So we have these branches as per zonal and regional offices. Very clear with this hierarchy. Government of India, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, DGFT. DGFT opening 36 branches across India, and they have region-wise offices. Like RBI has region-wise offices, on the same lines DGFT has region-wise offices. Clear? Great. Now as I told you, any entity who wants to do import or export, they have to take IEC. From whom it is going to take IEC? From the Director General of the Foreign Trade. Okay, so the nodal officer for Director General of Foreign Trade is your DGFT. What is an IEC? IEC is a 10-digit number. What is an IEC? It's a 10-digit number. Okay. Now this 10-digit number, once we take the registration is permanent. registration is permanent. So every time there will be no expiry for that, right? Like your ESIC is permanent, PAN is permanent, TAN is permanent. On the same lines, your IEC is also permanent, right? It does not have expiry like your FCRA registration. Also, no renewals will be required. So what have we learned till here? We have learned that anybody who is doing import and export has to take IEC from DGFT by applying to the nearest office. Clear? Great. Now, where we will require this IEC? IEC will be required by every importer and every exporter. Now say for example, any person is doing export. Now this entrepreneur is an exporter. So what he shall do? He shall ship his goods. Correct? Because he has to send it to the other country. So when he is shipping these goods, the officer in charge of port, the officer in port will ask for IEC. So what will officer in port ask for? IEC. So IEC will be required to load your goods in the ship. So he loaded the goods and he exported to the foreign country. Now when foreign country has received goods, it shall also make the payment for the same. The answer is yes. So foreign country shall send payment to this exporter. But how? Can they send in cash? No. Through a banker. So whenever banker receives the payment, this banker asks for IEC. Will he ask the foreign entities IEC? No. Money is coming from the foreign country for an Indian individual. So IEC will be asked from that individual. I hope you understood. So for exporter, when he is shipping the goods, IEC is required. And when he is receiving payment, IEC is required. Now when we think from the importer's angle, when person is purchasing goods outside India, so he will require IEC at two places. First, for unloading goods. Why unloading goods? Because he will receive the shipment, right? An exporter was sending the shipment and he is receiving the shipment. And second one, while making payment. While making payment. Clear with this? Understood? Great. Now, we will go to our notes. Requirement of IEC is very, very important. So, like PAN is compulsory, anybody who wants to do import and export, IEC is also compulsory. It will be compulsory and issued to only bona fide individual or company or any other entity. You need not be a company for taking IEC. This is one of the benefit. A sole proprietor, LLP, partnership, any entity who is doing import and export can get the IEC. So as passport is very much essential for traveling abroad, for doing import and export, your IEC is very, very important. And who is your nodal officer for that? DGFT, Director General of Foreign Trade. What is the main objective of DGFT? Regulating and promoting exports from India. Now, what are the features of this IEC? This question is asked in your exams many times. Okay, so first feature of IEC, if any Indian entity wants to go global, that is take business globally, then it will be essential to take IEC. Without taking IEC, cannot explore the foreign markets. Second, when he has taken IEC, he may get various benefits by the government, because our government wants to promote export. So it shall give you various excise, custom, subsidies, exemption, but if and only you have IEC. No renewals are required for IEC because it is valid for the lifetime. We don't apply it again. No annual compliance are required for IEC. Like every time we do import and export, do we have to file any document with the DGFT? The answer is no. We do not require any document to be filed with the DGFT. Any person can take IEC, individual, partnership, LLP, company, anybody can take the IEC. Clear? Now, application for IEC. Application for IEC is done online through the DGFT website. And which form is there? The form name is Aryat Niryat Form 2A. Please remember Ayat Niryat Form 2A. In this format, we have to file the application and we have to submit various proof, ID proof, address proof of their entity, also the business proof. As the application is online, it will be signed digitally with the help of digital signature. Okay, and once your application is approved, you will get the copy of your IEC. You will not get the hard copy. Please remember, you will only get the soft copy. Now, what are documents which we need to submit for the IEC? When we are an individual, we have to submit our personal details like PAN, ID proof and residential proof. When you are a company, you need to submit memorandum, articles and certificate of incorporation. Along with that, your PAN card, cancelled check from your current account. Why we send the cancelled check? To just confirm the bank details. Okay, so cancelled check from your current account. And for address proof, we need to give electricity bill or copy of a rent agreement. These are the documents required for your IEC. I hope everybody has understood what is IEC. Now let's start with the next registration, that is a drug license registration. Over here, the word drug does not mean the drug which we used, like is your caffeine and all. That is not a drug. Over here, drug is interpreted as medicines. So when any person they want to start with the medicine business, like your pharmacy shop, like, so they have to take a drug license. So in order to open a medical shop or a pharmacy shop, you need to take a drug license. So you cannot directly start with the business, but which license is required? Please remember, it's a drug license. So in order to start a pharmacy business or in order to deal in medicines, it is prerequisite to take a drug license. So we have two authorities for drug license, one at central level, another one at a state level. So the central level authority's name is Central Drugs Control Organization and State Drug Standard Control Organization. So Central Drug Standard Control Organization is at the central level and another authority is at the state level. So any person who wants to start with the pharmacy shop is generally within the state, so they will go with the state level authority registration, and whoever wants to do interstate, they will go for the central level authority registration. So there are two kinds of licenses under this. So your drug control organization has two kinds of licenses. The first license is called as a retail drug license. What it is called as? Retail drug license. Anybody who wants to start a pharmacy shop, they will be taking which license? Retail drug license. Okay, and anybody who wants to deal in wholesale. Wholesale means what? They will directly deal with the hospitals. Hospital needs medicines in bulk. Doctors needs medicines in bulk. So any person who wants to deal in medicine in bulk as a wholesaler, he will have to take a wholesale drug license. So now we will remember retail drug license for the pharmacist shop where they will directly deliver to the consumer, and the wholesale drug license will be required when any person wants to start with the wholesale dealing in medicines and drugs. After that, whenever any person wants to start a retail drug license, he should have a degree of pharmacy. Either degree of pharmacy or diplomacy in a pharmacy is a prerequisite if you want to start your pharmacist shop. Second option is you have to appoint a registered pharmacist. Okay, and registered pharmacist appointment is compulsory if you are taking a retail drug license. But there are certain conditions relaxed for wholesale drug license. Now coming to the requirement. What is requirement for taking the drug license? You require some physical place of business. The area of physical place of business requirement is minimum of 10 square meter. You should have a shop of at least 10 square meter whether you are doing retail or a wholesale. If you are doing both of them together, then you require 15 square meter. So either or, that is retail or a wholesale 10, both of them together you are doing, so 15 square meter. Along with that, we require certain storage facility also. Like certain medicines, also vaccine, insulins, all this requires a very cool temperature. Otherwise, they will be destroyed. So, compulsory air conditioner is required. Along with that, the cold storage facility should be there. So, your particular place should have refrigerator, air conditioner in your premises. It is compulsory. Plus, about the technical staff, as discussed for the retail, compulsory degree from pharmacist is to be required. If you are not a pharmacist, then you have to appoint a full-time pharmacist. But this conditions are relaxed as far as your wholesale drug license is concerned. So if you want to start with the wholesale business, you need not have a pharmacy degree, but there are certain options. First option, there has to be a registered pharmacist. In presence of registered pharmacist, you have to deal in medicines. If you don't have registered pharmacist, then a competent person should be there. Now, who is a competent person? Who has done a graduate and has 1 year of experience in drugs. So, either a pharmacist or one person who has 1 year experience in drugs and has a graduate degree, or who has done SSLC. SSLC is your 10th standard, right? 10 standard plus 4 years experience in dealing in drugs. This is a third option. So wholesale drug dealer has 3 options. Out of these 3, at least one person should be there, right? First, registered pharmacist. Second, 1 year of experience and graduate. Third, SSLC and 4 years of experience in the drugs. So he should deal in medicines in front of them. But for retailer, compulsory registered pharmacist is must. Now, when we apply for the application, form number is not given. They have just given us that application has to be given in the prescribed format. Along with that, we have to attach certain documents. Now, which documents we need to attach? First of all, we require a covering letter saying that we hereby want to apply for a retail drug or a wholesale drug license, and the person who is applying. So, the designation of the applicant should also be written, and it should be signed by an applicant. We also have to deposit a challan fee. Then we have to give a declaration in the prescribed format that we shall not contravene any of this act. Also, we have to give a key plan, blueprint of your plan. If your shop is ready, you can give a blueprint of a plan. That means your premises, your building is ready, but your shop is still under construction, then you can show. But there is a barren ground only. So on that ground, the building will be there, in that your shop will be there, then you can submit the site plan. Also, you have to submit what is the basis of possession. Are you owning it or are you going to rent it? If you are owning it, you have to give the ownership proof. If you're renting it, you have to take NOC from the owner, also give the rent agreement. So proof of ownership is required. Then proof of constitution of business is must. You are a company, then COI. You are a partnership, then a partnership deed. If you are a trust, then trust deed, etc., etc. Affidavit should be there on non-conviction. So affidavit will be there on 100 rupees stamp paper saying that none of the director, proprietor, partner is convicted under the act called as Drugs and Cosmetics Act 1940. If any one of them is convicted under that act, they cannot get the drug license. Also, affidavit that registered pharmacist will be available in our shop all working hours. This is affidavit required. If you are appointing a registered pharmacist or a competent person, then you will have to submit the appointment letter of them along with giving the details of their salary. So I hope you have understood this. Very short license it was. Please remember the drug license, very important. Now we are going to see a next kind of license, that is FSI license. If you have seen any of the Maggie packets or any of the food packets, behind the packet you might have seen this word called as FSSAI, that is FSI. So any entrepreneur who wants to start with the food business, it would be compulsory for them to do or take registration under FSI. So first of all, let us understand what is the full form of this FSI. FSI over here means it is Food Safety and Standard Authority of India. Food Safety and Standard Authority of India. We have an act of FSI called as Food and Safety Licensing and Registration Act 2011. These are the regulations. Under that regulations, any of the entrepreneur, any of the entrepreneur who wants to start with the food business, what they want to start with, a food business, it will be compulsory for him to take the registration or license under FSI. I will say, ma'am, why are you saying registration or license? Listen to this very carefully. Under FSI, there are two kinds of requirement. One requirement is as to registration and another requirement is as to license. So under FSI itself, we have two kinds of requirement. For some entities doing business, they have to take the registration, and for some entities doing food business, they have to take the license under FSI. So don't get confused. FSI registration and license comes under this act itself. Okay. Now we are going to see which entity will require registration and which entity will require license. Before that, it will be compulsory for all of the entities who is doing food business, right from a small hawker to a itinerant or any of the person who provides for catering services, supplies food in any of the religious social gathering, up to a great giants like Taj. Everybody shall require a FSI license if they want to start with the food business. Now you will say, ma'am, really these hawkers have the FSI license? Sometimes they may not have also. So whenever they are caught, huge penalties are taken from them. So right from small hawkers, you call it as a small eatery shop or any of the small hotel, smallest as one itinerant. Itinerant means a person who takes a stall on his neck and this goes from one railway to the another railway, that is from one train to another train. Even he is required to take the FSI. Some people may not be having FSI registration, but then if they are caught, then they have to pay the sum. I hope you understood this. So now let's understand which people require registration. So registration is required by all the petty vendors. All the petty vendors who does a food business. Now what is the definition of a petty vendor? Very important to know. So who is a petty vendor? Any entrepreneur doing food business and whose annual turnover does not exceed 12 lakh, he is a petty vendor. So, any entrepreneur's annual turnover does not exceed 12 lakhs, he will be called as a petty vendor. Also, along with the annual turnover, there is something called as production capacity. Something called as a production capacity. So, he also need to comply with this production capacity requirement. Okay. So, what is the first requirement under that? When that person is handling any of the non-dairy products, what it is handling? It's handling non-dairy products. Per day of handling of this non-dairy products, the limit per day is not exceeding 100 liter or kg per day. What is the per day limit? Not exceeding 100 liter or kg per day. So when he is handling while doing food business, any of the non-dairy products, that should not exceed 100 liter or kg per day. For example, he is making a dabeli or a vada pav. Then he will be using many masalas, potatoes, all these are the non-dairy. So he should not be using more than 100 kg or liter per day. Then only he will be called as a food vendor. And when he is handling dairy products, second one is handling of dairy products. So when he is handling dairy products, the limit is 500 liters per day. So it should not be exceeding 500 liters per day. So milk and milk products not exceeding 500 liters per day. Now, third one, when it is dealing in slaughtering. Slaughtering means cutting of animals, chicken and all, right? They need to cut the animals and birds. So as far as slaughtering is concerned, I will write the slaughtering in the reading, so it will be very easy for you to relate. So this is the third one where slaughtering is done. Now as far as slaughtering is done, where big animals are concerned, big animals like goats or sheep and all this, they are cut for making the food, then not exceeding 2. Not exceeding 2 big animals. Okay, as far as small animals are concerned, not exceeding 10. So liberty up to 10 is given to them. And when we talk about the poultry birds, the chicken and all, poultry birds not exceeding 50. Okay, so in a day he should not be handling more than this. If he is within the limits, all the points to be complied, then he will be called as a petty vendor. If he is a petty vendor, he needs to take registration under FSI. Okay, so what are the petty vendors definition? Please remember, annual turnover not exceeding 12 lakhs, production capacity handling of non-dairy 100 liters per day, dairy 500 liters per day, slaughtering big animals maximum 2, small animals maximum 10 and poultry birds maximum of 15 per day. It's a limit per day, please remember. It's a per day limit. When you call it as a petty vendor. So when it is a petty vendor, what they have to do? This petty vendor has to apply for the registration in form number A. Which form is there? They have to apply in form A to the authority. When they apply in form A, within next 7 days, okay, within next 7 days, either the form will be accepted, so registration is approved, or it may be rejected. So this communication has to be made within 7 days itself. It cannot exceed the 7 day. So this was a registration part as far as FSI registration for petty vendors. Now going back to the license part. Now under FSI there are two kinds of license. One is a state FSI license. Another one is a central FSI license. State FSI license and central FSI license. So one was a petty vendor. For petty vendor registration was there. For other who are doing food business but who is not petty vendor, means whose turnover is exceeding 12 lakhs but not exceeding 20 crores. Okay, he will be called as medium scale enterprise. So what is a medium scale enterprise? Whose turnover is exceeding 12 lakhs but not exceeding 20 crores. Please remember this. Okay, whose turnover is exceeding 12 lakhs but not exceeding 20 crores. And the other kind will be a large giants, large food giants like your Tatas or your Taj, right? They are large giant who is doing food business. Their turnover exceeds 20 crores. So whoever turnover exceeds 20 crores, they will be called as a large food giants. So for large food giants, it will be compulsory to take license under central FSI license. Okay, so for large food giants, central FSI license is there. Now what about medium scale food giants? If the medium scale food giants are operating only within the state, they are not going outside the state, then state FSI license would be enough for them. But when they are doing interstate food supply, then it would be compulsory for them to take the central FSI. So medium foods business has two options: operating within the state, state FSI; operating outside the state, central FSI. Is it clear? So for petty vendor we have registration. For state, that is your medium scale, two options: state license or a central license, and for your large giants, compulsorily central FSI license. Now going ahead to the validity of the registration. Validity of the registration. If I want to open a coffee shop, I have to take a FSI registration, yes. So I don't know my coffee shop will run for year, 2 year, 3 year. So I can take FSI registration or license for 1 year also, 2 year also, 3 year also, 4 year also, and 5 years also. So I can take FSI registration or license for 1 year up to 5 years. Understood? So it depends upon the applicant for how many years he wants to take the FSI registration. The fees for FSI will be dependent upon number of years of license. So validity will be from 1 year to 5 year, and the fees, it shall depend upon the license, how many number of years license or registration it is, and you can very well renew after expiry. Can very well renew after the expiry. So this was your FSI. Now let's go to our notes. So what is a FSI? FSI is mandatory when anybody is starting any of the food business. It's a 14-digit registration or a license number, and it should be printed on all the food packages. Okay. We have a law, as I told you, Food Safety and Standards Licensing Registration of Food Business Regulation Act 2011. So as I told you about the petty retailer, it will be compulsory to take the FSI registration. So FSI registration will be compulsory for any of the manufacturer and seller also. If any person is not manufacturer but only selling the food products, okay, like agency of Maggie, many people have. So every person who is having agency of Maggie, it will be compulsory for them to take the FSI registration even though they are not manufacturing it. Okay. Then hawker, itinerant vendor means a person who carries stall from one train to another train is called as an itinerant vendor, or any of the temporary stall holder. After that, any person who distributes the food in any of the religion or the social gathering, it will be compulsory to take the FSI registration. Caterer is not termed under petty vendor, but he will be required to take the license. Please remember. Then the definition of petty vendor I have already discussed with you. Then two kinds of FSI license as discussed, state FSI and the central FSI. This is also discussed. Yes. So that's it with the FSI registration. I hope you have understood this. It's very important from the exam point of view because I have seen that they are asking FSI again and again, and it's very easy also. Please do this from the exam point of view. Now we are going to see next type of registration or licenses under pollution. I will wonder why ma'am pollution. See, we have various kinds of pollution and that is a big problem for India, right? Pollution, I mean water pollution, we have air pollution, we have noise pollution, we have soil pollution. So many kinds of pollutions are there, and these pollutions are emitted from our industries. Okay, because industries carry on their manufacturing processes, and when they are carrying on their manufacturing processes, they discharge various effluents. It may be water effluents. So dirty water that is emitted from the factories or discharged from the factories, that is put into nearby stream or wells, thereby polluting that water, right? Also, during the production, various kinds of gases comes out, right? Chemical gases and all. So those poisonous gas, when they are emitted outside the factory, it get mixed with our air, thereby polluting the air also. So these all industries, whenever they are doing any of the production or manufacturing process, they emit various gases or water effluents outside in the atmosphere, which is leading to the pollution. This is a reason we have our government of India, and for taking care of the pollution, our government has established a ministry called as Ministry of Environment and Forest. Okay, which ministry is there? MOEF. This we have also learnt in your chapter number 9. So Ministry of Environment and Forest will be taking care of our pollution, and it's very important to control the pollution. Okay, so our Ministry of Environment and Forest, it has listed down 30 kinds of projects. Okay, so our Ministry of Environment and Forest, it has listed down 30 kinds of project. Now what are this project? If I give you example of this project, projects relating to your petrochemicals, projects relating to your dyes or paints, okay, projects relating to dealing in bulk, that is bulk dealing in any of the drugs. So these are the examples of this 30 project. These projects emit large scale pollution. So what our ministry says that whoever deals in these 30 projects, before establishing the industry or before starting your industry, it will be compulsory to take various pollution clearances. Okay, so what are the orders of ministry? Our ministry has ordered that whoever deals in any of these projects. This is an entrepreneur. He wants to deal in any of given project. Okay. So you want to set up an industry. What it wants to do? It wants to set up an industry in dealing with this project. So before doing that, he need to take various statutory clearances. Statutory clearances as to pollution. Is it clear? Understood? Great. Now, after listing down the projects, our ministry, that is Ministry of Environment and Forest, it has established two boards, two pollution control boards, one at the state level, another at the central level. So two boards we have, one is Central Pollution Control Board, Central Pollution Control Board, and another one we have State Pollution Control Board. Okay. So central pollution is at the central level and state pollution is at the state level. So these two boards will be giving various environmental clearance. So any of the entrepreneur who wants to deal in those 30 project, any of the 30 project, first it needs to make application to its state pollution control board. Okay. So State Pollution Control Board shall give you various environmental clearances. These environmental clearances are again divided into two kinds. There are two environmental clearances. So first of all, any of the entrepreneur wants to start construction of factory. First it needs to apply to the State Pollution Control Board asking for something called as consent to establish. What it is asking? It is asking for consent to establish. So if I want to start with the paint factory, before starting construction of my factory, I have to ask for permission to establish my factory. So when are we going to take this consent to establish? We are going to take consent to establish before starting construction of factory. Before starting constructing your factory, we are going to ask for consent to establish. And second one, once construction is done, we are about to inaugurate our company or the factory. So before starting the production or before starting the machinery, we need to again obtain something called as consent to operate. So what is the second thing we need to take? Consent to operate. And these two are compulsorily to be taken by this entrepreneur. Okay, so when we have to take consent to operate we have to take before starting your production. So one is your CTE, we call it consent to establish. Another one is CTO, that is consent to operate. Please remember. I will sum up. If any entrepreneur wants to deal in any of the project listed by MOAF, it needs to take various statutory clearances from State Pollution Control Board. They are divided into two kinds: consent to establish before starting the factory construction and consent to operate before starting the production. Is it clear? Great. Now further, our ministry, that is Ministry of Environment and Forest, it has done classification of industries. What it has done? It has done classification of industries. So our industries are divided into various types. So in this classification, the very first type of industry is a red category industry. Okay, which category it is? It is a red category industry. This red category industry is very dangerous for our environment. Why? Because it has a high pollution index. Okay, so what does it have? It gives out huge pollution, so it has highest pollution index. Okay, so whoever wants to set the red category industry, they will have a highest pollution index, hence stringent rules and regulations shall be applicable. If I want to give you example of the red category industry, we have huge hospitals, hotels, big manufacturing companies. These are the high index, that is red category industry. After that comes your orange category industry. Orange category industry. Over here, this orange category industry also give out the pollution, but it is not as high as red category. So I can say it is having a medium pollution index. Medium pollution index. Example of this industry is your pharmaceutical industry. Okay. After that, we have third kind of industry, which is a green category industry. This green category industry has a very less pollution index. So it has a very low pollution index. So when it has very low pollution index, obviously the rules and regulation will not be as stringent as for red and orange. After that, the fourth category is the white category industries. White category industries. White category industry does not do any pollution. It does not lay out any of the effluents only. Hence, it is no pollution index, zero pollution. Example, our software company. It does not emit anything, right? Now, listen to this very carefully. These white category industry act as it has zero pollution index. Okay, this industry may have exemption. So this white category industry may be exempted from taking consent to establish and consent to operate. So they may be exempted from taking consent to establish and operate if they fulfill following conditions. So if they follow the following conditions, then only they will be exempted from taking CTE and CTO only to the white category industry. So the very first condition is that industry has to be set up in a government nominated area. So government has nominated areas for various kinds of industry. So they have also nominated for white category. So white category should be located in that area only. If they go outside that area, then they have to take CTO and CTE. Okay, so what is the first condition? Industry to be established in demarcated locality only. In demarcated locality only. This is the first condition. Second condition says that the investment in plant and machinery cannot be exceeding 1 crore. Second one, investment in plant and machinery should be not exceeding 1 crore. Clear with this? Third, they should not be emitting any of the poisonous gases. They should not be discharging any of the gaseous. They should not be discharging any of the toxic water. Okay. So no emission of air. Air is emitted and no discharge of water effluents. Also no noise pollution. Clear with this? Understood? The last one. Fourth condition says that such industry should not handle any of the hazardous substance or the toxic substance. Okay, so no handling or dealing in hazardous or toxic substances. Okay, so if the white category industry, if they fulfill this all four conditions, then they shall be exempted from taking CTE and CTO, only and only for the white category industry. I hope you have understood this. So this was relating to your pollution clearances. Now we are going to start with the next application called as a patent. If you have heard about something called as an IPR, IPR is nothing but it's an intellectual property rights. What is it? It's an intellectual property rights. And in India we have various kinds of IPR like patent, trademark, copyright, geographical indications, designs. This IPR is nothing but any of the idea which has evolved from our brains. That's why it is called as intellectual property right. And any owner of this right, okay, any owner, who will be owner? One who has created it. So owner of this intellectual property right, in order to protect its right, it needs to take the registration. Okay, so it needs to take registration under his name, then only his right will be protected. Very simple example. There is a scientist, he has invented one of the medicine which is short for the cancer patients. So whoever is suffering from cancer, if they take that process or take that medicine, then it will be cured. And this is 100% treatment. No chemotherapy, nothing will be required. This is a new invention. So that scientist would definitely like to take that particular medicine in his name. So he wants to protect his right. Whoever other person uses his invention without his approval, he should be penalized or punished. So in order to protect his right, he needs to take registration under patent. So this is what we are going to learn. Patent is nothing but it is a new product. So anybody who has made a new product means nobody has seen that product earlier in the market. Okay, so you have evolved one car who is flying car. So in traffic the car will fly. This is not still there in India, right? It may be there in the other countries. So this is a new product. So that engineer who has made such a car, he will definitely like to patent in his name? Yes. So new product or new process. New product or new process can be patented, and the person who is inventor, he shall get the benefit of that. So who can take registration of this? Only and only inventor and his assignees. Only inventor and his assignee can take the patent. So what is patent? It's one of the intellectual property rights which help owner to protect his invention from unauthorized use. Clear? Okay. What is a patent? Detail of this will be learning in the chapter number 16. So right now we are going to concentrate on who is a nodal officer for this. Any inventor who wants to protect his right of invention, he will have to apply to authority called as controller of patents. Controller of patent shall be the nodal officer for registration of the patent. Okay, before going to the registration procedure, I would like to discuss few important points with you so that it will be very easy for you. Now, whenever any of the person, listen to this very carefully, he invents something, he invents any of the XYZ product or a process. So this is what is invented and he wants to protect. So this protection is available in India, that is for sure. But if he wants outside India also, can he get protection outside India? In India, his product will be protected. But what about outside India? Outside India also this can be protected. Like a simple example, iPhone, is it an Indian product? No. Still protected. Can you make similar kind of iPhone? No. iPhone shall sue you for that, right? So, products can be protected in India and also outside India. This is because of various treaties. See, India and other countries are doing commercial transactions with each other, business with each other. So, India respects other countries' patent on the same lines. We also, our patents are also protected and respected in the other country. So for that there are treaties. Okay, so there is a treaty called as Patent Cooperation Treaty. Okay, Patent Cooperation Treaty. So this treaty is signed by many countries. This is signed by many countries. So whoever signs this treaty, in this treaty it is written that protection shall be provided to each and every country's patent. So whoever is signing this treaty, it will be responsibility of that country to protect the other country's patent in their country. So this has evolved protection of intellectual property right not only in India but other countries also, which has entered into the treaty. Is it clear? Okay, great. So I hope you have understood what is a patent cooperation treaty. Now we are going to see various kinds of patent application. Various kinds of patent application. The first kind of application is a provisional application. Now what is a provisional application? There are two friends, okay, there are two scientist friends. Both of them are making same kind of a flying car, okay, but this is Mr. A and this is Mr. B. B has finished off with the 90% of his car. A is about to finish 95% of its car. So now A went to visit B place and he saw that B has completed 95%. So if B will register first, all the efforts of A will go in vain? Yes. So in this case what he can do? When his entire product is not ready but only the skeleton is ready. What is ready? The box is ready. Veins are to be put inside, skeleton is ready, blood and all has to be put inside. So when skeleton is ready, any of the scientists for the priority claim, he can file a provisional application. Okay, so provisional application he can file when the skeleton is ready. So once provisional application is filed, the final application, or you call it as a complete specification. Okay, complete specification has to be filed with every detail. That means your entire product should be ready by now. This complete specification has to be filed within 12 months from provisional. Within 12 months from the provisional application. So if Mr. A files provisional application first, after that within 12 months of that he files the final application, complete specification, then his priority date will be from the provisional date. So suppose he made provisional application on 1st of Jan 21 and the final application he made on 31st of December 21. In this case, his priority date will be from 1st of Jan and not from the 31st of December. I hope this is very clear. So this is provisional and final. But if you fail to provide your complete specification within 12 months, in that case your provisional application shall stand cancelled. Okay, so these are the two kinds of application. The third kind is a convention application. Which is a third kind? It's a convention application. This convention application is nothing but suppose you need protection of your patent in more than one country. So you're not happy with India only, but you want to file your patent application in USA also. Can you file? The answer is yes. So an application filed in foreign country is called as an convention application. What it is called as? Convention application. So when we file this convention application outside India, okay, within 18 months of that, within 18 months you have to file application in India as well. So if we file application in India as well within 18 months, we will be able to claim priority. What is priority claim? Suppose in USA we filed convention application on 1st of Jan and in India we filed application on 31st of December. So when we have filed within 18 months, in India our application shall be deemed to be on 1st of Jan only instead of 31st of December. This is called as a priority claim, because if somebody else register before you, you will not be able to claim your patent, right? Yes, this is a convention application. An application is filed in the other country. After that, the last one, the fourth kind of application, we have PCT application. Now what is PCT application? This is application under Patent Cooperation Treaty. In this particular treaty, there are 142 countries registered. So 142 countries have signed this treaty. This treaty is signed by whom? 142 countries. So when you make this PCT application, that means you are making application in 142 countries for your patent protection. Understood? This PCT application is very costly. You can make 5 such conventional application with the fees for PCT, but you will get protection in 142 countries. But if you face rejection in any of the country, then it's a big problem. So this application is the application in the national phase. Okay, but once it is approved, you will get protection in 142 countries. Is it clear? So 4 types of application under patent. 1, provisional, when skeleton is ready. 2nd, complete to be filed within 12 months of provisional. 3rd, convention, when application is filed in any specific country. And 4th, PCT application, you are claiming protection in 142 countries. Okay, now we are going to the next, process of patent. You will say, ma'am, this many things are not in our syllabus. I understand, but for understanding the process of patent, this types of convention application was important. So now we are going to see process of application for patent. How do you apply for the patent? So first one, the requirement of this is your invention should be new. It should be a new invention, either process or a product, but it should be very, very new. If you are going for existing product only, then some value addition has to be done in that. Otherwise, the product will not be patentable. Now, any of the applicant who wants to apply, they have to apply in Form 1. Which form is there for registration of patent? Form number 1. Okay. In form number 1, you can either file a provisional or you can file the complete specification. After that, when you have applied for the provisional application, then within 12 months we have to file complete specification. What we have to file? Complete specification. Okay, the rest part will be going and looking into from our notes. Yeah, this process is very important, guys, from your exam point of view, because they have asked many times what is the process to take the patent. So as we discussed earlier, form number 1, okay, when we file form number 1, it will be very important to give the proof of your inventorship. So you should prove that you have only invented this product, because only inventor and the assignees of inventor can take the patent. Any other person cannot take the patent. So you have to file the application for inventorship, and if you have assigned, you have to give the proof of assignment. Okay, then provisional application if we have filed, then complete specification shall be filed in form number 2 within 12 months of that. Okay, after that we have to file statement and undertaking in form number 3. Okay, so statement and undertaking that I am the only owner of this invention, nobody else is there, and I have not seen this product anywhere in the market and it is not available. This is a new invention. This statement and undertaking has to be filed in form number 3. This is to be filed within 6 months of application or during the application. After that, whenever we are filing any of the convention application, or when we are filing application outside India or complete specification, in form number 5 we have to declare that we are inventor. So you have to declare about your inventorship. This you need to file within 1 month of filing the application. Okay, and if you are doing that in India with the controller of patent, it is to be filed in form number 4. Form number 5 for convention, form number 4 with the controller. Okay, after that, then we require a power of attorney. Like there is a layman who is a scientist. Why I call him as a layman? Because he does not know what is the law. So he will not know how to apply for the patent. He may hire a professional for that. Is professional or inventor? No. So how can he apply for the inventorship? He cannot. So the professional will be given a power of attorney. So inventor shall give power of attorney to the professional. So this power of attorney has to be given in form number 26, and the professional who helps in taking the patent will be called as an patent agent. Okay, so if form 26 is not signed and general power of attorney is given, then self-attested copy is also to be filed. Okay, after that, priority document is must when we are filing any of the convention application or the PCT application. Priority document you have to file that we have filed application in India also. So that priority document we have to file along with the application in convention or a PCT, or within 18 months of that. Within 18 months of convention or PCT application, we have to file a priority document. Please remember this. Okay. After that, now I want to show you something. Can you see this image? What is there in this image so special? These all are the biological materials. What are these, guys? Biological materials. Biological material means which are naturally available. Human beings do not make this. Algae, blood, all these are naturally available. Okay, so when any of the scientist or any of the engineer is using this biological material in their invention, example our Baba, Ramdev Baba, he makes various medicines and all, right, and makes products related to that. So he uses our biological materials which are available on the Himalayas or other places. Okay, so is he growing or is he making that biological material? Not possible. It is from nature, right? So I cannot say I'm making the tree. It's natural. Correct? Whatever I'm making in factory, it is my product. But when the trees are growing, it's natural product called as biological material. So when any scientist, any engineer uses this biological material in his invention, he has to first of all take permission of an authority. Secondly, it needs to tell exact place where this is available, right? Yes. So whenever application pertains to biological material which is obtained in India, first of all we will have to take permission from National Biodiversity Authority. Which authority? National Biodiversity Authority, and this permission is to be taken when you are granting the applicant. Okay, this permission is to be taken at least before grant of the patent. So when you are making application, you can give. If you have not given, that is okay. You can give at least before the patent is granted to you. Clear with this? Understood? Also, when you are using any of the biological material, we have to clearly indicate what is the source of that. Okay, so you have to quote the geographical origin of the biological material. So this is a pre-requirement. After that, your application, that is a patent application, will be signed by the applicant. Signature will be there at all the pages. After that, your provisional or complete specification will also be signed by your agent or applicant on the last page. Whatever drawing sheet you are submitting, even that will have signature of your applicant or agent on right hand bottom corner. So once your controller of patent or the convention application or PCT is satisfied, you may get a patent registered. So from that day, you will only be alone the owner of that process. If anybody uses your process without your permission, you can sue them in the court of law. So I hope this is understood. This was a patent. Now we are going to start with the next registration called as a NBFC. I know we have learned this in chapter number 8 also. So this will be just like a revision for you. So what is the NBFC? NBFC means any of the company, yes, any of the company which is doing a banking activity, but it is not a bank. So any company doing financial activity just like the bank, but it is not a bank, correct? So NBFC is a registered company under Companies Act 2013, which is engaged in taking loans, giving loans, receiving deposits, acquisition of shares, stock, that is investment, leasing, hire purchase, insurance business, and the chit fund business. So why do I call it is not a bank? Because bank is a part of payment and settlement system. NBFC is not. Bank can accept demand deposits. NBFCs cannot. Bank can provide for deposit insurance, NBFCs cannot. These are the main difference between the bank and the NBFCs. After that, your banks are regulated under Banking Regulation Act 1949, whereas your NBFCs are regulated under RBI Act 1934. So any of the company which wants to start as an NBFC, it needs to take license from the RBI. So for taking license from RBI, what are the requirements? It should be doing a financial activity. So how do you test whether company is doing financial activity or not? By 50-50 test. Out of the total assets, more than 50% of the assets should be the financial assets, and out of the total income, more than 50% of the income should come from the financial asset only. This is a 50-50 test. Second criteria is minimum net owned fund should be 2 crore. So any of the NBFC cannot have less than authorized share capital of 2 crore rupees. Okay. Now there are certain restrictions or prohibitions to the NBFC. So NBFC cannot do following. What are those? It cannot engage in agriculture, industrial activity, purchase sale of goods or services, purchase, sale of, construction of immovable property or any other than financial activity, they will not be an NBFC. So NBFCs are not allowed to do all these activities. Now, as I told you, it will be compulsory for NBFC to take license from RBI in order to start with the NBFC. But there are certain NBFCs which are exempted from taking license from the RBI. Which are those NBFC? The first kind of NBFC is the HFC. HFC requires to take license from the NHB, that is National Housing Bank. Insurance company is also NBFC, but it is regulated by your IRDA, Insurance Regulatory Development Authority of India. After that, we have stockbroking companies, merchant banking companies, venture capital companies or companies running CIS or the mutual fund companies. All these companies are not regulated by your RBI, but they are regulated by a SEBI, Securities Exchange Board of India, and they shall be taking registration with the SEBI only. Then we have Nidhi Company, section 620 of the Companies Act. So this Nidhi company shall not be taking license from RBI because RBI has exempted. Why? Because they deal within the members, they don't go outside the members only. I hope you remember that. The last one, we have a chit fund company. Chit fund company means who are dealing in very small savings of the people, investing them and giving them the returns. So this chit fund are to be registered with the respective state government and they need not take registration under RBI. So these are the exemptions of your registration of license. Now what is the requirement of NBFC? First of all, it will be a company registered under Companies Act. It may be a private company, it may be a public company, no problem. But it cannot be an OPC, please remember. After that, it needs license from RBI. So the minimum net own funds requirement is 200 lakhs or 2 crore rupees. So when we are applying license from RBI, we know there are two ways, right? First, we have to go to the website of RBI. We have to fill in the details, submit it, CARN will be generated. Once it is generated, we have to take the physical documents and then submit with the RBI. So what are the documents we need to attach? We are going to see that now. We require information about the management, then certified copies of certificate of incorporation and extract of your memorandum. We don't require entire memorandum but only extract of the object clause of the company. After that, PAN, SIN allotted, director's profile, because at least one director has to be NBFC export. Then we require director's experience certificate also. We require CIBIL data of director because his data has to be very crystal clear. We will require financial statements of unincorporated bodies to check whether they are accepting the public deposits or not. Okay. After that, various board resolution we shall require. The first board resolution, it will be for authorization and submitting applications to the RBI. Second board resolution, that company has not accepted any public deposit and it shall not accept any public deposit till time it receives approval from the RBI. Okay. So all things we have already discussed in chapter number 8. So I am going little fast. After that, board resolution stating that company is not carrying on NBFC activity and it shall not carry on any of the NBFC activity till it gets license from the RBI. After that, board resolution that company has adapted for the fair practice code issued by the RBI. Also, we require statutory auditor certificate that company is not accepting any of the public deposits. Also, it is not carrying on any of the NBFC activity and it should also confirm that what is the net owned funds. Then they have to give details of the share capital and latest shareholding pattern if you are an existing company. Then we require FD deposit to confirm about the net own funds from the bank where you have kept your authorized share capital. Also we require about your bank balances of your holding, subsidiary, associate company and the main applicant company from all the banks where they are having the bank accounts. After that, if we are existing NBFC, that means if you are existing company, then we require last 3 years audited balance sheet, P&L, director's report, auditor's report. After that, we require a business plan of company. In next year, what are they planning? Which market segment they want to start with? What are the projected balance sheet, cash flow statement, income pattern? What is that projected area or the public deposits area? Plus, we need to tell them what is the source of a startup capital. It has come from incubator or it has come from any of the friends, family, or it was taken as a loan from any of the banks. You have to tell them. Also, we require self-attested bank statement or income tax returns. And if RBI provides for more requirement, then you have to give more documents for a particular license of RBI. Now after submitting this, if RBI is satisfied, it shall issue a license of NBFC. Now there are various NBFC licenses. In chapter number 8 itself, we have seen there are different kinds of NBFC. So the first one is asset finance company. This type of a company provides finance to the asset acquisition. So any of the industry who wants loan for acquisition of any of the property or any of the company who wants loan for acquisition of equipments, okay, that equipment which is going to support its industrial activity, such asset finance company can provide for. So a asset finance company itself will not be doing production, but it shall be financing the physical assets like automobiles, latte machines, etc. etc. After that, second is your investment company whose main business will be buying, selling of securities only, not doing any other financial activity. After that, we have a loan company. Now remember, the loan company is not a asset finance company. The loan company's main business will be giving of loan. It will be any kind of a loan, be it a personal loan, education loan, business loan, commercial loan, any kind of a loan. Even durable loan are also given by your loan company, but it is not an AFC. After that, infrastructure finance company. These NBFCs provide loans for the infrastructure projects. So the test over here required is 75% of its assets should be in the infrastructure loan, and it requires minimum net own funds of 300 crore, credit rating of A category and CRAR of 15%. After that, we have systematically important core investment company. Minimum net own fund requires 100 crore. The asset side should be 100 crores or more. Its main business will be only and only investment. 90% of its assets should be in the investment. Out of that, 60% should be in equity or convertible into equity within 10 years. Clear? After that, we have infrastructure debt fund. This you know, they will be raising fund from the public at large by issuing the bonds which may be Indian rupee denominated or a dollar denominated, and the maturity for bonds will be minimum of 5 years. These bonds can only be issued by the infrastructure companies. After that comes your microfinance. This microfinance is an NBFC dealing only and only with the poor strata people. So it will be giving loans to the poor strata people, to those people who are living in the rural or the semi-urban areas. Okay, and this loan will be collateral free loans. So I hope you have understood with all different kinds of NBFCs. And what is an NBFC? It's licensing. This was just a revision because detailed we have learned in chapter number 8. Now we are going to see something called as a banking license. Any entrepreneur who wants to start with the bank, they need to take a banking license from the RBI. So RBI is a nodal officer for your bank. Now which law will be applicable? The applicable law will be Banking Regulation Act 1949. Okay, Banking Regulation Act 1949. So all those banks which were operative when this new banking rules came, even they had to take a license within 6 months. So they need to comply with the license requirement from the RBI within 6 months of commencement of this act. Okay, so any person who wants to carry on banking business in India, they need to hold a license issued by RBI. And whenever RBI issues the license, it will also give various conditions. These conditions are to be fulfilled all the time, otherwise your license may be revoked. Okay. Now, every other banking company which was in existence before commencement of act, as discussed earlier, they need to comply with the new regulation within next 6 months. Okay. So before granting license to any of the business, RBI may do inspection of books of the company and also lay down various conditions. Now over here in this particular license, we are not going to see which form, within how many months approval will be given, what documents are required, but they are going to concentrate more on what are the conditions laid down by the RBI. So let's see what are the condition needs to be fulfilled. First condition, bank or RBI will see to it that company is in position to pay off its entire present and future depositors. So your company is basically a solvent company. Insolvent company can never be a bank, very important point, because if it is already a insolvent company, how is it going to give loans and take the business? I hope you understood. So your company should be a solvent company able to meet its present and future requirements. After that, the affairs of the company should not be detrimental to its present and future depositors. So affairs of the company should be in interest of the depositors only. Third, the character of your management of the company, they are talking about the board of directors now, even their character cannot be against the interest of the depositors or the public at large. So if the general character of management is running against the public interest or against the interest of depositors, then license may not be granted. After that, RBI will check whether company has adequate capital structure, is it a solvent company, and what are its future earning prospects. If future earning prospects are clear, if they are able to give 3 to 4 year estimate of income and expenditure, they may be given a license. After that, RBI will think that if license is given to this new bank, is it going to help public at large? If answer comes yes, then the license may be given. After that, it will also check that in that particular area where this new bank is going to come, there the existing banks are there. So if license is provided, is it going to hamper their running, or is it going to help the existing banks? If it is going to hamper, RBI may not issue the license. So whatever a new bank comes up with, if it is coming with the new idea, new concept of banking, RBI will give them compulsory license, and if not, RBI may not give. Okay, so it may lead to expansion of bank already there in area, and other relevant factors would not be prejudicial to the operation and consolidation of banking system consistent with the monetary stability and the economic growth. Apart from these conditions, if RBI thinks that other conditions has to be fulfilled, it may put. But the very important, it should be in the public interest and it should be in the present and future depositors' interest. If these 2 points are complied with, you may get a license from RBI. Now, the license which is issued by RBI, can it be cancelled? Answer is yes, in two criteria, two conditions. One, your company ceased to carry on the banking business. Cease means stop to carry on banking business. And the second criteria, whatever condition was imposed by RBI, you have failed to comply that. So in two scenarios, your banking license may be cancelled. This also they ask for 3 marks. Very simple question but very important to remember. You cannot put any points from your pocket. Whatever is given you have to write as it is. So what are the two conditions? First condition, it ceased to carry on the business of banking, and the second condition, it could not fulfill the condition imposed by the RBI. Okay. So after that, if you have applied for RBI and RBI did not grant you license or RBI cancelled your license and your company is not satisfied, it is very angry, can they appeal? Answer is yes. They can appeal for cancellation of license. So aggrieved party means on whom the injustice is done, it can cancel, it can sue, it can appeal against the RBI within 30 days with the central government. Okay, so it can file an appeal with the central government within 30 days of receipt of order of RBI. After 30 days, central government may allow, but you have to give reason why you have delayed. And whatever decision is given by central government will be full and final. You cannot appeal further. Okay, so I hope you have understood about the banking. Only this much you have to remember. Don't do PhD in that. Now we are going to see the registration or license under IRDA. Any of the entrepreneur who wants to do business relating to insurance, they need to take license from IRDA. Without taking license from IRDA, nobody can start the business of an insurance. So what is IRDA? IRDA is nothing but Insurance Regulatory Development Authority of India. So IRDA is a nodal officer for any person who wants to start with an insurance business. Now what is an insurance business? Everybody knows various kinds of insurance are there. Life insurance, general insurance, reinsurance. So all these kinds of insurance business are there. We have Tata AIG as an example. We have Aditya Birla Insurance. We have Life Insurance Corporation, General Insurance Corporation. All these are dealing in the insurance business. So for all of them, who is a regulatory authority? IRDA. Now this IRDA, the new act has come in 1999. So before this new act, there was an old act, okay, called as Insurance Act 1938. So the authority was also different. The answer is yes. But when this new act was commenced, that is IRDA Act 1999 was commenced, there was a need that we need a new regulating authority. The old regulating authority will not be done. Hence, they constituted somebody called as an IRDA. So now the regulatory authority for all types of businesses, that is insurance businesses in India, is only and only IRDA. So what does this IRDA do? Let us see. It will deal in registering your insurance company. So any company who wants to start with the insurance business, they have to take license from IRDA. Just like your NBFC and banks, yes. So any company who wanted to do banking business, they had to take registration with RBI. On the same lines, any company who wants to do an insurance business has to take registration from whom? It will be IRDA. So it will be registering and regulating the companies. After the registration, it shall also regulate the companies. After that, it shall also protect the policy holder's interest. What is a policy holder? Who has taken services from the insurance company, those are called as a policy holder. So they will be protected before any of the company. So when any of the policy holder has any of the problem, they can directly complain to the IRDA. IRDA will look into the matter immediately. After that, it also deals in licensing and norms for the insurance intermediaries. We have LIC, we have GIC, we have Aditya Birla. Entire India wants to take insurance. So do you think it will be sufficient that LIC will provide to all of India? No. LIC product will only be there, but there will be intermediaries, right? You might have heard about the LIC agent. So LIC agent is nothing but an intermediary. So IRDA also provides licensing to the intermediary. Okay, registration for the companies and licensing for the intermediary who wants to take up with this insurance business. After that, it also promotes the professional organization who deals with the compliances of the insurance laws. It also regulates the premium rates, also oversees the premium rates and what are the terms and conditions for non-life cover insurance. So these are the main duties and functions of your IRDA. Apart from that, it also specifies various financial reporting. All the insurance company who have taken registration from IRDA, they have to do the financial reporting to the IRDA. Along with that, it also regulates the investment of policy holder. See guys, whatever premium we pay to the insurance company, do you think they will keep it in their saving account? The answer is no, they can't do that. What they need to do, they need to invest there somewhere. So that investment will be regulated by whom? This IRDA. Also, it ensures the maintenance of solvency margin. Why solvency margin is required? Like your bank, insurance company have to be a solvent company. Any point of time, its liabilities are more than the asset, the license or the registration granted to such IRDA or an insurance company shall be revoked by the IRDA. So your insurance company has to be solvent company. Apart from that, it ensures that the insurance business is reaching the rural part where the most vulnerable people are living. These are the main functions of your IRDA. So now how does it grant the licenses and the registration? First of all, IRDA shall grant licenses to the company who want to start the insurance business, the main company. Apart from that, whatever product it is going to give for the public at large, that product is also approved by your IRDA. Also, it will appoint the intermediary for various companies. Also, it will look into the investing of your insurance premium. Also, it will look into the accounts and audit and other miscellaneous provision. So, basically, these are the important functions and duties of IRDA to be remembered from the exam point of view. Now, anybody who wants to start with the insurance business, it will be compulsory to take the license from IRDA. Without taking license from IRDA, no person can start with the insurance business. So any class of business it wants to do, it wants to go for life insurance or a marine insurance or fire insurance or health insurance. Any kind of business, it needs to take permission saying that which kind of business it wants to do, whether life, whether health, whether safety, which kind of insurance. Now, this act came in 1999. Before 1999, we had LIC, we had GIC. Okay, we had Oriental Life Insurance as well. So all this had also to take license from a new authority IRDA within 3 months of commencement of the act. I hope you remember in the banking regulation it was from 6 months. It is within 3 months from commencement of this act. Now we are going to go for the registration under IRDA. Listen to this very carefully. When there is a IRDA, okay, we are going to ask for the approval. We need a license. So when any of the entrepreneur we need license, he needs to file two forms over here. So two forms are going to be filed. The first form is IRDAR1. Which form is there? IRDAR1 is a basic form. So once this basic form is approved, only then this next level form company has to file, which is IRDAR2. Understood? So first we need the basic information. IRDA shall check whether such company can do insurance business or not. If it thinks yes, then only the second form it can file. I hope this is clear. So the very first application which company files with IRDA is IRDA R1. Along with this, the basic documents are to be filed in case of a company, memorandum, articles of the company. Apart from that, name, address and occupation of all the directors of the company. Then we also have to give which kind of business we want to carry on as a insurance company, and we have to give a statement from where did our capital come, what is the source of our capital. So promoters bought the capital as a loan, or it came from the incubator, or it was from friends, relatives. So where did your seed capital come from? These are the basic information to be given. If your IRDA is satisfied with the form, if IRDA is satisfied, okay, then what will happen? IRDA shall grant you approval. And once approval is granted of IRDA R1 form, the next step you have to do is file IRDA R2 if it is approved. But what if IRDA rejected your IRDA R1 form? If IRDA rejects IRDA R1 form, you have one way out. If you think that there is no basic reason for IRDA to reject our form and we are not happy with the decision, the aggrieved party can file an appeal. Appeal can be filed with the SAT, Securities Appellate Tribunal. So when our IRDA R1 is approved, now we are going to file IRDA R2, that is the next application. Now which documents we require for filing this IRDA R2? Now for filing this IRDA R2, some detailed documents we require. There is one concept of maintaining deposit. There are certain deposit regulations. Now what are the deposit regulation? Every insurance company has to keep a deposit in the bank. Okay, how much deposit we are going to see that? First of all, when any company is dealing in life insurance business, when any company is dealing in life insurance business, it has to deposit at least 1% of total premium written in India or 10 crores, whichever is less. Okay, now what is total premium written in India? Total premium written in India means in next year, that means in 1/4/2022 up to 31st March 23, how much premium insurance company is expecting to be received? That is total premium written in India, only from India. So out of that, suppose it is going to receive 10 crores. So out of that 10 crores, 1% of that. So that 1% has to be kept with any of the bank as a deposit. Understood? What to do with that deposit, I will let you know. But for company dealing in life insurance, 1% of total premium written or 10 crore, whichever is less. Now second one, coming to the general insurance. Any of the companies who are dealing in general insurance, for them 3% of total premium written in India or same 10 crores. whichever is less. Okay, for general insurance it is 3 crores. As far as reinsurance is concerned, what is reinsurance? Suppose there is an insurance company, I take 10 crores insurance from them. That insurance company again takes insurance from other insurance company. So it is shifting its risk to any other insurance company is called as an reinsurance. Okay, so such reinsurance company have to deposit sum of rupees 20 crore irrespective of the premium written in a year. Okay, so it has to deposit 20 crores. And any of the company which is dealing in marine insurance, and in this marine insurance it is only dealing in country shaft. Country shaft means only and only in the Indian boats and domestic shaft. It is not going in outside India. So only if it is dealing in country shaft, then they have to deposit rupees 1 lakh, only rupees 1 lakh. Clear with this? So this is a deposit regulation they have to keep in a bank account. Now what is to be done by keeping in the bank account? When they keep this in the bank account, okay, every year, okay, every year RBI shall give deposit certificate. What it shall give? Deposit certificate to the company. Okay, and this deposit certificate the insurance company has to submit with IRDA. Okay, RBI will give a deposit certificate that company has complied with the deposit regulation, and that certificate is to be filed by company with the IRDA every year. Is it clear? This was a deposit insurance. Okay, yes, deposit regulation. I hope this is very clear. So as I told you, for life insurance 1% or 10 crores, general insurance 3% or 10 crores, reinsurance 20 crores, and for marine insurance only which relates to country, craft or cargo 1 lakh rupees. So a deposit certificate shall be taken from RBI showing that you have done with the deposit regulation. So this was a first declaration required in case of IRDA R2 form. The second one, we require a declaration in the form of affidavit which will be verified by your principal officer. Principal officer may be a MD or manager. Okay, and what he will certify that we are having required paid up equity capital. We are having required paid up equity capital, because any company wants to start with the insurance business, the minimum paid up equity capital required is 100 crores or more for life insurance or general insurance. But when it wants to do the reinsurance business, it requires 200 crores of paid up equity capital. Is it clear? Okay, so for life and general insurance, 100 crores of paid up equity capital, 200 crores for the reinsurance, please remember. Now, when any of the company was existing when this law came, I am talking about 1999, they had to meet this requirement within next 6 months. Now, this won't be applicable to any of the company because now we are in 2022. Okay, after that we require a prospectus which would be published for all the policy holders or its clients or the public at large, wherein they will be giving the details of their products, what are the terms and conditions of the product. So that certified copy needs to be filed with the IRDA at the time of registration. Along with that, a statement wherein your rate, advantages, terms, condition, everything has to be written as far as insurance policy is concerned. Apart from that, we require a certificate from an actuary. You know what is an actuary? Actuary is a kind of a profession where that professional shall tell you that if you fix that particular product, okay, if this product you are launching, how much loss it can get, how much profit it can get in future years or coming years. So basically this profession will be telling you or giving you estimate of your particular product, whether it will be in profit or it will be in losses. Okay, so this actuary certificate is required. After that, whenever company is in marine accident and a miscellaneous insurance business, we also require a forms, prospectus and statement to be submitted to the IRDA. So these are the basic things required. Apart from that, suppose you are doing two kinds of businesses, marine and health insurance. Then for each kind of business, each class of insurance business, you need to submit 50,000 rupees. Earlier we could not do life insurance along with the other kind of insurance, but now life insurance business can also done with the general insurance, no problem at all. Apart from that, when we have a foreign partner in our company, what I mean by foreign partner in our company, suppose there is a company called as ABC Limited which is dealing in insurance business, and there are two promoters, Mr. A is an Indian and Mr. B is a foreigner. Okay, now this foreigner is holding stake in our Indian insurance company. Yes, so this is called as when we are having any foreign partner. In that case, we need to give everything, how much he is holding in memorandum articles, then what is our agreement, have we signed any MOU with him, have we signed any shareholders agreement. Every dealing with the foreign individual or entity has to be disclosed before the IRDA. Okay, then if IRDA wants any of the extra information, extra detail, it can ask for that. After that, once our application is submitted, okay, it will check whether our financial condition is correct or not. If our financial commitment or our financial condition is not able to serve the existing depositors, that means we are a insolvent company, it shall never grant us a approval. So it shall check about the financial condition, also the general character of management, it is sound or not. Also it will check whether the volume of business is available or not. Whatever products we are launching, will that product have a market or not? If it will have a market, then only it will approve, otherwise it will not approve. Also our earning prospect is good or not. Apart from that, if license is granted to this company, is it going to serve the public purpose or not? Okay, and taking into consideration above points, if IRDA finds that the company is feasible enough, good enough to start with the insurance business, it shall give a certificate of registration. Please remember this. It shall give a certificate of registration. Now there are certain amendments to this. The very first amendment, as I told you, that if your IRDA R1 form is rejected, you may file appeal with the SAT, and whatever decision is that of a SAT will be full and final. You cannot file appeal against the SAT. I hope this is very clear. Then along with the life insurance, general insurance, health insurance, reinsurance, everything can be done together, no problem at all. After that, whenever we have any of the foreign direct investment in our company, okay, whenever we have any of the foreign direct investment in our insurance company, as we discussed earlier, we need to give all the communication between the foreign party and the Indian company to the IRDA. And if FDI is more than 26%, if the FDI is more than 26%, that means a foreigner has invested more than 26% in our Indian company. In that case, we require approval of FIPB board, that is Foreign Investment Promotion Board. Okay, now this is very interesting. This is as per Indian Insurance Companies Foreign Investment Rules 2050. But our FDI rules say something else. These are the Indian insurance rule. So Indian insurance rules provides the limit up to 26% only. But I will show you something. Now, FIPB approval is required if our equity investment is more than 26%. But now, as per consolidated FDI policy, in 2015, the FDI, FDI in insurance sector was allowed up to 49%. 49% in 2015, but now even this has changed. So now FDI in insurance sector can be extended up to 74%. So a foreign party can invest up to 74% in an Indian company who is doing insurance business. But your Indian insurance rules say something else, that is 26%, right? So in that case, we have to take the FIPB approval, but we hope that at 26% and 74% somewhere the gap should be filled. Okay, there should be no discrepancies between the two, because now in insurance sector, FDI for insurance is allowed up to 74%, guys, please remember this. Okay, yes. After that, when any of the foreigner is holding foreign investment, how do you calculate? The foreign investment will be calculate aggregate of all Indian company. So, if it's holding subsidiary, associate, this foreign companies are there, okay, they are holding directly or indirectly in an Indian company, everything will be counted together. Okay, so they have to count aggregate. How? The quantum of paid up equity by foreign investment, including foreign venture capital investors in the applicant company. So everything has to be counted together. Now, going to the next. When will IRDA refuse the registration? Till now you have just filed the application. When it will refuse the registration? IRDA shall refuse registration by giving reasons. It will be compulsory to give the reasons. And if any of the applicant is aggrieved by the order, so till now we have filed IRDA R2, okay, our application is pending and IRDA has rejected it. We have not received the approval, but it is rejected. So it can be any reason and we are not happy with that reason. Can we file a suit? We can file appeal with the central government. Now we will say, ma'am, just now you say it is a SAT. SAT was for IRDA R1 and now we are discussing about IRDA R2. So when there is a rejection of IRDA R2 by your IRDA authority, we can file appeal with the central government within 30 days from receipt of order of your IRDA. Clear with this? And decision of central government shall be full and final. We cannot go and file the further appeal against it. After that, once the registration is granted, whatever terms and conditions IRDA tells you to do, whatever conditions are imposed, we have to follow those conditions. If we fail to do so, IRDA may suspend our registration. Now, what is the suspension, guys? In college, you all are in colleges, right? So, when you were in college, you might have got restricted or suspended. So suspension means what? Suspension is for a temporary period. Again college is going to take you. But suppose you have done a big crime in your college and college gives you living certificate. So that is termination. So suspension is different and revocation or termination is different. So over here, if you have done any mistake, any non-contravention, then IRDA may suspend your registration. Now this suspension is for the temporary basis. Okay. Now what are the reasons? Please remember the reasons, very important. If we fail to make the required infrastructure investment and which was required to be done, IRDA had told you, you need at least this much infrastructure. Say for example, IRDA tells you now everything is online, you need to have a digitalized system in your company. but the insurance company did not do that. So it is a failure on part of a insurance company. For this, IRDA may suspend till the time they are having required infrastructure. Apart from that, it is conducting its business prejudicial to the interest of the policy holders, or it fails to give any of the information which authority had required. Also, they need to submit the periodical written, but they did not submit the periodical writtens. Also, whenever inquiry was done by authority, the company did not cooperate with the authority, or they are indulging in manipulating the insurance business. They are not playing healthy competition over there. So these were the reasons for the temporary suspension. Now in some cases your crime is very big and now they are cancelling your registration. Cancellation of registration may become permanent, guys, please remember. It may become permanent. So when can insurance company cancel your registration? If you fail to do your deposit regulation. As I told you, for life insurance 1% or 10 crore, you remember, right? Yes, so those are the deposit regulations you need to comply with. If you don't comply with, your license or registration may be revoked. Or if the insurer fails to keep the more asset and less of liability. So any of the company, when it turns insolvent, whereby it has more liabilities, less assets, their license may be revoked or cancelled. Apart from that, if your insurer, that is your company, goes into liquidation or it is adjudged as an insolvent, license may be revoked. Or the insurance business, the company which was doing insurance business, that is amalgamated or it has transferred its business to some other entity. So in that case, the business license will be revoked. Then whole of the insurance which was granted, that has taken back by your insurance company. So in short, you are not complying with your deposit regulation. Apart from that, insurance company had to pay some return. Okay, so insurance companies, after that, insurance company, all standing contracts, whatever were the client's contract, those got cancelled, and this cancellation is lasting for more than 6 months. So when more than 6 months no business is there, the license may be revoked. Okay, apart from this, central government has given certain other grounds also where the registration may be cancelled. Okay, the first one, if company makes default in complying any of the acts or make contravention in that, or any of the contravention in rules, regulations on orders, direction issued by your IRDA. Apart from that, if your insurance company had to pay some amount, say for example, there is a company ABC Limited, this is an insurance company. So I had to take, that means I had taken insurance from ABC. I fell sick, I was in hospital. ABC was supposed to pay me my sum, that is expenses, but ABC did not. So I filed a case in the court of law, and court has directed ABC to pay me 50,000. So court has given order to ABC to pay me 50,000, but ABC defaulted in this payment. Okay, so now let's read it. If any claim upon insurer arising in India under any policy of insurance remains unpaid for 3 months after final judgment in regular course of law. So after final judgment was done, it should have paid immediately. It did not pay and 3 months have lapsed after that. So in this case, IRDA may cancel such insurance company's license. Okay. After that, the company is carrying on some other business. Instead of doing insurance business, it is doing some other kind of a business. That is also not allowed. After that, it is making default in complying with any of the condition or order issued by IRDA. After that, It may default in complying under various acts like Companies Act, LIC Act, GIC Act or FEMA. Okay, it has made contraventions. Now, these were the reasons where your license may be revoked. Okay. Now, this revocation shall effect on the date of cancellation itself. Okay. Now, what is a way out available to the company? When company's license is revoked or cancelled, what company can do? If it wants to revive it, revive the license which is revoked, this revival can be done only within 6 months. Revival can be done only within 6 months of cancellation. So, within 6 months of cancellation, the reason why it has got cancelled, you need to improve that. So, you need to solve your mistake. After that only you have to apply to the IRDA. If IRDA is satisfied, then it may grant again revival of your license. I hope this is clear. But once 6 months are over, after 6 months, what is the way out available to the company? Nothing. It has to apply to the NCLT for winding up. After 6 months, your registration cannot be revived. So, apply for the NCLT for the winding up. I hope this is clear. Okay, so let's underline. After expiry of 6 months from the order, apply to the court, that is your NCLT, to wind up the affairs. Okay, if anybody wants to revive it, revival has to be done within 6 months from date of the cancellation. After 6 months, it cannot be revived. So, once you correct your mistake, you can revive your registration. Now, how it can be revived? Suppose you defaulted in the deposit regulation, you made the deposit. Suppose your liabilities were more, now you arranged for more assets and now you have made your company as a solvent company. Apart from that, all your standing contracts were resolved. Okay, so all are back. Your application was accepted. You paid your claim, whatever had to be paid with the order of the court. Also, you complied with all the acts like Insurance, IRDA, Companies Act, GIC, FEMA. Also, you cease to do any other business apart from insurance business. Okay. So, if this IRDA is satisfied with your correction of your mistakes, then it may revive your registration, but revival is possible only within the 6 months. So guys, this was your IRDA, little bit lengthy but very important. It is not so difficult. Now we are going to start with the next registration, which is very small and very easy as well. That is your telecom. We might have heard companies like Reliance, Jio, Airtel, okay, then Vodafone, Idea, all this provides you with the network for your telecommunications. So, if you want to talk over your mobile phone or over the internet, then this telecom service providers provides you services. So, who is the regulating authority for the telecom? The regulating authority for telecom is TRAI. So, what is a TRAI? The full form of TRAI is Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. Okay, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. So, this will be a nodal officer for any of the companies or any of the entities who wants to start telecom business. Okay, so any of the entity wants to start with the telecom business, they have to take registration or license from the TRAI. So what will be the main function of TRAI? Issue registration and licenses. Okay, you can see the TV. How can you see the TV? Just because of this TRAI. Okay, just because of licenses provided by them to the telecom companies. I hope this is very clear. Yes, so now let's go to our notes. So what is a TRAI? TRAI, it regulates the telecom market and all the businesses under them. Okay, so TRAI is Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. It's a statutory body who is set up for regulating telecom and broadcasting sector. Okay, the network is provided by the telecom companies, and who gives license to start this telecom companies? TRAI. Is it clear? Great. So what is TRAI's mission? TRAI mission is to grow the telecommunications. So it wants to grow the telecommunication in our country, and for that India wants to be emerging one in that. It also wants to provide the services outside India. Apart from that, what are the objectives of TRAI? TRAI wants to have a fair and transparent competition, fair and transparent policy and competition. So two telecom industries, it cannot fight with each other, rather it has to have a healthy competition. So healthy competition is promoted by your TRAI, thereby it wants fair and transparent policies environment which will promote the playing field and facilitates the fair competition. So TRAI, it also issues various rules, regulations, like recently the cable norms and all were changed. Earlier we had to pay for all the channels, but now we have to pay only those channels what we actually use. So this is also a good regulation which has come from the TRAI. So from time to time it issues various regulations, orders and the directives which every telecom industry has to meet. Okay, every telecom industry has to comply with that. Apart from that, it also looks into the Indian telecom market as a owned monopoly. So earlier government had a monopoly for this TRAI, that is telecom, but now it is given with the private players also. Now monopoly of government is not there in this, but many of the private players are come up. This will also facilitate in good and healthy competition. Now earlier TRAI used to do everything. So the functions of TRAI to issue the licenses to the telecom industry or the intermediaries. Also it used to solve the disputes. So TRAI used to solve the disputes also. So dispute basically happens within home. Disputes happen between, first of all, TRAI and the telecom operator. Okay, first dispute, TRAI and telecom operator, that is your industry. Second one, it can happen between two telecom industries. Yes. And the third dispute may happen between the consumer and telecom industries. Right, so these are the kinds of dispute which happen, and this dispute were taken care by TRAI earlier, but this did not give a fair decision making. Okay, so now there is a new tribunal called as TDSAT. So this tribunal will look after the disputes, all the disputes relating to TRAI and telecom, to telecom industries or consumers and telecom industry. So what is the full form? It's a telecommunication dispute settlement and appellate tribunal. So whoever is not happy with anybody's decision, even against TRAI, the case can be filed with the TDSAT. So please remember, very important from your exam point of view. After that, what is the scope and function of your TRAI? Please underline, very important. It recommends condition for the new telecom service providers. So it gives various conditions once registration is given on new service providers. Also terms and conditions for the existing service provider. So existing service provider also have to comply with the terms and condition. New service provider also have to comply with the terms and condition. It always want to maintain a standard of quality of service. So whatever we the consumers pay, we should be getting that much of return. So it ensures the quality and standard. It also ensures the compliance of various rules, regulation, It also specifies the tariff policy, how the tariff will be taken. It also makes a recommendation or terms and condition, how the system will be addressable on the TV, how it will be displayed on the TV, and how it should be given to the customers. Also, it will lay down the parameters that how much a particular ad can come on this particular channel. So maximum time for advertisement in all the TV channels. So this is all will be laid down by a TRAI, please remember. Apart from that is also issues telecom and cable tariff policies, commercial technical aspects of interconnection, free choice. That means if I want to see only 5 channels, then I am very much free to pay only for 5 channels. Nobody can force me to pay more. Then equal ease for accessible to public different telecom services. We have so many different telecom industries. So we can choose any one of them. So monopoly cannot be created by any of the telecom industry. Then if there are any dispute settlement will be done by TDSA. Okay, and also it looks for diverse network structure. It also facilitates the forums. Forums means there will be meeting between TRAI and the telecom industry. So whatever issues are borne by the customer, that may be placed before TRAI, and also issues faced by the telecom industry, and TRAI and telecom industry can mutually settle that dispute. So this is the main aim of your TRAI. I hope you have understood what is a TRAI. Only this much you need to see, which form company has to file, nothing is there. So very important part, functions of TRAI, what is TDSAT, that's it. Now let's start with the next type of license. This is also very small, sweet and very easy as well. That is OSP license. Now what is OSP? OSP stands for Other Service Provider. So the list is provided over here. So any entrepreneur who wants to start business under this list, it has to take a registration of OSP with the DOT. Now what is a DOT? DOT I mean Department of Telecommunication. So Department of Telecommunication shall be nodal officer for the OSP license. So whoever as the service providers in India relating to this many services like tele banking first of all, telemedicines, tele-education, that is over the call education, over the call banking, over the call medicines, over the call trading, stock market trading, commerce, retail commerce, call centers, then network operation centers, or your BPOs or any of the IT enabled services, any of the software services. If any of the companies want to provide these services, the prerequisite, they require a license or registration to be obtained from Department of Telecommunication. Now for obtaining registration with Department of Telecommunication, there are certain pre-requirements. The first condition is that the entity has to be a private limited company only. So it is mandated to be a private limited company. If it is a public or partnership LLP, you will not get OSP registration. It will be compulsory to be a private limited company only. So any entrepreneur who wants to start with call center, BPO, any of the IT enabled services, they need to incorporate a private limited. So any of the entrepreneur who wants to start with the any of this IT enabled services, BPOs or any of the service which is given in the list, they need to incorporate a LLP. They need to incorporate a private limited company under Companies Act 2013. Okay, it will be compulsory. So now for your OSP registration, which documents are required? It is very important. So we will require documents like certificate of incorporation, memorandum, articles of association. Then we will require a board resolution wherein A power of attorney shall be given to a director who will be taking registration under the OSP. So board resolution for power of attorney. Then what is the name of your business and what activities you are doing, that is which kind of service you are providing. Along with that, the list of directors of the company and what is your present shareholding. If company is having the seal of the company, so the registration, in the registration the seal shall be affixed and it will be signed by company secretary or a director or a statutory auditor or the public notary. Any of them have to sign this. If your DOT, that is Department of Telecommunication, is satisfied with the application, it may grant you registration. Once registration of OSP is granted, it is valid for 20 years. For how many years it is valid? It is valid for 20 years. But in this 20 years, you need to do one compliance with the DOT. Which compliance? We need to file annual return every year with the DOT. Annual return is to be filed with the DOT every year within 6 months of completion of a financial year. Our financial year ends by 31st of March every year. So within 6 months of that means most probably on or before 30th of September every year we have to file annual return with the DOT. This is in addition to ROC. ROC, different compliances are there, and companies, that is DOT's, different compliance are there. For DOT only one, within 6 months of end of financial year we have to file the annual return of the company. This is all for your OSP. That's why I told it is very small and it's very easy. Please remember, very important from exam point of view. Now let's start with our next registration, that is industrial license. Okay. In the pollution we have seen that there are various kinds of statutory clearance which one entrepreneur needs to take, okay, if it is doing any of the production through an industry. So those were the pollution clearances. But over here we are talking about something called as industrial license. So when any entrepreneur wants to set up an industry, for certain kind of industry they need to take license. But for other kinds of industry, they just need to give an intimation, that's it. So in this we are going to see which industry shall require industrial license, which industry shall only require the intimation. Before 1991, most of the industries required industrial license. So what happened in 1991? Most of the industries required industrial license. Okay, so if they want to start with industry, what they need to do? First of all, take permission from Directorate of Industry. Okay, so this was before 1991. But you know that year 1991 has found to be or evolved to be a golden year for most of the things. Like it was a golden year for liberalization, industrialization. So what came in 1991? There was liberalization and industrialization. So what is liberalization and industrialization? This means that most of the industry now do not require industrial license. Okay, earlier most of the industry required license, but now permission is not required for all types of industry to start. Only as on today, only 5 categories of industries are there which will require a industrial license. So this is what we are going to look into. So the act over here, the name of the act is Insurance Development Regulations Act 1951. Don't get confused with IRDA and IDRA. IRDA is for insurance and IDRA is for industries. That is Industrial Development and Regulations Act 1951. Please remember this. Okay. So now it entitles various manufacturing sectors. They have to do with various formalities. Now, as I told you earlier, most of the industries are now not required to take the license under this. So they come under liberalization part. Only few sectors now have to take the license. So for starting the production or starting the construction of industry, they require the industrial license. So right now compulsory licensing is there is only for the 5 kinds of industry. Only 5 kinds of industry will require compulsory licensing. The first one, distillation and brewing of alcoholic drinks. So anybody who is dealing in distillation and brewing of alcoholic drinks, they will have to first take the industrial license before setting up the industry. So alcoholic drink which is portable use means it is used for drinking, that will not require license. But when alcoholic drink is further, okay, it is further distilled and brewed, then it will require a license. Why? Because it creates a lot of pollution, that's why. After that, any industry dealing in cigar or tobacco, they will also require an industrial license. So if you are dealing in tobacco, making cigars, cigarettes, you will require industrial license. If you are dealing in any of the defense equipment like electronic, aerospace and for all kinds of defense equipment industry, we will require a industrial license. Then if we are dealing in the industrial explosive like fuses, safety fuses, if you are dealing in gunpowder or nitrocellulose or matches, you will definitely require an industrial license. Along with that, if we are handling the hazardous chemicals, before handling of hazardous chemical, we need to take the industrial license. So which are the chemicals? Hydrocyanic acids and its derivative, phosgene and its derivatives, isocyanide, disocyanides of hydrocarbon, all this will require industrial license. So these are the 5 industry we will require compulsory licensing. Please remember this. Okay. Apart from this, there are certain small scale industries whose investment in plant and machinery does not exceed 1 crore. Such industry will be called as a small scale industry. Small scale industry basically is a state specific. We are not talking about micro, small, medium enterprise, but this is a state specific subject. So state specific, we have a different kind called as a small scale industries. So even they need not obtain industrial license. Okay. So small scale industries under state whose investment is not exceeding 1 CR in plant and machinery need not obtain an industrial license. Okay, please remember this. Yes. Now, this small scale units, as I told you, will be registered with the Directorate of Industry in the concerned state. So, these industries, they will be manufacturing different kind of product. So, for this small scale, the products are reserved. For small scale, products are reserved. So when the products are reserved for them, only and only small scale can deal in this product. If any of the large scale industry deal in these products which are reserved for the small scale, then such large scale industries have to take the industrial license. I hope it is very clear. Yes. So small scale are also locational restriction free. So they are not coming under location restriction. What is location restriction? We will come to it. Okay. So in any of the small scale, please remember this, any of the small scale, if it has more than 24% of equity participation, if it has more than 24% of equity participation by any of the industrial undertaking, then it will need to take a industrial license. It will be no longer a small scale. So a small scale cannot have more than 24% of equity participation, be it from a foreign entity or a domestic entity, does not matter. So how much it can have? Up to 24%, that's it. Also, items reserved for small scale can be done only by small scale. Whoever is dealing in items for small scale, they need to obtain a industrial license. Is it clear? Great. Now, whenever non-small scale, when they are taking this initiative in the small scale reserved items, they have to take the export obligation of at least 50%. So whatever items they are producing, at least 50% they have to export outside India. Okay, but if your non-small scale are EOUs which are located in the SEZ, they already have a different regulation as to export obligation. So this obligation is not applicable to them. Please remember this. Okay. After that, very important, listen to this. Whenever the equity holding from another company exceeds 24%, whenever equity holding exceeds 24%, even if the investment in plant and machinery does not exceed 1 crore rupees, then also you will not be a small scale. So for being small scale in your industry, you cannot have more than 24% of equity holding of other participant, be it a foreign, be it a Indian. Okay. So once you cross that ceiling, then you have to take a carry on business license. So if you are outside the small scale, what you have to take? Carry on business license. Please listen to this. Also, no export obligation will be there as far as your grant of option is concerned. Please listen to this very carefully. Also, if any of the small scale enterprise, please listen to this, any of the small scale enterprise, if it exceeds the investment, then what will happen? They have to take a separate industrial license. What they have to take? They have to take a separate industrial license. Very clear with this? Okay, great. Now why the separate industrial license is there? Just for taking care of our environment, nothing else. Okay. Now, there are certain recent amendments. As I told you, whatever items are reserved for small scale, only small scale can make. But in order to increase our exports, even large scale industries are allowed to take up the items reserved for the small scale. Okay, now which items they are allowed to take up? So government has de-reserved certain items, okay, for better investment opportunities, technologies, and to enhance the production. Now, which all items are permitted for large scale now? Bread, wood, firework, pickle, chutney, mustard oils, groundnut oil, steel chair, tables, padlocks, stainless steel, aluminum utensils without obtaining industrial license. So, large scale, if they want to enter into the small scale reserved items, they are allowed without obtaining an industrial license. So we saw there are 5 kinds of industry which require industrial license. Second, we saw certain small scale industry which will require industrial license in certain cases. And third, we are going to see now what are the locational restrictions. Listen to this very carefully. Locational restrictions means what? Suppose this is a densely populated area. This is a densely populated area where 10 lakh or more population is living. So any of the industry is located in this area. Okay, so now there's an area where 10 lakh or more population is there. Any industry which is set up in 25 kilometers of this area, it will be compulsory for them to take the industrial license. If they don't take the industrial license, then they will not be allowed to set up an industry. If 10 lakh population is there and within that 10 lakh population, you are setting up industry within 25 kilometers of that. But there are 2 exceptions to the rule. What is the first exception? If your unit is located in industrial area only, no requirement of industrial license. And second, you are a white category industry. White category industry means which has a zero pollution index. So if you have a zero pollution index like a software company, you no longer require an industrial license. Very clear with this? Great. Now, as I told you earlier, we will have to only intimate in certain cases. So let's see. First of all, procedure for obtaining license, that is obtaining industrial license, okay, and second one for filing IEM. So industries which don't require industrial license, they have to file the IEM. So both of this, your regulatory authority is DPIIT. What is DPIIT? We have learned this in chapter number 9, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. Now your DPIIT has created something called as a G2B. Okay, it's a portal. It is a single window for both the application. So under this portal, we are going to apply for the industrial license also, and also we are going to file the IEM. So industries which require industrial license will also be filing over here, and industry which require to file only intimation, they also need to file IEM on this. Okay, so first of all, we are going to see how to obtain an industrial license. So first is a procedure to obtain industrial license. Okay, so how to obtain an industrial license? We have to go on the portal, G2B portal. Okay, go on the portal, and in that portal we have to file the form. The name of the form is FCIL1 or FCIL. Okay, it's FCIL1 or FCIL. This form needs to be filed. Okay, this is not an IEM application, but this is a industrial license application. After that, application shall be scrutinized. Who will scrutinize? The DPIIT. Application shall be scrutinized. Okay, and if there is any incomplete application, it will be given back to fill up the complete application. After that, third one, once your application is complete, DPIIT shall circulate your application with various ministries like Ministry of Home Affairs, okay, and also licensing department. Also the licensing department, this department is made just for issuing the licenses. Okay, after that, fourth one, if your licensing department or your licensing committee, okay, if they want to grant you a license, then it shall grant you a license. So if there are any recommendations of DPIIT before grant of license, it may be given, otherwise license will be granted as it is. So once license is granted, after that company can set up industry in that particular area. Okay, this was procedure for obtaining a license. Now we are going to see procedure for filing IEM. Procedure for filing IEM. So IEM will be filed by whom? When it is not a small scale industry. If it's a small scale industry whose investment is up to 1 CR, they need not file IEM also. So over here are those industry which don't require industrial license, neither they are small industry. Understood? So IEM will be filed by whom? So, whose investment in plant and machinery is more than 50 crore and turnover is more than 250 crore, only they need to file the IEM because they are not a small scale industry. Whose investment in plant and machinery is exceeding rupees 50 crore or the turnover exceeding 250 crore. Okay, so these industry do not require industrial license and also they are not the small scale industry, hence they need to file IEM. Now how to file the IEM? IEM has to be filed in an online application. Okay, online application is to be filed on the portal, that is NSI portal. NSI portal, and which section we will go? We will go under section IEM. Okay, so which section is there? It is IEM section. So under this IEM section we have to file the following, that is following things shall be verified. Now which all things shall be verified? Very important. What is the COI, that is certificate of incorporation? After that the memorandum and articles of association. Apart from that, the PAN of the company, the master data of the company, all this verification will be done because IEM we are not applying for the approval, it is just for the information. Apart from that, the NIC code, this code is relating to goods and services and this is globalized code. Okay, so once this data is verified, in the third step, if data is found correct, if your data is found correct, then the authority is DPIIT. DPIIT shall issue an acknowledgement, or it will issue an acknowledgement. This acknowledgement is nothing but it has received the intimations, because over here we are not filing for the approval but just for intimation. So this acknowledgement shall be a proof or a prima facie evidence of receipt of information by DPIIT. So once we get the acknowledgement, we can start with the incorporation of our industry. Very clear with this? Okay, I hope you have understood what is IEM and how to take an industrial license. That's it for the industrial license. You don't have to read much for that. Okay. Now we are going to start with our NSIC registration. You might be wondering why I have kept this video at second last point. The reason is this is not much asked question in your exam. That does not mean we are not going to do this. So what is NSIC? NSIC is National Small Industrial Corporation. So why do we need to take registration under this? Listen to this. As we know that government is also a buyer of goods and services. So government also requires various goods and services. For example, for the parliament it may require 1000 AC. So it is buying the product. So with whom he buys the product? The dealers in India. Simple. So whenever government asks somebody for any of the goods and services, and our micro enterprise and small enterprise, micro and small enterprise want to participate in the tender, what they want to do? They want to participate in this government tender. They can participate only if they have NSIC registration. So any of the micro or small enterprise who do not have NSIC registration, they cannot participate in the government tender. Okay, so NSIC gives them a confirmation that it is very much eligible entity from whom government can buy the goods and services. And as of government has given or written certain criteria. So government is going to take almost 3 to 4% from this micro and small enterprise. So in order to be eligible, micro and small enterprise have to have NSIC registration. So if any of the micro and small enterprise do not have NSIC registration, they cannot participate in the government tender. Is it clear? Great. Now, as I told you earlier, for government store purchase program, which was launched in 1995, it will be compulsory for micro and small enterprise to register under NSIC. For this, they have launched a scheme called as SPRS, which means Single Point Registration Scheme. This is a pure online scheme, no offline documents are filed, and the application is to be given on the website of NSIC. But before you get this NSIC or before you give application for NSIC, the prerequisite is Udyam registration. So if any of the micro and small enterprise, they do not have Udyam registration, they will not be able to apply for NSIC. So NSIC once issued, it will be valid for 2 years. Okay, and who is the entity in this authority? NSIC, that is National Small Industries Corporation. Now, what are the benefits of NSIC registration? NSIC registration will help you to give the government tender. So, you can participate in the government tenders, that too free of cost. So, you can give tenders to the government free of cost. Government cannot charge a rupee from NSIC registered micro and small enterprise. Please remember, over here medium enterprise is not there, only micro and small. After that, they also have exemption under earnest money deposit. Earnest money is nothing but a performance deposit which every company gives to guarantee its performance. So in case of a micro and small enterprise, they need not even give the earnest money. After that, in tender participating also, MSCs, when they quote the price band as L1 plus 15%. What is L1 over here? Whatever non-MSCs are quoting, that is L1. MSCs can quote up to more than 15% of that. So L1 plus 15% will be quoted by your NSC, that is your micro and small enterprise. Out of that, out of the total supply, 25% of the portion, it can be sold by bringing down your price at L1. So you can give your government tender for L1 price, that is non-MSC price, for 25% of the portion. Okay. After that, as I told you earlier, our various central ministries or PSUs or our government departments, they have made certain reservations. Now, what are the reservations? Out of the total goal, that is annual receipt, annual purchase, minimum 25% shall be taken from MSCs. So MSCs, government is taking 25%. So out of the annual requirement, whatever 25% is taken from MSC, out of that 4% will be from units who is owned by scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, 3% from the women entrepreneurs. And as on today, they have various items which are reserved for the small scale industries. I hope this is very, very clear. Now, who are eligible to take the NSIC registration? NSIC registration can be taken by only micro and small enterprise and those who have Udyam registration. So, any micro small enterprise who do not have Udyam registration, they cannot take registration under SPRC, that is Single Point Registration System. And at least 1 year should have elapsed from the date of incorporation. So if any enterprise who has started the production but till the time 1 year is not elapsed, so such enterprise can take the provisional registration certificate. Okay, and such certificate shall have monetary limit of up to 5 lakh only, and it will be valid for only 1 year, whereas the other registration is valid for 2 years. Please remember. Now, how to make the application under NSIC? As I told you, we have to apply online. So, by going on the portal www.nsicpro online.com. Over here we have to submit the form, fill in the details. It's a web form only. You have to attach the required documents, go on saving the file, enter your PAN, Aadhaar, all the details, and then you can submit it. Once you submit the application with the NSIC, they may also do the personal, that is physical inspection of your storeroom. Once physical inspection is done, NSIC is satisfied with your application and unit that you are eligible to get NSIC registration, they may send you a online NSIC registration certificate. Okay. Once online is sent, the nearest NSIC branch, that is your regional NSIC branch, shall send you the physical certificate also by post or courier. This is a procedure. Now registration fee depends upon which kind of entity you are. Either you are a micro or a small entity. I hope this is clear. Now, say for example, one particular micro enterprise, it has 4 factories. Now these 4 factories may be within the state or outside the state. So these 4 factories are within the state or outside the state. So do we have to take 4 NSIC registration? The answer is no. Only one NSIC registration will be there for these 4 factories. Understood? No need to take different NSIC applications. Same like your Udyam registration? The answer is yes. So I hope this is very clear. This was your NSIC registration. Now we are at the last registration, yes, designs registration. After design, we have completed our chapter number 13. You will say, ma'am, startup is still there. Startup we have already done in chapter number 9, so we will not be repeating over here. I hope this is clear. So what is a design? Design is also one form of intellectual property right. We have learnt about the patent registration. Similar to that, we have design registration. And who is a nodal officer for the design? We have controller of patents, trademarks and copyright. So controller of patent will be responsible for all the registration and the licenses under the intellectual property rights. So what is basically a design? You may have seen different designs of our cell phones, cars. Okay, different industries have their own designs. So that is called as a design over here, an industrial design. Okay. In order to distinguish or in order to have a healthy competition, different business houses, and in order to attract the customers also, different industrialists come up with the new designs. So when we select a cell phone, obviously see what are the features of that, but definitely see how does it look. If its look is not good, design is not good, customers are not going to get attracted. So design is anything which is very new. Like patent, design has to be very new. If it is useful, not useful, does not matter. So what is important in design? There has to be something newness, something uniqueness. So uniqueness is very important. It is useful, not useful, does not matter. Even if it is only a showpiece, then also it's a design. If you can prove that that is very new one. But in patent, what was required? Newness should be there plus usefulness should be there. So patent has to be useful, design may or may not be useful. So when any of the person who invents such design, like people invent new designs of car. So once they invent a new design of a car, they get it registered so that their model is not copied by anybody else. Then the model is sold to any one of the industry who will pay wholesome or huge amount of money for that design. I hope you understood this. Okay, so this is how it operates. So what is objective of design or what can be the design? It can be any mode or principle of construction which is in substance, but definitely it should not be only mechanical device. Okay, There has to be something aesthetic nature, that is uniqueness. It can be trademark also, which is registered trademark indicating course of trade between goods, and some person have right as a proprietor or a registered trademark holder. Then any trademark which denotes ownership of immovable property, anything which tells you that you are owner of this. When we look into the logo of Reliance, we come to know this is owned by your Mukesh Ambani. So this is also a design. So any trademark which is a painting, sculpture, drawing, engraving or any architecture work where artistic quality is there, that is also a design. Okay. So when anybody makes such kind of a design, the registration becomes compulsory if you want to protect your right. So registration of design has to be applied for along with the 4 specimen copies. So whatever design you want to make or you want to register, that is to be drawn on the drawing sheets, and you have to submit 4 copies of sheet duly signed by the applicant. Okay. Then statement of novelty should be there, that this design was not published anywhere in India before and this is a newest design. Nobody has seen this. So novelty statement has to be there. Then design so represented, it should be submitted exact how it is going to look the original. Say for example, you have made such a design. In reality, it's not possible to make such a product. Then there is no use of that design. So exactly how your original product will look, your design drawing should be same. So representation has to be very specific. Then once you submit the application, controller may accept your application or may reject. Okay, so if he rejects and if he has certain objections, then he can tell you what are his objections. Opportunity of being heard will be given. Okay, and if he is not satisfied, he shall reject the application. So once he rejects the application, you can file appeal before the controller. So what will be the date of appeal? Whenever you file the application of controller, that will be the date of an appeal. So date on which controller decision is dispatched is the date of an appeal. Please remember this. So any applicant which is not completely verifiable, okay, it will be abandoned by your controller. It will not be taken into consideration. So whatever particulars are there as far as application is concerned, if approved, it will be published in the official gazette so that others also come to know that this design is already registered now. So what are the documents we require to file for the registration of design? We are not given the exact documents, but only you have to write this many facts in exam. The certified copy of original or certified copy of extract, affidavits we require, declaration, that is declaration as to novelty we require, and other public document which may be available on the payment of the fees. Now affidavits and declaration we are giving, it should be in the paragraph and it should be truth and verifiable. It cannot be any of the unleading statement. And whatever cost is involved in design registration, okay, this cost will be regulated by your controller itself. So he will decide how much is the cost for the design. So I hope you have understood what is a design. The further details we shall be learning in chapter number 16, that is the IPR chapter. So I hope this was very clear. Okay, thank you so much all of you for watching all these videos. We have now completed our chapter number 13. Now let's start with solving of questions of chapter number 13. The unsolved questions are very straightforward, so I shall not be discussing that. But yes, we shall discuss the past paper questions. So first one, Rajkumar is running a business of handicraft in Jaipur. He has explored some opportunities for handicraft products abroad. He wants to engage huge demand outside India. So he seeks your advice whether he would be required to get himself registered with the DGFT for exporting goods Okay, so this is your first question. Then if yes, what are the documents required? This is your second question. Okay. And also enlighten features available for registration. This is your third question. In paper also you have to highlight what has been asked and accordingly you have to answer. Understood? Yes. After that, Abhishek has recently been appointed as finance and a legal compliance officer of a charitable organization doing palliative care services for the aged person, seeks to receive foreign funds. Okay, when we think about the foreign fund, which registration are we talking about? You are right, it is registration of FCRA, right? Yes. Has approached you to find out eligibility criteria for obtaining registration. So what is the question now? Brief him provisions of FCRA or eligibility criteria for the registration. So all three eligibility criteria we have to write. Okay. After that, list out the grounds under which IRDAI is compulsorily required to cancel the certificate of registration. Understood? Clear with this? After that, Bermuda Sports Manufacturing Unit, a micro and small enterprise, seeks registration under SPRS scheme. So they are talking about NSIC registration. State various benefits available to the registered unit. So what is the question? What are the benefits available under NSIC? Only few benefits are there. Straightforward questions you have to write as it is, right? After that, Z, a resident of Bangalore, desires to set up a food manufacturing unit where he will cook variety of food items like idli, dosa, etc. and many more with help of imported automatic machines, pack itself for retail selling in market under his brand name. Advise him on registration requirements starting any petty food business. So this is your FSI. Okay, now tell me, either here FSI registration will come or license. You are right. Over here, FSI registration shall come because they are talking about petty food business. But what is the question? What you have to write? You have to write what are the requirements to be a petty food business. Okay, so you have to write about the turnover, then about your slaughtering of animals, then handling capacity of dairy, non-dairy, all this you have to write. Okay, yes. Apart from that, next one, what forms are required to be filed with ROC for registration of a new company where registration of GST, EPFO, ESIC is applied simultaneously? Simultaneously, then which form do we file? Simple, it's a SPICE plus form. It provides us with the 10 services. How many services it provides us? The 10 services. It consists of two parts. All this detail we have already read in chapter number 2 and I hope it is very clear. Yes. Then, registration of IEC has a lifetime validity. In view of statement, mention essential features of IEC. 4 essential features we have to write. Clear? Arvind has recently completed telecommunication. This telecommunication was regarding TRAI. This was earlier in your syllabus, but now it's not there in your syllabus. Now, Bhaskar is presently running a business of finance. He has planned to promote a infrastructure finance company. He seeks your advice to know whether it is NBFC requiring RBI's registration and criteria to be satisfied by such company. Also clarify what is net owned funds. I hope this is clear. So what all things are asked? Whether IFC is a NBFC, the answer is yes, it is NBFC. Whether it requires RBI license for that, yes, it requires. What is the criteria? I hope you remember 4 criteria of IFC. Net owned funds, then they have to maintain CRAR, then credit rating, and 75% of the asset should be in the financing of that is infrastructure projects. Then fourth question, what is net owned funds? Clear? Then, what are circumstances under which RBI may cancel the license granted to the banking company? Only two circumstances are there. One, when it ceases to carry on business, when company fails to comply with any of the condition. Only this two you have to write. Understood? So that's it, guys. I hope you have seen what kind of questions are asked in chapter number 13 and now you're feeling confident about it. The answer is yes. So what do you have to do? Just make a flow chart on chapter 13 and that would be your last minute revision notes. Okay. Now we are going to start with chapter number 14. The name of the chapter is Maintenance of Registers and Records. The weightage of this chapter is only 5 marks. How much is the weightage? Only and only 5 marks. They may or may not ask you question on this. As I have told you in introduction on part B, that chapter 14 and 15 both has weightage together of 5 marks. So either one question from 15, one question from 14, this is how they will do it. This does not mean we are going to skip this chapter because this chapter is very easy and if you get any question on this, you may have a jackpot question. So let's begin with this chapter. As I told you, the name of this chapter is Maintenance of Statutory Books and Records, right? So, as per Companies Act 2013, as per Companies Act 2013, there are certain registers which has to be maintained compulsorily and they are called as statutory registers. Which type of register they are called as? Statutory registers to be maintained compulsorily under Companies Act. So there is a list of this we will be learning directly from our notes. This list is very important list because they tell you which are the statutory registers which we company has to maintain. Okay. Apart from the statutory registers, now there are certain other formality under this, that once we have maintained the statutory register, where we have to keep it? The statutory registers are to be maintained at the registered office of the company. Where we need to maintain? The registered office of the company. But if your registered office is too small, you are not able to maintain that. See, mostly students, this registered or statutory registers, they are maintained in an online mode now. But some companies still prefer to maintain in the offline mode and their office capacity is not that much that they can keep so many registers. So alternatively, they can keep at any other place. They can keep at any other place, but it has to be within the jurisdiction of your registered office. Okay, you cannot keep it at some other state or the other district, but it has to be within the jurisdiction of your registered office. Okay, and where you are keeping your statutory register, this you need to intimate your ROC in the annual return which we file every year. Over here we will intimate that where are we keeping our statutory registers. Okay, so this was about the place. Now next thing comes about the inspection. Who can do inspection of the statutory registers? The inspection of the statutory registers can be done by all the members or your debenture holders. Basically all the stakeholders can do inspection free of cost. Okay, and there are few registers which are open for even outsiders, even outsiders can inspect them by going to the registered office of the company, but company may charge some fees from them. Now coming to the next extract. If any of the stakeholder that is member, creditor, anybody who is connected to the company, if they require extract of that, copy of any particular page, can they take it? The answer is yes. How? They cannot take photograph. This is not allowed. Without anybody's permission, any of the member, any of the stakeholder while inspection cannot take photograph. That's not allowed. So what to do in this case? The extract, if anybody wants, it can be allowed by paying some fees. Okay. So if company gets any of the receipt, okay, as I told you earlier, that taking photograph will not be allowed during inspection. So if any of the member or any of the stakeholder wants any of the extract, they have to apply to the company, and company has to give the extract within few days. Okay, mostly they have to reply within 7 days. So company can take charges for the printout, but not more than 30 to 40 rupees. Okay, so it will be allowed by paying fees, and fees cannot exceed rupees 50. Okay, fees cannot exceed rupees 50. So this was about the extract. Now going to the fine. These are the regulations or provisions to be followed as far as your statutory registers are concerned. If any company does not comply with these regulations, if they do not do the compliance of that, they will be liable for penalty. Now what is a penalty? Penalty as far as company is concerned, the penalty shall be fine of 10 lakh rupees. Minimum 1 lakh to 10 lakh rupees shall be fine for the company, and to other officers in default who have actually done the default, for them penalty can be in a form of imprisonment of up to 6 months or fine of rupees 25,000 to 1 lakh rupees. Okay, these can be or and. So imprisonment plus fine, or only fine, or only imprisonment. Okay, these are the important regulations. Please remember this carefully. Okay, now going to our notes. As we have discussed that companies have to maintain the registers and what is a penalty for that, directly will be going to list of registers and records. These are the statutory registers which company have to maintain. The very first very important register is MGT1, that is register of members. The format is MGT1, please remember. Section number over here you did not remember the format and form number. So what is written in register of members? We write the details of all our members of the company, how many shares they are holding and other details. So register of members, very important register. After that comes the second register, which is MGT2, which is register of debenture holders and other securities which are issued. Okay, so it is a register of debenture holders and other securities which are issued. Okay, over here we'll be writing what are the other securities which company have issued and who all have subscribed for that. Are they called as the members of the company? The answer is no. After that, third one comes your foreign register or your foreign debenture holders register or other security holders. This will be in MGT3. So whenever we have our foreign shareholders who have subscribed to our shares and they are not living in India but they are residing outside India, they may request a company to open a part of register in their country. So if company is having branch office over there, a part of register can be opened in their country, but remember that part of register shall not be the main register. Main register is a register which we are maintaining in MGT1 form, which is in India, and MGT3 shall be the part of it. So any changes made in MGT1 or MGT3 has to be recorded. Clear with this? Yes. After that, register of directors and registers of KMP, and also we have to write the detail in which other entities they are holding an interest. So if director is shareholder somewhere, he is a partner somewhere, we have to give a list of all those entities. Over here no format is given, just we write as a register of director and a KMP. After that we have index of members. As you know that index of members is only applicable when number of shareholder exceed 200. So this will not be applicable to a private limited company. Why index is useful? Just imagine a book without an index. It would be a pain to search the chapter number if we want some specific chapter. We have to go through entire book, right? So this should not happen. That's why on the same lines, when company wants to find a particular member's detail from the entire register of 10,000 members, they can use the index for that. Okay. On the same lines, we have index of debenture holders also. After that, we have register under section 88, that is register of beneficial ownership. You have section number 89 and 90, and whoever is holding beneficial ownership in your company, that means whose name is not there in ROM, that person name has to be there in the register of beneficial ownership. But here no format is there for them, just we write it as register or index of a beneficial ownership. After that we have SH2, which is for issue of duplicate share certificate. In today's era, we don't have much importance of this register because mostly shares are held in demat. But where shares are not held in demat in a private limited company, if any of the shareholders' share certificate is lost, it can apply to the company for issue of share certificate, and whenever company issues duplicate share certificate, it has to first record in the register in SH2 that company has issued a duplicate share certificate. Okay. After that we have SH3. SH3 is for register of sweat equity shares. Now this sweat equity shares, everybody knows the section number 54. So whenever company issues sweat equity shares, they have to write down a list or details of to whom sweat equity has been issued and how much in the register SH3. Then whenever company issues ESOP, it has to record and register of ESOP, that is in format SH6. After that we have register of shares for buyback. So whenever company does buyback of shares, it has to maintain register in SH10 and it has to record all the shares which are bought back and the details of that. After that, whenever company accepts the deposit, for details of deposit it needs to open a register and it does not have any of the specific format, but it needs to maintain a register of deposit. Then whenever company creates charges on any of its asset, then they have to open a register in the format CHG7 and thereby all the charges details shall be registered in this particular register. After that we have register for companies where loan guarantee is given. So this is under section 186. So whenever company gives loan to other body corporate or other person or guarantee or investment, everything has to be recorded in MBP2. Please remember about this register. Then there are certain circumstances under section 187 where company has made the investment but it is not in its own name. It is either in name of any other person or any other body corporate. So some circumstances company can have investment not in its own name under section 187. So in that case it has to open a register under MBP3 format and give all the details where company has invested but it is not in its name. After that we have register of contracts related to section 188, that is related party transaction. It need to open a register of MBP4 and then record all the details about the related party transaction. This is also again very important statutory register. So I hope you have understood all these statutory registers. Now before going to the important book and register, I would like to tell you how to maintain these statutory registers. Statutory registers are to be maintained in a loose leaf format. We have already discussed where to keep the statutory registers. Rules relating to the inspection also we have done with. Now, how to keep the statutory registers? We keep statutory registers in a loose leaf format, or it can be bound at regular intervals. So, loose leaf means you can make sheets, and then after few months, that is at regular intervals, it has to be binded together. You might have seen register where it has a rings, that is a binded register. So if you are maintaining offline register, how you have to maintain? It is to be binded format or loose leaf, which is to be binded together at regular intervals. Also now we can keep offline register. So I hope you have understood about this. So that is all for this video. In the next video we are going to learn what are the other requirements about registers and records which are not covered under Companies Act. Now we are going to learn what are the other records which every company has to keep. So first is your income records. Okay, so now we are talking about the financial records which every company has to keep. These financial records help you during the audit. So whenever statutory auditor comes, before that we make balance sheet P&L. How are we going to make balance sheet and P&L? Do you have any idea? We will require each and every day's transaction which company is doing. On the basis of that only, they can make the balance sheet and P&L. So these are the income records and the expenditure records. Also we require to maintain a cash book or a cash register. Even though in today's digitalization, many of the companies still prefer to do cash transactions. I hope this is clear. So first we are going to see what are the income records we need to keep. Income means what? A company is dealing in any product. So whenever company sells its product and it has to receive the payment, it issues invoices. That invoices should have the letterhead on it. So it should be on the letterhead of the company. Also it should have some basic information. So your invoices should contain the basic information like what is the name of issuing business? This all should be in the letterhead, address of the business, date of issue, serial number, SIN of the company, that is corporate identification number, service tax, VAT if any, now we have a GST, then description of goods services which are sold and tax levied on it, and what is the total invoice. So this is called as the income invoices. All these invoices we have to keep also for the cross verification. Have we received the payment on this particular invoice or not? This is a cross verification. After that comes your purchase record. Now company is dealing in the goods and services. So company may be manufacturing company or it is a wholesaler. So company is purchasing something, then only it can sell, right? So company purchases means company is somebody's customer. So are we going to issue invoices? No. Whenever company purchases goods or services, it has to pay money, so company is receiving the invoices, right? So we have to keep all the invoices which we have received plus credit card statement if we have paid the cost or the fees by the credit card, then receipt or counterfoils. We are talking about the counterfoils means receipt or where they have given the receipt confirmation, or whenever we deposit a check, we know we get some counterfoil acknowledgement from a bank, so we require to keep the checkbook counterfoil as well. Then cash voucher if we have received, all the salaries which we are paying to employees we need to keep, and all the credit documents. All these things are essentials to be maintained. Apart from this, we have to maintain the cash records as well. We know in the digitalization world today also we like to do certain cash transactions. So cash has to be handled with care. Just imagine it's a company. So obviously cash will be handled in each and every department by a particular person. So he needs to have a cash register for that. So first will be cash collection register. This is kept to record and reconcile all the cash entries which is done in a day, and the day book or a cash book where it will be written how much cash was given and how much cash was received. Apart from the cash, we require to maintain other banking records. You might have learned about the reconciliation, students. So for the reconciliation, we need to maintain the passbook, the checkbook, the bank statement, so many things, right? So company has to maintain bank account statements, very important, along with that checkbook and all the counterfoils. Whenever we write a check, on the front page we write to whom it is issued, because generally when we issue the check, then we don't have a record unless we check the bank account statement. So we write over there ki where it is issued, correct? Also, when we deposit the check, as a confirmation, banker gives an acknowledgement. That is a counterfoil which we need to maintain. Along with that, we need to keep check and cash deposit counterfoils. So these are the basic records which we need to maintain. Very important part in this chapter, statutory registers, details how to maintain, where to maintain, inspection, extract, and lastly, what are the cash records to be maintained, what are the bank records to be maintained, what are the income records, and what are the purchase records. If you are done with this, your chapter is over. So small chapter it was, right? Now let's see what all questions are asked in your chapter number 14. You are appointed as a secretarial officer of A Limited, a BSE listed company. Apart from day-to-day secretarial work, you need to check and verify the purchase invoice and purchase order. Being an officer in that area, prepare note on maintenance of expense and purchase record and its advantages. Okay, so what we have to write, the question is maintenance of expense record, purchase record and the advantages. So about invoices received, credit card receipt, checkbook, cash voucher, etc. And what will be the advantage of maintaining that? The advantage would be it would help to, as far as tax context is concerned, okay, for justifiability of profitability figures during the scrutiny proceedings, right? Next, TPS Private Limited incorporated on 1st August 17, having registered office at Saket, New Delhi. Management of company kept some statutory records in other branch in Janakpuri, New Delhi. Explain whether company is eligible to keep its statutory register at place other than registered office. Yes, we can do that. Okay, so if it is inconvenient to make certain records available for inspection, you may keep some of or all of them at nearby premises but within the jurisdiction of the company. This is very important. Hence, one must notify if they have moved and company is expected to confirm location in the annual confirmation statement. Hence, TPS case is eligible to keep its statutory record in other branch in Janakpuri. That's it. Very easy it was. Now this is your chapter number 15. I know the name is too big, but believe me, the chapter is very easy. The chapter is very small. So your chapter number 14 was shortest. This is little shorter chapter, okay, in your entire SBEC. So 14 and 15 coming together, the weightage is 5 marks. Okay. So let's quickly begin with this chapter. So our first one, now we are going to discuss what are the major business types in India. This is like a distinction between all of them. So we have learned what is a sole proprietor, we have learned what is a partnership, what is LLP and a company. Now we are going to distinguish each of them with one feature or one characteristics. So very first characteristic is a registration. First one is the sole proprietor. Is any law applicable to the sole proprietor? The answer is no. No law is applicable to the sole proprietor. Hence, we do not require registration for the sole proprietor. So, no registration. What about the partnership? Registration of partnership can be done under Indian Partnership Act 1932, but that is optional. So registration of partnership is optional, but yes, it has certain side effects. Side effects, I mean, partners cannot sue the partners. The side effects which we had seen in chapter number 6. After that comes your LLP. LLP is governed under LLP Act 2008, and hence when you want to incorporate LLP, it is compulsory to get registered under LLP Act 2008. Okay. Same for the company also. It is compulsory for the company to get itself registered under MCA, under Companies Act 2013. So registration is mandatory for company and LLP and not compulsory for sole proprietor and a partnership. Second characteristic is legal status. Sole proprietor and partnership does not have legal status because they are dependent upon the sole proprietor in case of a sole proprietorship and partners in case of a partnership. So if sole proprietor dies, is his sole proprietorship business going to be continued? The answer is no. So when it depends on its members or partners, it does not have a status. Same like the partners. The existence depends upon the partner, hence it does not have a separate entity. So over here, partners and the sole proprietor will be personally liable for all the acts. This is not the case in case of LLP and a company. LLP and a company is a separate, distinct entity apart from its partners and the members. So they are not dependent on its partner or member. So whatever liability is there is that of a LLP and a company and not the partners and the members. I hope this is very clear. After that comes about the liability. What is the liability status in case of a sole proprietor? It is unlimited. In case of a partnership, again unlimited. In case of a LLP, limited liability of the partners. So partners don't have to pay more than what they have promised to contribute, right? What about the company? Limited liability of the members up to the extent of capital they have subscribed for. As far as number of members are concerned in sole proprietor, only one, because the name of the business is sole proprietor. In case of partnership, minimum 2 people will be required to start the partnership. In case of LLP, minimum 2 partners are required to start the partnership, that is your LLP. And in case of a company, for OPC 1, for private 2 and for public 7. Okay, yes. So you can make OPC 1, private 2 and public 7. After that, about the transferability of shares. If sole proprietor transfer his share, will business be his own? No, he will lose the interest. So it is not basically transferable. But yes, if he wants to transfer for by paying some consideration or taking some consideration or to his son, that is okay. So it can be transferred. What about the partnership? If any partner want to transfer his stake, he requires consent of all the partners. The answer is yes. So we can write over here transferable but with consent of all partners. Right? Yes. What about the LLP? It is transferable but subject to consent of the existing partners. What about the company? Subject to restrictions in private limited company, shares can be easily transferred. So it is very easy to transfer share in a company as compared to the LLP or any other form of organization. I hope this is clear. Great. Now going to next the taxation aspect. Sole proprietor does not have PAN of its own, but it is using PAN of a sole proprietor who is doing a business. So business and a proprietor is not considered as different, but they are one. The sole proprietor is taxed as per the individual slabs only. What about the partnership? Partnership has different PAN from its partners. So it is taxed as per the partnership slabs. Which slab? Partnership. So they have to pay the tax, along with that also pay the surcharge and the taxes, that is cess. What about the LLP? LLP is also taxable as per the partnership slabs only. Which slabs is applicable? Partnership, even they have to pay the surcharge and the cess on that. What about the company? Companies have to pay flat rate of tax as per the slabs. Obviously some exemption modifications are there, but all the entities have different slabs. Okay. After that, what about the annual meeting? Is sole proprietor required to do meeting? With whom he will do meeting is a single person doing business. So no requirement of a statutory meeting. What about the partnership? No requirement of statutory meeting. Did we read anything in the Partnership Act? No. What about the LLP? No requirement. Did we read that partners have to meet once in a year? No. Did we read in the company law? Yes, you will learn in your Companies Act that every year company has to do one annual general meeting and required number of board meeting. Right? So it is compulsory. What about the annual filings? It is not compulsory for sole proprietor to do any annual filings. So no requirement, only income tax return it has to file, that's it. Same for the partnership. Even though your partnership is registered, we are not going to file anything with your partnership, that is registrar of firm. But yes, we are obviously going to file income tax return. What about LLP and company? LLP has to file two mandatory annual forms, Form 8 and Form 11. Form 8 is your insolvency form and Form 11 is your annual return. Along with that, the income tax return also. Same for the company. Company has to file the financial statements. Along with that, it also has to file the annual return of the company, plus along with that the income tax return. So these are the mandatory compliance to be filed by all these authorities. After that, what about the existence and survivability? Sole proprietor and partnership, both existence depends on their respective owners. In case of sole proprietor, it is dependent upon the proprietor. So something happens to the proprietor, you have to shut down the business. Same is a rule for the partnership because they are dependent on their partners. So if partner, that is, if there are only two partners, one partner dies, they have to dissolve the firm. They don't have any option because can they continue with one partner? The answer is no. Okay. What about the LLP and the company? It cannot be shut down by mere coming or going of any partner or a member. If you want to shut down the LLP or a company, you have to do by due process of law. So LLP and company is incorporated by law and it shall be dissolved by the law only. Okay. After that, about the foreign ownership. Are foreigners allowed to invest in the sole proprietor? No, not allowed. Are foreigners allowed to invest in the partnership? Not allowed. But foreigners are allowed to invest in LLP and a company. Definitely they have to follow the FEMA regulations. Some part of it we have read in 9-10 chapter. More of it will be learning in your group 2. Okay. So this is all as far as your number of. So this is all with your first video. In this we have seen the comparison. I hope you have done the revision also of all forms of organization. Now we will see what are the different compliances which company has to do. Once a company is incorporated, after incorporation it has to do post incorporation formalities like taking various business registration and licenses. Some of them we have already learned in chapter number 13. taking registration and licenses becomes very important, because if we don't take registration licenses for doing any business, that business, even though legal, would not be considered as a valid one. Hence, licenses become integral part to run our business. And which kind of license it is, it will depend upon which business we are doing and how we are doing, where we are doing, on which scale are we doing. So there are various licenses. If we don't take any of the licenses, it may lead to costly lawsuits and unwanted legal battles. Hence, to avoid all that, it's very much necessary to take the various licenses. Business license are nothing but they are the legal documents which allows our business as per legal manner. So it will be official if we take the business licenses. Some of the common licenses will be applicable to all kinds of business, like Shops and Establishment Act. So whoever has any of the shop in that particular state, it will be compulsory to take the Shops and Establishment license. Other business license varies from which kind of industry you are. If you are food industry, then FSI. If you are e-commerce, then additionally we have to take GST, professional tax, etc. So depending upon the type of industry and where you are located, you have to take the business license. Apart from that, understanding tax law also becomes very important. Now you have already learned what is a tax in your subject number 4, so I need not comment more on it. Also, we have learned in chapter number 9 what is a startup, right? Hence we are not going to discuss it over here. Now there are certain other applicable laws which becomes compulsory for all companies to which it becomes applicable to comply. Like we have Industrial Dispute Act, Trade Union Act, Building and Other Construction Act, Industrial Employment Act, Interstate Migrant Workers Act, Payment of Gratuity Act, Contract Labor Act, Employees Provident Fund, Employees State Insurance. Don't worry, most of this we are going to learn in chapter number 17. Now when we talk about the IPRs, that is intellectual property right laws, they are nothing but your registration of intellectual property rights like patent, trademark, copyright. Okay, if we want protection of our brand name or our invention, it will be compulsory to register. Without registration, we will not get protection under the Intellectual Property Right Act. Also, it will be very important to know the essentials of contract. Also take the consent properly. Then only we can do effective obligations of that. If we don't enter into any contract for doing particular thing, it would lead to frustration. Why? Because in case any of the parties, they don't comply with their obligations, then we cannot go to the court of law. There will be no enforcement. Hence, contract becomes very important in our business. Also, there are various laws, different laws under different industry. The first one is a Factories Act 1948. In this, we are going to learn what is a factory, because Factories Act will be applicable wherever it is a factory. So, factory is nothing but any premises or presence. Presence means any space which is covered with 4 walls. Those are called as presence, where manufacturing processes going on or allied activities are going on with 10 or more workers preceding 12 months working with the aid of power. 10 or more workers working with the aid of power. 20 or more workers working without the aid of power. That will be called as a factory. But factory excludes certain things, like mine is not a factory because it is covered under Mines Act 1952. Mobile unit of armed forces is not a factory. Railway running shed, hotel, restaurants or eating places, all these are not the factories. Now factories are governed by, we know that, Ministry of Labor and Environment. It's a labor law. Factory is a labor law. Hence Ministry of Labor and Environment governs that. But it's a ministry, it cannot reach each and every place. So they have made DGFASLI. What is this? It's a Directorate of General Factory Advice Service and Labor Institute. So this directorate will be regulating your factories. To regulate them properly, they have made various factory inspectors. Okay, so state government has appointed various factory inspectors in the local areas. Coming to the next act, the Plantation Labor Act 1951. It talks about all the workers who are working in plantation, be it in school, hospitals, dispensaries. It will be compulsory for employer to give them the benefits given under this act. Now, in all this act, guys, we are not going to learn in detail. Whatever is given in our syllabus, only this much we are leading. So, what is a plantation? Any plantation where wholly or party, it also includes offices, hospitals, dispensaries, schools and any other premises where plantation activity is going on. But factory is excluded from this purview. So factory shall not be there. This again act is governed by MOLE. So it has made Industrial Relations Division which will be looking after the Plantation Act. Now going ahead with the Mines Act. All the laborers who are working in the mine, be it underground, over the ground, but connected to mines, okay, they should have good health, safety and measures which will be provided by the employer. So it contains health, safety, welfare provisions for workers who are working in coal, metalliferous and the oil mines. So mines includes excavation of the various materials, that is metals, oils, coal, etc., etc. So they use various boring, borewell, lift, shaft, open cast and where they work. So this is again administered by Ministry of Labor and Environment, and they have appointed a director called as Director General of Mines and Safety. So it shall be the regulating authority for this. Okay. So it regulates mines and oil fields. Please remember. After that we have Shops and Establishment Act 1953. This we have already learned in chapter number 13. Hence we are not going to learn over here. Okay. Please remember this. Going ahead with the Motor Transport Workers Act 1961. Motor transport means what? Any industry which is having a business of transferring passengers from one area to other area or goods from one place to another. Okay, we can call it as Ola, Uber, buses, rickshaw, all this. Okay, so there is any company who is doing this business where 5 or more transport workers are employed. That transport workers can be even the cleaners. So if any of the person, like he is having a private taxis and he is indulging 10 people in that, is this law applicable to him? The answer is yes. Okay, so what we have to take care, at least 5 people are employed over there. Then what is a motor transport undertaking? It's an undertaking which is engaged in carrying of goods or passengers by road for hire or reward. It also includes a private carrier. Now the working hours are important over here. So none of the adult worker can work for more than 8 hours in a day and 48 hours in any week. Also, if adolescent is engaged in doing allied activities of motor transport, then they cannot be allowed to work for more than 6 hours a day. It includes half an hour of rest. Also, they cannot work in between 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. That means they cannot do night shift. Now the next one we have Contract Labor Act. This Contract Labor Act we are going to learn in chapter number 17, hence we are not doing it over here. Going to the next, Labour Welfare Fund for Social Assistance of Workers. There are various minds or various other organizations which have created the labor welfare fund, which will be used for education, hospitalization, health, safety of people working in that particular organization. So first fund, they have created 5 funds and it is set up by Ministry of Labor and Employment. So the first fund, basically from where does the fund comes? The fund comes from respective cess or fund. Like for example, mica mines labor welfare act. So whoever is purchasing, dealing in mica, they will have some percentage of cess on that purchase or sale. That will go to this fund. So this is how the fund has money. And later it will be used for the welfare of these employees. So employees who are working for mica mines, they will be getting welfare under this. Second, we have limestone dolomite mines labor welfare act 1972. So any people who are working for limestone and dolomite, okay, they will be entitled to this benefit. Third one, we have iron ore mines, manganese ores, chrome ore mines labor welfare fund 1976. So people working in iron ore, manganese ore and chrome ore, they will get benefit under this. Next one, we have BD Workers Welfare Fund Act 1976. We have seen BD, there is a leaf and tobacco is filled and then it is rolled. Mostly women and children are engaged in these activities. So any person who is engaged in BD industries, they will get benefit under this fund. Okay, so this was your different labor welfare fund. After that, we have the act called as Building and Other Construction Workers Regulation of Employment and Conditions of Service Act 1996. Now they are talking about regulation of employment and working condition of the laborers who are working in the construction area. So employer has to provide them with health, safety and welfare. Is this act applicable to all construction? No, it is not applicable to all construction, but where any employer employs 10 or more workers, it is applicable, and the construction cost should be more than 10 lakh rupees. So the project cost should be more than 10 lakh, only then this act becomes applicable. So it will be duty of employer to provide with the assistance to worker for any kinds of accidents, old age pensions, loans for construction of their houses, taking the insurance, financial assistance for education, medical expenses, maternity benefit. Under this only we have similar kind of a act called as Sales Promotion of Employees Condition Service Act 1976. Now this regulates the working condition of the salesperson. Salesperson are more in the pharmaceutical and the construction. Pharmaceutical, they have to go door to door for delivering and showing the medicine samples. Also in the construction, because they have to sell the flats. So it will be for welfare safety of the sales promotion employees. So what is the definition of sales promotion employees? Any person by whatever name called, it also includes apprentice. Apprentice means training, okay, who is engaged for hire or reward, and also include any person who is in supervisory capacity earning income of more than 1600 per month, or other person who is in managerial or administrative capacity. All are employed under this act. Now it will be duty of employer to maintain the register, okay, other documents, and it will be open for inspection. Whenever authority come, they should make it available. So this is all guys with your chapter number 15. It was very small act. Now we are going to start with the question answers of chapter number 15. So the very first one, what are the purpose and objectives of Plantation Labor Act 1951, which ministry administers the same? Again, very simple. We have to write objectives. So basically it provides for welfare of plantation laborers who are doing the plantation or the labor work, Also regulating the conditions. So plantation means what? Where it also includes offices, hospitals, dispensaries, schools and other premises, but it does not include any factory where manufacturing process is going on as defined under Factories Act 1948. Which ministry governs this? Ministry of Labor and Employment. Okay. Next question. Can a woman be employed in a mine industry? If yes, on what terms and conditions? Women can be employed in the mine industry, but there are certain conditions to be fulfilled. The first one, owner of mine can deploy women only between 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. So they are not allowed to do any of the night duty. And which work they can do? Technical, supervisory and the managerial work. Okay. Then deployment of women, before that her written consent should be taken. It is compulsory. Along with that, adequate facility should be provided for her during all the working hours regarding safety, health and security. Okay. Also, deployment of women, for that some standard operating procedures are there, okay, which is given by a chief inspector of mines that we need to comply with. Then deployment of women is possible only in groups. So minimum 3 women should be there at a time. Less than 3 women are not allowed. Okay, so please remember this part. Then Prabhat is proposing a new business, wants to know from you the mandatory annual compliances for LLP and the partnership firm. For LLP, we have only 3 mandatory compliance, Form 8, Form 11 and income tax return. For partnership firm, do we have any mandatory compliance? Only one, filing of income tax return, that's it, nothing else. Simple, only this much we had to write. That's it guys with your chapter number 15. Now we are going to start with the next chapter, that is chapter number 16. Yes, chapter number 16 from your part B. I hope you have done with 13, 14 and 15. So this chapter number 16 is very easy chapter, but yes, there are 5 sub-chapters in this and the weightage for this chapter number 16 is 5 marks only. Okay. So if we want to have 35 marks in our pocket, it will be very important to do all the chapters of your part B. Chapter number 16, we are going to learn about intellectual property rights. Okay. We are not going to learn this in detail, but only that much part which is essential for an entrepreneur in order to start a business. So for setting up a business, how much law is required relating to intellectual property, only that much we are going to discuss. So as I told you, there are 5 sub-chapters in this. So 5 intellectual property rights we are going to learn this chapter. First law, copyright law. So we are going to learn what is a copyright in this. After that, we have a patent, then a trademark, then geographical indication, and the last one is design. So 5 intellectual property laws we are going to learn over here. Okay, I hope this is very, very clear. So what is the intellectual property right? First, let's understand this. Intellectual property right means a property which is very different from your other kinds of property like movable, immovable property. Your intellectual property is evolved from the brain, that is the human brain. That's why it's an intangible property, because we cannot give description of IPR in the physical parameters. Okay, we have to describe it in an intangible manner only. If I want to give an example, any scientist who invents any of the medicine, any engineer who makes a new design, new product, it's a patent. So when invention comes, it's a patent. Any writer who writes a book, so book has to be protected because he has put in so many efforts to write that. So in order to protect that right, he has to do the copyright registration for that. So all this we are going to learn in the intellectual property right chapter. So now let's start with our first law, which is the Copyrights Act. Okay, so our first law is Copyright Act 1957. So what is a copyright? Any person or any of the writer who writes the book and he wants to protect the content of the book. What he wants to do? He wants to protect content of the book. He don't want that content to be copied. So what he has to do? He has to take a copyright registration. So once he takes copyright registration, if anybody copies his content, the author of the book can penalize him. I hope you understood. On the same lines, when any of the movie producers the movie and he don't want his content to be pirated, he can take the copyright of that. If any of the computer software programmer, he wants to secure his computer software program, he can protect that under Copyright Act. So in order to protect the author's content, producer's content, the programmer's content, basically the person who has made that particular work, you can take the copyright registration and protect it from the unauthorized use. I hope this is very clear. So let's begin with the act. So the name of this act is Copyright Act 1957. So it came after the independence, but many changes have been done. Major changes have come once the computer program came. Earlier computers were not there, correct? So when the computer program came, the need was there to change the copyright law. When the digitalization came, the need came to change the Copyrights Act. So the latest amendment in Copyright Act we can find in 2012. So in 2012, major amendments are done in the Copyrights Act. Now why do we alter them? Because India is a party to various treaties called as World Copyrights Treaty. We have World Phonograms and Patent Treaty. So many treaties are there. Treaties means any contract signed by India with the other countries. So our movies are also protected outside India because of these treaties only. USA movies are also protected in India because of this treaty. Understood? So just because so many treaties are there, as per the treaties we have to make many amendments in our Copyright Act, and latest amendment came in 2012. In 2012 there was a digital environment. So digital environment was there, totally digital. Everybody is making reels on the Insta and all. So don't you think all this requires some copyright protection? The answer is yes. So in order to give this copyright protection, they changed in 2012. They included digital environment protection also, and whoever infringes anybody's copyright, penalties are also given to them. Along with that, the rights management information also was changed. Along with that, the internet service provider is there. We have so many internet service provider. If any infringement happens through that internet, so how much is that internet service provider liable? So this is also fixed in Copyright Act 2012. After that, so many cover versions are made. Cover version means old song is sang by a new singer and earning money out of it. That is a cover versions. So introduction of cover versions was also made, and how much royalties to be paid to the original singer and the original music composer. All this will be fixed. Along with that, some exclusive or economic moral rights for the performers are also included. Along with that equal membership right, there is something called as a copyright societies, wherein all the music composers, producers shall come together and protect each other's right. Just like a cooperative society, there is a copyright society. So equal membership rights should also be given to all the copyright owners. Along with that, other right owners are also protected, and the copyright owner who are physically disabled, okay, even their rights is more protected. So I hope you have understood what is the Copyright Act about. The name of the act is Copyright Act 1957 and it applies to whole of India. Now let's study what is a copyright. The definition of copyright is very important and we have to study that. So the first one, copyright includes artistic work. Now what is a artistic work? Any painter who does painting can also be copyrighted. Sculpture which is engraved on the stone, it's also copyrighted. It also includes the diagram, map, chart or plans which architecture make also be copyrighted. Engraving on the stones or taking photograph, all this consists of copyright. Now suppose I make such kind of a drawing, okay, and this is a painting I have made and I want this to be copyrighted. I want this to be copyrighted. Can it be copyrighted? The answer is yes. Why? Because any drawing, anything which may or may not possess artistic work. So copyright may or may not possess artistic quality. You don't require artistic quality for the copyright. You have made it, you want your right to be protected, take the copyright registration, no problem at all. Understood? So any painting can be copyrighted, no problem. So it does not require artistic work. After that, architecture makes various plans and they want the plans to be protected. Why? Because they earn money for the plans. So those architectural works can also be copyrighted. Any other work of artistic craftsmanship, you make anything, drawing, craft, anything, you can do copyright of that to protect your art. So what is a copyright? First we have seen any artistic work is a copyright, okay. Second, now author means what over here? What do we mean by author? Very important from exam point of view, okay, very important. In case of literary work, literary means books. Please remember, literary means writing of the books. Dramatic work, dramatic means person who writes the drama, the story. That's a dramatic work. So in case of literary and dramatic work, who will be the owner? Tell me. Definitely the author. So person who writes the book, the person who writes the story will be the author, because only author can apply, right? In case of musical work, the person who does composing of music, so we cannot call it as author, right? So for music, he is a music composer, okay. After that, if anybody is making artistic work except of photograph, except of photograph, somebody is making artistic work, so we call him as an artist. Yes, so person making that is called as an artist, so artist can apply. Now person taking photograph, any person who is taking photographs, you have so much of scope in wildlife photography and the other photographies, right? So people go to the South Africa especially for taking the photos and they copyright that. Why? Because they earn money out of that. They sell those pictures on the TV. Understood? So person taking the photograph shall be author of that photograph. After that, in relation to the cinematograph film, the movies, the person who produces or the sound recording. In case of sound recordings in the movies, the person who produces that. So, in relation to this five things, literary, drama, author, musical work, composer. After that, you have artistic work except a photograph, artist. Photograph, the person who is taking it. And last, cinematographic or sound recording, it is the producer. Right? Now, the sixth one is little different. When any of this literary, dramatic, musical, artistic work, it is on the physical paper, and now author or artist of that, he wants that to be put into the computer. So the physical work wants to get converted into computer. So your person, suppose I'm an artist, I may not know how to convert that into computer. So you will go to that person who will help you in converting into a computer. So when person who helps you to convert into a computer, can you say that person is an author or an artist? The answer is no. So in that case, who is an author? The person who made that particular work to be converted. So person who hired a professional to convert his work into computer will be an author or the artist. I hope this is very clear. Let's read it. In relation to any literary, dramatic, musical, artistic work which is computer generated, the person who causes the work to be created will be the author. So I hope who is the author, the definition is very clear. Now there is something called as broadcast. Whenever the music recordings or the movies are made, do producers keep it with themselves? The answer is no. They want to earn out of it. So they give something called as a broadcasting rights. So this broadcasting can be by wireless diffusion, okay, or it can be by wire diffusion, and also includes a rebroadcasting right. Only this much is there for you. How many years broadcasting right is there? All these things are not there for you. So I hope you have understood what is actually a copyright. Okay. So after this, what is a cinematographic film? Cinematography is so easy to watch. When you will learn the definition of this, you will understand how difficult it is to define. So it's a movie. Okay, in legal terms, it's any work where visual recording is done on any medium. Okay, produced through process from which moving image is produced. Okay, and includes a sound also, because in movie image the sound is also there accompanying visual recording, and cinematograph shall be construed as including any work produced by any process analogous to cinematographic, including video films. The cinematographic films include everything: the visual recording, the moving images, the sound recording, the video films, everything comes under the cinematographic. So I hope you have understood what is a copyright now, different definitions under copyright. Now we are going to see which all copyrights are protected under this act and what are the rights of the owners of the copyright. So basically the copyright where the original works are created. Okay, so copyright work can be literary. Literary work means relating to books. Music, in case of music, the person who composes the music, so the music composer. Dramatic work, the person who is a story writer. Okay, pantomimes, I mean very short plays for the kids which are done live in the auditorium. So pantomimes is nothing but short plays for the children. Okay, choreography work, we mean the dance steps. Sculptural work, who does? The artist does the sculptural work. Pictorial work also is done by the artist. Graphical work may be done by your architecture. Sound recordings done by the producer. Artistic work done by the artist. Architectural work done by the architect. And the computer software programmer. So we call it as a author or programmer. Okay, so these are the different copyrights, but all of them are not protected. Like for example, the choreography work, it's not easy to protect each and every choreography steps. Suppose there is a famous choreographer, okay, and if he patents and if he copyrights any of the step in his own name, don't you think others can use that? The answer is yes. So protecting such copyrights become difficult, hence protection is not provided. Okay, so all are different types of copyright, but protection is only provided in this classes of work. I hope you understood. So the first class of work is the original and the literary work. Original literary, why? If you are duplicating somebody's book and writing your own book, that is not original. So whatever book you write, you have to be very, very original. So if you're writing any of the books, you're called as an author and you can register your book as a copyright. Okay. After that, any person who writes the story for a drama, even that story can be copyrighted. Okay. After that, any person who makes any of the musical work, that is a music composer. Okay, in that music composer, how are you going to copyright? If you have seen anybody's music book, something like this is written, we actually don't know, but such kind of notes are made. Okay, so these are your music notation, also called as graphic notation. So graphic notation and music can be copyrighted, but there is something which cannot be copyrighted, that is words or action used. So in the musical work, words or action used which is sung, performed, that cannot be copyrighted. Because if you copyright the steps of one particular song, you copyright some words of particular song, like for example heart. Okay, in the Titanic song, we have heard heart so many times. So heart, can you copyright it? The answer is no, because in so many other songs the heart is used. Understood? So which cannot be protected, code does not guarantee that protection. Understood? So what can be copyrighted in music? Only the graphic notations and the music. It cannot be protected. Which all cannot be protected? Words or action used in the performance. After that, as far as artistic work is concerned, any person who makes painting, sculpture, pictorial work, photography, all this can be copyrighted. So is it necessary there has to be artistic work in that? No. It may possess artistic creation, it may not be artistic, no problem at all. Just you draw two lines, okay, you want to get it copyrighted. Authority will say, fine, I am getting my fees. Understood, so it will be copyrighted. After that, the cinematographic work, the person who produces the movies, producers can definitely do the copyright of that. Okay, so it includes sound recording also along with the visual recording. After that, we have a sound recordings. Sounds recording can be copyrighted, but over here also one thing cannot be copyrighted is medium, medium on which it is recorded. We have various musical instruments like flute, guitar, tabla. Can you copyright, can any music composer or any sound recorder just copyright that particular instrument? The answer is no. This is not available to anybody. So the medium is not to be copyrighted, but yes, the music and the sound can be copyrighted. So these are the 6 copyright classes which are protected. Please memorize this: original literary, dramatic, musical, artistic, cinematographic and sound recording. Only 6. Now, The person who takes the copyright, how to take copyright, we are going to learn. But person who takes the copyright registration, he will be protected from all other unauthorized use. So if anybody uses his work without his consent, he can take them to the court of law. This is a protection available under Copyright Act. So which rights are protected? Let us see which rights of the owners are protected. The right of reproduction is protected. So any person cannot reproduce the same thing without owner's consent. Issue of copies of work to the public. You cannot do that. You cannot issue the work copies to the public at large because it can be only issued by the producer. You cannot perform his work in public in order to earn money. But yes, if you are performing in any of the theaters or club where the audience is non-paying, then that will be allowed. After that, you cannot communicate his work to the public. Only he has the proper total rights to communicate. You cannot make the cinematographic or a sound recording of any of the work. Say for example, any of the story he has said in the public and that story is copyrighted, you cannot make movie of that. Okay, you cannot do translation without his approval. Any book which was there in Hindi, if you are reproducing the same book in the English language without the author's consent, he is going to sue you for that. After that, any of the adaptations. Now adaptations are various kinds. I'll give you example. Adaptation means whenever there was any drama, okay, you have seen one drama, you just loved that drama, you have ample of money, you converted that drama into a book. That means on that drama, whatever you saw, you wrote a book on that. So you're converting dramatic into non-dramatic. Even this is not allowed. This is an adaptation. Also, drama can be converted into movie also. Even that is adaptation. So if you want to do that, you have to take the copyright author's consent. Then converting your literary work, your book work into a dramatic work. You have read a book somewhere, you just conceptualize the drama for that. That's a conversion of literary into drama. Then rearrangement of any of the literary into drama, drama into literary. Then depiction in a comic form of any of the work. In newspapers you might have seen the comics, right? Comics comes. So you have seen a drama, you are just depicting same comic over there, same scene you are producing. Even that is an infringement and is not allowed. Transcription of musical work into arrangement. Transcription of work means whatever is written in the graphic notation, you are transcripting that into some other source. It's not allowed. Alteration of any of the existing work. Movie you're converting into book, book into movie, or movie into drama. Any misarrangement, rearrangement of adaptation is not allowed. It refers to the infringement. Please remember. Okay. Yes. Now, there are certain rights of the owner. Okay. So, who are the owners basically? This question is asked many times. In case of a musical sound recording, who is the owner? Lyricist, composer, singer, musician, any person who produced that sound recording. So all are the owners for this. After that, where a journalist during his employment is making some copyright. So he is making any of the article, but he is in employment. So that article belongs to the journalist or the employer. Suppose I am employed somewhere. Okay, in the course of my employment only, my profile or my work is to write the articles. So I wrote a wonderful article. Can I copyright in my name? I cannot unless there is absence of an agreement. Understood? So, Mr. A has written that article. Okay. Then, if there is agreement by A with the owner that whatever articles I will make, it will belong to me only. So when there is an agreement, it will be A's product. When there is no agreement, it will be employer's product. I hope this is clear, because employer is paying salary to that journalist for this purpose only. So in absence of any agreement to the contrary, it will be the right of an employer or the proprietor. In case of any work produced for valuable consideration. So if I am a writer, I wrote a book with my pen or a pencil, I want to convert that into the computer. That means I want that to be typed. So I went to the typist and hired typist to type my book. So over here, do you think typist is the author now? No. So when there is absence of any agreement and contrary, the person at whose instance the work is produced shall be the owner. Very important, such questions are asked for 3 to 4 marks. Okay, so please remember. After that, I would like to cover one part with you, that is the term of copyright. Okay, so what is the term of copyright? Very interesting it is. Once any author, any music composer, anybody registers copyright in his own name, what is this term? This we are going to discuss. The term of the copyright is 60 years. But 60 years starting from when, that is very important and that is different. So in case of original literary work, dramatic work, musical work and artistic work. In case of original literary, dramatic, musical, artistic, 60 years starts after the death of the author. 60 years start from the death of the author. So any of the music composer who has registered copyright in his own name, he can enjoy that copyright throughout his life, and after he dies, 60 years from that. Understood? This is in only 4 cases. Remember, original literary, musical, dramatic and artistic. As far as other classes of work like cinematographic, sound recordings, photographs or posthumous work. Posthumous work means author who made the work has died before the registration. So work came out after his death. We can write that way. Work was registered after the death. So when work was registered after his death, after that anonymous. Anonymous means over here the author or any of the producer, he don't want to get his name disclosed. Anonymous means basically it is nameless. It does not have any name. Okay. After that, pseudonymous publication. What is pseudonymous? Over here, author does not want to come out with his real name, so he is giving some nickname to himself. So in case of posthumous work, anonymous work or pseudonymous work, cinematographic sound recordings and the works of the government and works of international organization. In this, 60 years will start from the date it was first published. So when the work was first published, from that up to 60 years you will get the protection under this Copyright Act. So I hope you have understood what are the rights of the copyright owner. Now let's proceed to the other provisions relating to the copyright. So I hope you have understood what are the rights of the copyright owner. Now this becomes very important as far as our exam is concerned, because this sometimes they ask you in the form of case law or sometimes they ask you as a direct question. So what is this question? What are the exceptions of copyright? Like you know that if we use any of the registered copyright without owner's approval, it will lead to an infringement. But when we use the registered copyright without owner's consent for these many purpose, okay, which purpose? These many purpose, it will not amount to the infringement. So these are the exceptions to use of the copyright. So in order to protect the interest of users, there are some exemption wherein if we make use of copyright which is registered, that will not amount to an infringement. So which are those instances where we can use a registered copyright? We can use registered copyright for the purpose of any research or a private study. So if we are using any copyright for research or private study, then it is allowed, not amounting to infringement. One of the exception to this is when we are doing PhD. In PhD, we have to write the thesis on the PhD, and this has to be original one. So when any student who is pursuing PhD and he has to write a thesis, he copies a material from a registered copyright. It will not amount to for research and private study, but it will amount to infringement. So research and private study which is not for PhD thesis is allowed and it is not an infringement, but for PhD thesis it will amount to infringement. Please remember this. Second, if any of the media, any of the critics uses any of the registered copyright to give review or critics on it, even then it is allowed, it is not an infringement. If any of the media or any other person uses that registered matter for giving the reporting of the current events, okay, then also it is allowed, it does not amount to infringement. If any person uses the registered copyright in any of the judicial proceeding which is going on in the court of law, even that does not amount to infringement. If any person does any of the performance at amateur club or any club social gathering where the audience is non-paying audience, so that person or performer is not earning out of it, it is just for the entertainment, then it is allowed, not amounting to infringement. If any person make any of the sound recording, literary recording, dramatic recording for some purpose and that purpose is justified by law, it does not amount to infringement. For any person does it for education or religious ceremony, even that does not amount to infringement. So these are the instances where use of registered copyright is legally allowed without permission of the owner, hence no infringement. Clear with this? Great. Now we are going to next administration of a copyright law. Now who administers your copyright law? Under Copyright Act, we have a quasi-judicial body called as an Copyright Board. Also, they have constituted appellate board now to hear the appeal against the Copyright Board. So this Copyright Board consists of a chairman, and who constitutes this Copyright Board? The central government. It consists of a chairman and two or more members, but members cannot be exceeding 14 in number. Okay. In any case, wherever there is any of the adjudicating matters, okay, in that case the appellate board will be there. And if you are not happy with the decision of the appellate board also, then you can go to the High Court. Basically, the chairman of this board will be the level of judge of your High Court. Now, what are the powers of this copyright board? We are going to see that. This copyright board can hear the appeals against the registrar of copyright. It can hear application for rectification of the entries in the registrar of copyright. It can make compulsory license for the republished work. It means your work is already done. For republishing that on public demand, it can grant compulsory licensing. After that, compulsory licensing can be granted for translation, adaptation of any of the work. But when can they grant this? Only after 7 years of first publication of that work. After that, it also hears and decides the dispute when work has been published or the date of application or relating to any term of any of the copyright in another country. It also fixes the rate of royalties in respect of sound recording and for making the cover version. It also fixes the resale share right where the original copies for painting, sculpture, drawing, original manuscript, literary, dramatic or the musical work. These are the main functions or duties of your copyright code. Now going to the infringement of copyright. What is an infringement? When I have a registered copyright in my name, how the copyright looks? It will be capital C and circle will be there. When you see this on any of the book or drama or movie, it means it's a registered copyright. So when I am owner of registered copyright, if somebody uses my matter without my permission, it is called as an infringement of my right. So when there is infringement of right, what I can do? I can take that person to the court of law. So copyright is infringed when only substantial part is made use of unauthorized. So substantial part should be infringed. Only then I can call it as a infringement of copyright. But over here substantial does not mean that 75% of my book is infringed. No. The quantity does not matter over here, but quality matters. So if in any song there is one catchy phrase, that catchy phrase is the soul of that song. If I take out that catchy phrase from my song, then my song will not have that much impact. So if some other singer or any other music composer uses that catchy phrase in his song, so he has done the infringement. So however short that phrase is, but was very important for your song? Yes. So substantial part does not mean the percentage they are talking about, but how catchy it is. If it is very important, it leads to infringement even if one word is copied. I hope you understood. So, for example, if lyricist copy a very catchy phrase from another lyricist song, there is likely to be an infringement even if that phrase is very short. Okay. Now there are certain common examples of infringement. This is asked many times in your exam. What are the examples of infringement? If you are making infringing copies for sale or hire, so you are copying that. Along with that, you are selling that on hire. You are doing infringement. You are permitting any place for performance of infringing work. So you have a theater. In that theater, you are allowing those people to perform who have copied somebody's content. So even you are responsible for that. After that, you are distributing the infringing copies in public. So you are trading in the infringing copies, you are also responsible for that. You are doing public exhibition of infringing copies, or you are doing importation of infringing copies. For example, somebody has done infringement in Dubai. So the owner is in Dubai. So that infringed copies have been brought to India. So you are importing infringing copies. Even this leads to an infringement under Copyright Act in India. So these are the common examples for infringement of the copyright. Now when anybody is copyrighted infringed, the owner has three options. He can go to the court of law, and what remedies court may give? The first remedy is injunction. Injunction is a stay order. Court can put a stay on that person not to use the same one again without permission of the original owner. Second, the owner can ask for the damages. Whatever loss has happened to him because of the infringement, that has to be paid by the infringer. And third, accounts. Whatever profits are made by the person who infringed that, every penny of that will go to the original owner. So under this Copyright Act or any other Intellectual Property Right Act, three remedies are there. Injunction, after that second one is damages, and third one is accounts. Please remember this. Now, coming to the last part, what is a penalty for the infringement? The penalty for the infringement is minimum punishment is 6 months. Okay, so what is the minimum punishment? 6 months with fine of 50,000 rupees, which can extend to 2 lakh rupees also. So when you go to the second conviction, same thing you have done again. So in that case, imprisonment is 1 year and fine is 1 lakh rupees. Also, all the infringing copies, whatever person, unauthorized person is having, all have to be given back to the original owner only, and it is a property of original owner. So over here we complete our copyright, but we need to understand how to make application and what is the process for copyright registration. So this is here we are going to learn about copyright registration process. Same diagram is there in our ICSI module as well. So we are going to learn from this diagram. So in order to take copyright registration, we have to apply to the registrar of copyright in form 4. Which form is there? In form number 4, we have to apply for the copyright. Once we apply for the copyright, they will issue a diary number to us. Once diary number is issued, we have to wait for objections. They shall give us objection within 30 days of that. So we have to wait for 30 days for the objection. If they are fine with our application, no objections are received, then scrutinization will be there directly. If scrutinizers find any of the discrepancies, then they will send us a discrepancy letter. We have to correct the discrepancy, and then we will go for the hearing with the registrar. Okay, if registrar is happy with our application, then it shall grant us approval. If it is not happy with our application, he may reject. We can go for hearing for the rejections. Okay, so when application is rejected, then he will send a rejection letter to us. Coming back, when objections are received, whoever has sent the objection letter, we will send the letter to both the parties that on this date you have to come. Hearing will be organized by a registrar. So once hearing is organized by the registrar, after hearing, the application can be accepted, it can be rejected. If it is rejected, you will be sent a rejection letter. If it is accepted, then you will get a registration certificate. This is the process of the entire copyright registration. So I hope you have understood the Copyright Act. Now we are going to start with the next act, that is a Patents Act. So this is Patents Act 1970. Please remember the year of the act also. It's very, very important. Now we have discussed about patent in chapter number 13 as well, as we had seen the process how to register a patent. So in this chapter over here, we are going to learn what is a patent and what are not the patents, and if anybody's right is infringed, what is a way out available for him. So let's begin with the patent. So why is patent so important? Patent is very, very important because it relates to invention. Okay, this invention can be of any particular product or it can be any of the process. So invention can be relating to any product or a process, like a scientist invented any of the medicines for the new diseases like cancer, etc., etc. Or engineer invented some process to make any of the vehicles, bikes, etc. So all this, when any product or any process was not known to the world and for the first time it was made by some person, that person, in order to protect his right, he can register as a patent. But what is important? It has to be very new and it has to be useful. So what are the two important things over here? The product or the process has to be new and it has to be usable. If it is of no use, we can register as a design, but we cannot register it as a patent. So I hope you have understood this. Yes. So inventions allows many businesses to become successful. Why? Because more and more customers come in. So when more and more customers come in, definitely the revenue becomes more and more. Okay. Also, better process and product, it offers competitive advantage on the marketplace. I hope you have understood this. So if anybody has invented any of the process or a product, it can register it with the patent office in India. Okay. An invention will not be considered as new if it was disclosed earlier in the public. So it was in any of the exhibitions or any of the public at large. So it will not be a patent if it was disclosed in public at large, maybe by written or a oral description. So before filing your application, if somebody else know about that product, it is not an invention, but it's a known product. When it is a known product, we cannot register it. I hope this was very clear. Now, going to the definition of invention, your Patents Act 1970 gives an definition for word invention. So what is an invention? Invention means a new product or a new process. So it includes both of them. A new product and new process can be an invention. But it also includes new and usable. As I told you, it has to be new, also a usable. Any art, process, method or manner of manufacturing. It can be anything. It can be any machine, it can be apparatus or any other article. And it can be any substance which is produced by manufacturing or new and useful article, but that has to be improved one. So when we have existing product, existing product means what? Existing product means already a TV is invented, but you are doing some value additions on it. What you are doing? Value addition on it. Then it is an invention. So in an existing product also you can register it as a patent only and only if there is a value addition. So I hope you understood the definition of what is invention and what is patent. Patent is possible to register only and only if it is an invention. Please remember this. Now going ahead, what are not inventions? So this all product or processes cannot be registered as a patent. So now let's see. First one, any invention which is frivolous. Frivolous means it is very false. It is contrary to the established natural law. Say for example, one scientist claims that I have produced one medicine. I have produced one medicine. By taking that medicine, no one shall die. No one shall die by taking that medicine. So you are going against the natural laws, not allowed. So such is a frivolous claims, false claim. Can you make someone alive? No. Frivolous claims. I hope this is very clear. Okay. Suppose if somebody claims that I have made medicine, if a child takes it, immediately he shall become an adult. This is frivolous, against the established law and not allowed. Okay. So frivolous claim and anything which is contrary to the natural laws shall not be registered as a patent. The next one, anything which is contrary to law or morality or injurious to public health. Anything which is contrary. Say for example, if I know how to make bombs, can I make bombs and sell it in public? The answer is no. Can I say I have done invention of how to make chip bombs? No. Why? It is against the morality, it's against the public health, it's injurious. And all these things can be done only by our government. So I cannot patent that. Understood? After that, mere discovery of abstract theory, that is H2O. Can you prove two components of hydrogen and one component of oxygen is equal to water? We cannot prove. It's a mere theory. So your algebra, your geometry, whatever we have learned, A is equal to B, P is equal to C and all. This is an abstract theory. We cannot prove it and it's not usable. So this is not patentable. Apart from that, when there is mere discovery of new product, okay, or new use for a known substance, so you have discovered a new property of one particular product which is already existing. So you know that product how to use, you know what is that product, you have merely discovered a new property in that, that is not patentable. There has to be something value addition, only then we can patent, otherwise we cannot patent that. So at least one new reactant has to be present, otherwise it's not patentable. Apart from that, when you are doing merely admixture of actual things, like for example, can you patent the process to make tea? You're mixing tea powder, sugar, milk. Can you patent that? The answer is no, because you're admixturing. Every component is differently known and differently used. You are just making it together. Like in a TV, speaker, Bluetooth, everything is combined. Can you patent that? No, because all these devices or the instrument are used differently. Just compilation is done. We cannot patent that. Clear? Yes. After that, mere arrangement or rearrangement or duplication of known devices. Each device functions independently of each other. It cannot be patentable. If you have used any of the product for the testing purpose only, what is the testing purpose only? You have just used that device and you have found a new way to use that device and it is giving you more production. So making a new way or testing it 100 times is not patentable. So one machinery, if you are discovering, that is a patentable, but how to use that machinery, it's not patentable. Please remember this. After that, the agriculture or horticulture method, we cannot patent it. If we patent agriculture, horticulture, all the vegetables and fruit shall be available in gold rates then. So it's not patentable. Again, how to use any medicine or surgery or curative or prophylactic or other treatment, how to treat other human beings, how to treat animals, this cannot be patentable. If this is patentable, then our treatment would cost a lot. Can any doctor patent how to do surgery? No. That I have invented best way to do the heart surgery. Cannot be patented. Medicine's invention is patentable. How to use that, not patentable. So I hope guys you have understood what is patentable and what is not patentable. Please remember. Okay. Now we are going to who all can register patents or who all can apply for the patents. This question is asked in your exams. Please listen to this. Okay. Any person who is a true and first inventor can claim. So only inventor can apply for the patent. So true and first inventor can claim for the patent. Then suppose that inventor has assigned his right to somebody else. Okay. Inventor has assigned his right to somebody else, so that assignee can apply for the patents. But we require proper power of attorney or proper contract for the assignment, otherwise it will not be possible for assignee to apply for the patent. And in case of death of deceased person, immediately before the application, so inventor died before making application, then his legal representative can also apply for the patents. So I hope you have understood only 3 people can apply. First one is true and first inventor, second one is assignee, and third one is legal representative. Now let's proceed with the other provisions relating to the patent. We are going to start with revision of how to register a patent. Okay, we have already studied in chapter number 13. Again we are going to discuss that. The very first requirement every application should be made for one invention only. Only for one invention we have to apply. Suppose we have invented two products, so we need to register for two patents differently. So every invention will be there for only one patent. After that, if we want to apply for the PCT, that is Patent Cooperation Treaty, we have to apply in the national phase. I have discussed what is a PCT. And when any of the applicant, he takes a PCT patent, in that case, he will get protection under 142 countries. I hope this is clear. Apart from that, if anybody wants to enter into a convention application, so it wants to get protection for under one country only. So convention application is application in the foreign country for registering your patent. Okay. So the other type of application we have is a complete and provisional. So whenever only skeleton is ready, in that case we are only going to file the provisional application in order to have a priority date, and when the complete specification is ready, we have to file within 12 months of provisional application. If we don't file within 12 months of provisional application, what will happen? Our provisional application shall lapse. Okay, so it's very important. Yes. So where application is accompanied by complete specification, controller may make direction within 12 months to treat it as specification or the provisional application. So how to file application for the patent? Provisional or complete application can be filed in form number 1 with the fees which is provided in the schedule. And who is a nodal officer for this? Controller of patents. Apart from that, we can file it online at the website www.ipindia.nic.in. Okay. Then when this complete specification are not available, any person who files a provisional application has to file the complete specification in form number 2 within 12 months of provisional application. If we don't file within 12 months, our application may be abandoned. So please remember this. After that, along with form 1 and form 2, we have to attach following documents as well. That is form 3. Form 3 is statement and undertaking as far as foreign application is concerned. So when we are applying in only one country, we have to file this statement and undertaking. Then form number 5, we have to file a declaration of inventorship, that I am the only inventor. This is very, very important to be filed with a complete specification. If you don't file with the provisional, that is okay. After that, we have form number 26. When any of the entrepreneur is not able to file the application himself because he does not have the knowledge, he can take help of a professional. Yes. So that professional is called as a patent agent. So patent agent has to receive a power of attorney, that is in form number 26. So your inventor or assignee or legal representative, he shall give power of attorney to the patent agent, and only then patent agent can apply on their behalf. So clear power of attorney is very, very important. After that, we have form number 28. When we are a startup, in order to claim rebate on the patent fees, which is 80% rebate, okay, 80% concession. So if we want to avail concession on the patent fees, we have to file form number 28. Please remember this. So this was your process, how to file a patent, and when your authority, that is controller of patent, is happy, it shall issue a certificate. That means you are the only owner of that patent now. Anybody who makes unauthorized use of patent shall be liable for penalty. Okay, so once your owner gets the patent, it is valid for 20 years. Please remember, your patent is valid for how many years? It is valid for 20 years. Okay, but in order to keep it alive, we have to pay fees for that, and fees is to be paid every year after expiry of the second year. When we have to pay the fees? Every year after expiry of the second year. That means when we have taken patent or patent is granted in 2021, we don't have to pay any fees for 22, and 23. But at the end of 23, from the 24th year, we have to file fees every year up to 20th year. After 20 year, can you renew it? The answer is no. After 20 year, it's not renewable. I hope this is clear. Yes. After this, whenever any of the startup is using any technology, any invention, or registering some invention as a patent, it needs to make sure is not infringing any of the existing patent, because if he is infringing any of the existing patent, his business would be liable for the penalty. So he should not violate any of the patent right. Okay, and if startup desires to use any of the patented invention, he has to obtain a license by paying the royalty to the real owner of the patent. Now, in case there is an infringement, okay, somebody uses the patent unauthorized way without taking permission from the real owner, then what will happen in that case? I discussed this in the Copyright Act also. Okay, the person has three options, that means owner has three options. First one, injunction. He can ask for the injunction in the court of law, that is stay order. Can also account for the damages, whatever losses has been incurred because of that transaction, so damages. And third, accounts. So whatever income is received by the unauthorized user, that income shall be transferred to the real owner, because the main right is that of the real owner only. So I hope you have understood what is a patent, what are the provisions of the patent. Now we are going to start with the next act, that is Trademarks Act 1999. Trademark is also one of the intellectual property right. Any of the business house who uses a particular logo or sign or a brand name for doing their business is called as a trademark. You might have seen logo of Reliance, you might have seen logo of Tata, you might have seen logo of Pepsi, Coke, then McDonald's. So many logos we have. Okay, for McDonald's we have M. Then for Puma, the different style of writing, we have a logo of I am loving N. It is for the McDonald's, right? So it's a slogan. All this is a brand name. Okay, I would like to show you certain logos. Yes, if you have seen all these logos, when you see these logos, it comes into our mind that this logo is relating to this business. So when we see the logo of this Tata, we come to know this product belongs to this group. Bisleri, this product belongs to this group. So this is how we see. Okay, so any person who wants to do business, he will protect his brand name. He will not allow anybody to use his brand name because it is his trademark. So when any person want to protect his logo, it will be essential to register that as a trademark. So till now we have seen three IPRs, three intellectual properties. One was copyright. Copyright was relating to any of the artist or movie producer or the composer. And then we saw patent. Patent was relating to inventions, and now trademark is relating to the brand name. So in order to protect the brand name of a company or an entity, the person will have to register that brand name as his trademark. So when he registers that brand name as his trademark, if anybody unauthorized way uses it, he can be taken into custody. Clear with this? Understood? So now let's proceed. Yeah. So what is a trademark? Let's begin. Trademark can be anything. It can be any logo. Okay. So it's a word, as Bisleri are the words. Then phrase, as I gave you example, I am loving it. Then any of the symbol, any of the design which helps to distinguish goods of one person from another. Okay, so it will be distinguishing goods of one person from the another is called as a trademark. So trademark will be very, very important if you want to distinguish goods of one person from another. Okay, so that is distinguishing from one business house to the other business houses. We might have heard about the Nick swoosh. It's an athletic footwear made by the Nick, one of the example of the trademark. Along with that, we get various other rights under Trademark Registration Act 1999. Suppose your trademark is registered. Okay, your trademark is registered. Then something like this appears. R, that is capital R in a circle. It's a registered trademark. Even this JK Shah online is a registered trademark. If you can see this. Can you see this logo? R and circle. So JK Shah online is also a registered trademark. Okay? Yes. So going ahead. Yes. Now this trademark, if anybody uses it apart from the owner can sue him. So whenever you want to register a trademark, it will be very much compulsory to search whether this is already registered mark or not, because we cannot have duplication of trademark. Okay? Yes. Along with that, we have Trademarks Act 1999. Okay, so we have registration provisions for all the marks. So various types. Trademark can be anything: word, slogan, logo, color, shape, anything can be a trademark. Okay, so when your trademark is registered, in a circle capital R is written. Along with the registered trademark, if any one particular brand is there, you're using it for years, you have not registered, still you will get protection under something called as well-known mark. Okay, so well-known mark is also one kind of a trademark which is not registered under this act. Okay, which is not registered under this act, but it is well-known mark and hence it is protected. So even though it is not registered, still it is protected. Please remember this. Okay? Yes. After that, so any of the startup who wants his goods to be distinguished from other goods, so he can qualify that as a trademark, and trademark nowadays is given more importance. Okay? Now, going ahead, what can be the trademark? Trademark can be anything. It can be words. Okay, I showed you Bisleri and all those other words. It can be symbols. You might have seen the McDonald mark, something like this, right? So it is a logo or a symbol. It can be logo. Okay, it can be slogan. I am loving it. Okay, anything is possible. All these are the slogans. The product packaging, have you seen that lavish purple blue color of dairy milk? Okay, we can't see such quality, such color packing in any other dairy milks or Cadbury's. Why? Because it is a trademark packaging of the dairy milk company. If anybody else uses it, it amounts to infringement. Okay, then design, it can be any design as well. So please remember, trademark can be word, symbols, logo, slogans, product packaging and design. Please remember this very carefully. Now, beginning with this act, the name of this act is Trademarks Act 1999, applicable to whole of India. Now, what is the definition of a trademark? Various definitions are there in the trademark. The first one is assignment. Assignment means what? Owner of trademark giving his right to somebody else to use it is called as an assignment. Associated mark means what? Reliance has so many different products. It is dealing in different product. Will he take trademark for each and every product? No. His logo he has as a Reliance are, all other product companies will be the associated mark. So even though registration of associated mark is not done, it is protected under main mark. Okay. Then what is a collective mark? Once you will become a company secretary, you will become member of ICSI. Even you can put CS before your name. So this CS, CA, all these are the collective marks. So any member or any person who is member of any particular group, he can use that group's logo or group icon before his name. I hope this is clear. So it's a collective mark. After that, what is deceptively similar? If I am using a brand name called as a Vandita Doshi, and if somebody else starts with the same name, because that girl's name is also Vandita, she starts a cafe with the same name Vandita. But now Vandita Doshi has become very famous. So my name and her name is deceptively similar. So she will not get registration of that mark because it will lead to confusion in the minds of the people. Hence, when there is a confusion with the new mark in comparison with the existing mark, it is called as a deceptively similar to another mark. Then what are goods? Anything which can be tradable or which can be manufactured is called as a goods. Please remember this. What is a mark? Mark can be anything. It can be device, brand, heading, label, ticket, color, name, signature, shape of the goods, packaging, combination of color. Anything can be a mark. Then what is a name? Name includes the abbreviations also. Then what is a packaging? Packaging means the final product. You pack it in a box for sending it to the consumer. Is called as a packaging. Okay, that packaging can be done in any format. So it includes any case, box, container, covering, folder, receptacle, vessel. It can be anything. Okay. Then what is a trademark? Very important definition to be remembered. Trademark means a mark which is capable of represented graphically. You can represent the mark graphically, which is capable of distinguishing goods and services from one business house to another business house. Right? It includes shape of goods, packaging and combination of color as well. You might have seen this 4 circles. Right? It represents Audi. Okay, so this is a shape, it's a trademark. Okay. So now we are going to start with various provisions relating to the trademark. So let's start with the registration of trademark first. Now when any of the entrepreneur, he wants to save his brand name, okay, from unauthorized use. So what he has to do? He has to register under the trademark. So how to register under trademark we are going to see over here. But before that, let us understand whether registration of trademark is compulsory or optional. My dear students, it is completely optional. If you want to save your brand name, you don't want anybody else using it, then you have to register. Otherwise, you have an option to continue unregistered trademark as well. But yes, if you're well-known trademark, that means if your brand name becomes a well-known trademark is also protected under this act. Okay, so let's begin with the registration. As I told you earlier, registration of trademark is very optional, but it's always advisable to register a trademark. Now where do we register a trademark? The controller, that means the nodal officer is Controller General of Patents and Design. So we have a trademark registry wherein our controller shall record the details of the registered trademark. And now who can register a trademark? Any proprietor who is doing business with that brand name can register the trademark. So a proprietor of trademark who has used that logo himself for the first time and nobody else is using that will register the trademark. Now what are the steps? Let's quickly see the steps to register a trademark, very important. If we want to register trademark in India, these are the steps we should remember. First of all, anybody startup is going for the trademark registration, it needs to check whether there is existing trademark registered or not. If similar kind of trademark is already registered, then startup should avoid registering such mark because that may become your deceptive mark. Understood? So it should go for the search of the trademark first. Once he knows that his trademark, that means his logo is nowhere registered, it is a very newest logo, then he has to file a form called as TM1. If you are only looking for the single class of goods, you can go for TM1. If you are going for the multiple classes, then you have to file form TN5. Okay, so for now you remember TM1. After you file the form, the controller of patents, it shall do the evaluation, that is preliminary examination will be done. In the preliminary examination, it will check whether basic requirements are fulfilled or not. So where it is found that examination, this particular preliminary examination takes almost 3 months to 1 year. So after that, if you pass in the preliminary exam, okay, we shall go first passing in the preliminary exam. So that means the controller is accepting your application. So once he accepts a trademark application, it will publish in the journal for maximum of 6 months. Okay, for how many months he shall publish? For 6 months he shall publish. Why? Because if any other similar mark is there which is already registered, somebody is already doing business, then he will have an objection to it. So before granting the trademark, the objection shall be welcome. So objection will be made welcome by publishing this mark. So once the mark is published, if oppositions are there, the opposition shall come in. Okay, so when oppositions are there, the notice of opposition can be given at least 3 months, and 1 month delayed fees. Along with the delayed fees, you can give your objection, but basically objection needs to be given for at least 3 months. That means once it is published, within 3 months of that you have to give the objection. If you delay, maximum 1 month is allowed. So after objection is given, the person who is registering that, okay, controller shall send notice to the person who is registering that, see, you have an objection against a trademark. So if you wish to give a counter statement, please give the counter statement. So it's like a hearing going on. This counter statement has to be submitted within 2 months of the application, and 1 month delay is fine with them. Okay, so once application counter statement is given, both the parties shall give with the evidences. That opposition shall give his evidence and the person who is registering trademark shall give the evidences. Evidences are to be submitted. You are not required to remember the deadlines, that is fine, just remember the process. So evidence is given by opponent, evidence is given by the applicant. After that, the counter evidence, if any, will be given by the opponent in the last month, and hearing will be conducted by the registrar of trademark. So registrar of trademark shall finish the hearing within 3 months of this application. Okay, and if your registrar is satisfied that opposition is correct, okay, then he shall grant you an trademark. But if opposition is not correct, so opposition may be abandoned. Clear with this? Understood? Yes. So once registration is granted, patent, that is trademark registration is granted, it is valid for 10 years. So how many years it is valid? Trademark registration is valid for 10 years, and you can renew that for every 10 years. So before expiration of 10 years, you have to renew that. Now we are going to look into the process where examination was conducted and there were some incompleteness in the information. So in that case, what needs to be done? Registrar shall send you the show cause notice. Over here, the controller has appointed a person for trademark, that is called as a registrar of trademark. So that registrar shall send a show cause notice. So show cause notice, after that the completeness of information will be there. There will be a hearing and then application may be accepted, may be rejected. If it is accepted, you will get trademark for 10 years. If it is rejected, you can file appeal against the registrar in the intellectual property appellate board. Very clear with this? So this is the entire process of taking a trademark registration. This is very well available in our module as well, so no need to worry. Only remember the process, that's it, nothing else. Okay. Now, can your registration which is granted by registrar, can it be cancelled? So, cancellation of registration of the trademark. Yes, but who has authority to do so? Only Intellectual Property Appellate Board has authority to do so. So if Intellectual Property Appellate Board, if it founds that there is any contravention or failure to observe any of the condition, then your registered trademark may be cancelled. But remember, it cannot be cancelled by any other civil court. Only your appellate board, that is Intellectual Property Appellate Board, will only be allowed or is authorized to cancel your trademark registration. So I hope this was very clear. Now we have understood that once trademark is granted, it is valid for how many years? It is valid for 10 years. So once trademark is granted, it is valid for 10 years, but we need to renew it before expiry of 10 years. So your registrar of trademark may renew if applicant applies on time. So registrar on application by the registered proprietor within the time and by payment of prescribed fees may renew the application of trademark for further period of 10 years. Very clear with this? But what will happen if there is a delay? That means your trademark is expired. 10 years are over. Now suddenly you realize, oh my god, my trademark registration or trademark renewal is diff. So over here, you can renew it after expiry as well, but with the payment of a defaulting piece. So registrar, okay, sometimes registrar also reminds you about your renewal of the trademark. So once registrar gives you one chance to renew it, you have to renew it. So registrar shall send notice in a prescribed format to registered proprietor of the date of expiration and condition and fees and whether the application can be renewed or it cannot be renewed. Okay. Now, provided that registrar shall not remove the name of trademark in an application. That means, listen to this very carefully. If there is a default in renewal and 10 years is expired, then if applicant, that is registered proprietor, sends the application, that is renewal application, within 6 months of expiry, proprietor applies for the renewal with the defaulting fees, registrar shall not remove the trademark name from the register of trademark. So application has to be filed within 6 months from expiry and he has to pay the defaulting fees also. Okay, so in that case, registrar shall renew your application for further period of 10 years. Okay, but what will happen if after expiry 6 months are over? If after expiry 6 months are over, okay, so after 6 months, registrar may remove name. That is, registrar may remove your trademark from the register of trademark. In that case, what you have to do? Can you restore it? Can you restore it? The answer is yes. Once the name is removed, you can restore it. When you can do the restoration? 6 months are over. after 6 months but within 1 year. Okay, after 6 months but within 1 year of expiration, if registered proprietor files an application with the payment of fees. In that case, registrar may restore the trademark to register and there will be renewal of again 10 years. Is it clear? So what you have to remember? Basically, you have to renew within the 10 years. But if 10 years is gone, you get 6 months after 10 years to renew with the defaulting fees. But if you fail to renew it within the 6 months, the name shall be removed. And if you want to restore the name, you have to apply within 1 year of expiration of trademark. Otherwise, it shall be removed permanently. This was regarding your duration and the renewal of the trademark. Now talking about the trademark registry. Trademark registry was established in 1940 and presently it is also administering in 1999 law. Basically this is nothing but like ROC has a register of companies. So whenever company gets incorporated, ROC inserts the name of company in that. Same like that, whenever registrar of trademark approves any trademark registration, the name of the trademark appears in register. So this registry is maintained by your trademark under the Trademarks Act 1999. So it is nothing but a resource and an information center. So whenever anybody wants to find out whether this is a trademark or not and can they register it or not, it can be found out by going to this registry. So what is the main objective of this trademark registry? Very important from your exam point of view. To register trademark in the country and provide for better protection of trademark for goods and services, also for preventing the fraudulent use of the trademark. This is a main function of the registry. Then main function of the registry will be to qualify the registration under this, and once the registration is qualified, you will get a trademark registration certificate along with the seal of the trademark registry. Okay. Now, rules relating to registration of assignment and transmission. What is assignment? There is a difference, guys. Assignment means transfer between two living individuals. Okay. Best example of assignment is taking a franchisee. If I want to take franchisee of a McDonald's, okay, so McDonald authority shall transfer their right to me. This is an assignment. So assignment happens between two living persons. Whereas your transmission happens between a dead person and a living person. So whenever, suppose a proprietor was there, okay, who was doing business in the name of XYZ. Now he dies. So after his death, it shall transmit to his legal heir. Understood? This is a transmission. So assignment between two living individuals and transmission, it is after the death. Okay. So assignment happens with the help of an agreement or contract. Assignment happens with the help of an contract. Okay, so in terms and condition of assignment should be very, very clear. So whenever there is any assignment or transmission, this needs to be intimated to the registrar of trademark, and registrar of trademark shall make the necessary changes in that. So in that particular area, the owner of that particular mark will be the assignee. Okay, registrar may refuse to register the assignment or transmission until right of parties has been determined by competent court. Now, very important points to remember. Okay. Now, what is a trademark? Whenever any of the startup wants to select a trademark, he was to be very, very cautious. He cannot choose the existing trademark. That would be infringement. It has to be some strong mark. Okay, some trademarks are, there are different types of trademark basically. Some are very weak, they cannot be protected, and some are very strong that can be protected. So we should be always using the strongest trademark because that is only possible to protect, others you cannot protect. So a startup needs to be cautious in selecting the trade name, brand, logo, packaging. Okay, so basically your trademark is divided into 5 category. Please remember, the first kind of trademark is a generic mark, very generic. Like for salt you are using salt, for cream you are using cream. Can you protect that? The answer is no. If you are launching new types of shoes, you are giving brand name as a shoes. So this is not protected. Understood? Those are generic mark. So this is weakest mark. Nobody should take that. Then we have a descriptive mark. Descriptive means it tells you the property of that. For a cream, we are using fairness cream. Or for cold cream, you are using, that can be used in winter, that is cold cream. Okay. You are using salty for salt. You are using sweet for sugar. So these all are very very descriptive marks. It tells you about the property of that. Even this is a weak mark because it can easily be infringed. Understood? Then we have a suggestive mark. Suggestive mark means a group of things. That means pencil, rubber and all will come into a stationery. So if I give name as a stationery, it's a suggestive mark. Netflix, it's for watching the web series or on the net. That is a Netflix. For furnishing and all, you have Habitat. So any of the product is there, you are naming that or branding that, it comes into a particular group. So this is a suggestive mark. Then we have arbitrary mark. Arbitrary and invented, these are the strongest of all. So if anybody wants to choose a trademark, they should either go for arbitrary or invented. Arbitrary means brand name has some meaning, but the product and brand name are not at all connected. Like we have a Apple iPhone. Product is iPhone and the brand name is Apple. Apple is a fruit. Can you see the combination? No, there is no connection. So a brand name Apple is given to a phone, it's an arbitrary mark. Same like a BlackBerry. BlackBerry is a fruit. It is given to a phone. So BlackBerry phone, arbitrary mark. Then sugar cosmetics. Cosmetics is different, sugar is different. Okay, so sugar is given to the cosmetic. This is arbitrary mark, very strong mark. I cannot say strongest, but it is strong marks. Okay, you can use that. Then we have invented mark. Invented means there is no meaning of that, but some professional has invented it. Like for example, Adidas. Do we have any meaning to this? No, Adidas. Then Nike. Most of the marks are invented. Reliance. Do we have any meaning? No. So this becomes your strongest mark. So guys, these are the 5 types of mark. This question is asked in paper. And you will be asked in paper which mark entrepreneur can use. So you have to suggest arbitrary or invented one. Okay, please remember. Now, we have some nice classification. Nice means not good. NICE, nice classification of goods and services. This nice classification is adopted worldwide. So whenever we are doing any of whenever we are doing trademark registration, in that form we have to select which category or which code goods we are dealing into. That's why we have a nice classification. So nice classification basically has 45 classes where 1 to 34 is relating to goods and 35 to 45 it is for the services. So 1 to 34 goods and 35 to 45 is the services. So you have to select which goods you are dealing into and which trademark you are going to consider for that. So nice classification is recognized in majority of the countries and it makes very important when you are applying trademark internationally. Okay? Yes. Now, whenever any of the startup is deciding any of the mark, this is very important, then he has to keep various points into his mind. It is important from exam point of view. So what is the first thing? He should ensure that mark is not being used by any other person in India or abroad. So we have to respect the international mark as well. Like we have a Whirlpool, Apple, all these are international marks still respected in India because of trans-border reputation. So we have to respect the mark used in India as well as outside India. Okay. Secondly, the mark should not be the well-known mark. So if it is a well-known mark, even though not registered, still it will be enforceable. Okay, so well-known mark owner shall have priority over the startup. Okay. After that, it's very important to understand well-known and trans-border reputation. So startup should see to it. It should not be a well-known trademark and it should not be a trademark used abroad or in India. Okay, so examples of well-known trademark, these are not registered: Google, Tata, Yahoo, Pepsi, Reliance. And trans-border marks are Apple, Gillette, Whirlpool, Volvo, etc. etc. Okay, so I hope you have understood this. Now, when we go to the enforcement of trademark, trademarks are protected. One which is registered, one which is well known, and one which is trans-border. So all are protected under this act. Okay. So when any person's trademark is infringed, it can file a suit in the court of law and ask the court for injunction. Okay. It can ask for the injunction. Injunction means stay order. So registration of trademark, very important. It's not a prerequisite to protect your mark. As I told you earlier, even well-known marks are protected. Okay, so civil or criminal court, if you want to bring an action, it should not be registered mark, but if it is a well-known mark, you can get protection under civil or a criminal law also. So what is important? Prior adoption and use of trademark is utmost important for trademark law. So if you have used that before anybody else, you become owner of that mark. So generally court grants you various relief like for infringement or passing off. Okay, you can make an infringement or a passing off. And permanent interim injunction, it may grant, as I told you earlier, damages and accounts of profit. So stay order, damages and accounts for profit. Also very important, infringement of trademark has become a cognizable offense now. What is cognizable? You will be learning in your jurisprudence. Cognizable offense means it's a non-billable offense, and infringement of trademark can lead to criminal proceedings against the infringers. Please remember this. Okay. So I hope you have understood what is a trademark. This is all for trademark. Now we are going to start with the Geographical Indications of Goods Act 1999. Okay. Now let us first understand what is a geographical indication. As I told you earlier, there are various types of intellectual property rights. Like we have trademark, patent, copyright. All this we have discussed. Now what is a geographical indication? There are variety of plants and fruits which are available in India. Also variety of product wherein India has a monopoly or India has a expertise because it is grown in India only in specific region. Like various states are famous for different products. It may be a textile product, it may be a food, it may be a agriculture product. Like Laddu of Tirupati is very famous. Oranges from Nagpur are very famous. Madhubani paintings are very famous. Bandhani from Gujarat is very famous. Kolhapuri chappal from Maharashtra is very famous. So all this different, not missing out, apples from Kashmir are very famous. Kullu shawls are very famous. So all this different product, be it any kind of product, they are manufactured in India in certain territory. So that territory and whoever is producing that, making that, they may register it as a geographical indication. Okay, so now let us see examples of a geographical indication, then I will tell you from where did all this start. You can see geographical indications on the screen. Like blue pottery of Jaipur is very famous, even though it is called as a pink city, but still the blue pottery is very famous. You may see a Kani shawls from Jammu and Kashmir. We have Kullu shawls from Kullu Manali, Himachal Pradesh. We have Chanderi fabric from Madhya Pradesh. We have Kutch embroidery or Bandhani from Gujarat. We have Madhubani paintings from Bihar. We have Nakshi Kantha from West Bengal. We have Solapur Chadar. The blankets are very famous in the Maharashtra. Then Mysuri silk is very famous. I'm not talking about Mysore masala dosa, but it's a Mysuri silk, Karnataka. Then Orissa Ikkat is very famous. Then Bashtar Dokra from Chhattisgarh, Pochman Palikas from Andhra, Satem fabric from Tamil Nadu, Kanchipuram silk from Tamil Nadu and Armula Kannadi from Kerala. Now why are we learning all these things? Now I will tell you the reason for that. Guys, India is famous for so many such products. And you know the fact, our turmeric, neem and basmati. Turmeric, neem and basmati origin is in India. Still it was patented outside India. This opened the eyes of our government. Our government said the origin is from India. How can you patent outside India? The foreign country says that as per our TRIPS agreement, it is said that if any of your product is not patented in India, how can you protect it outside India? So this led to establishment or announcement of a new act called Geographical Indications 1999. So under this act, all the products which are produced in India, in order to protect their right, we can register it as a geographical indication. So once we have registered in India, now we can protect that product outside India as well. But very peculiar thing about this geographical indication is not assignable. All other IPRs are assignable, but geographical indication is not assignable. The reason is, if Kullu shawls are made in Kullu Manali, that is in Himachal Pradesh, can it be transferred in Maharashtra? Can you get same product or same quality of raw materials in Maharashtra? The answer is no. So this is non-assignable. This intellectual property right is non-assignable. I hope you understood. So until recently, that is till 1999, geographical indication were not registrable in India. Hence it did not have any statutory protection. Okay, because of this, Indian marks were misused by people outside India. This was evidenced by patenting of basmati, neem and turmeric. So it drew lot of attention as far as intellectual property is concerned, and now geographical indications are also marked as intellectual property right, which are registrable in India. Okay, so now we have a specific law which provides protection under Geographical Indications Act. Now this legislation, that is this act, is controlled by the nodal officer is Controller General of Patents and Design, but we have a different registry for that called as Registry of Geographical Indication. Like we have register for trademark, on the same lines we have registry for geographical indications. I hope this is clear. Now, let's go to the definition of this geographical indication. Little difficult, but it's not so tough to remember. So it identifies such goods. The goods can be any goods. It can be agricultural, it can be natural, it can be manufactured, originating there in that particular territory of country or region or state or locality, wherever it is found. Okay, wherein the quality and reputation of that state or territory is well known. So it becomes essential characteristics of that goods. By looking into that characteristics, you can come to know this is available in this particular region. Okay, and wherein such goods are manufactured, goods, one of the activities of either production or processing or preparation of goods carrying on in that particular part of territory, this can be registered as a geographical indication. Goods can be any goods. Please remember, for Geographical Indications Act, it can be agricultural goods, it can be natural, it can be manufactured, it can be handicraft or any other food stuff. So even laddus of Tirupati can also be registered under geographical indication. I hope this is clear. Now, indication can be anything. It can be figurative representation, it can be photograph, it can be logo, but there has to be relationship between a product and an indication. Then name includes the abbreviation as well. Packaging we have read in the Trademarks Act also. Any final product which is put into that packaging can be anything for taking that to the market or to the final consumer is called as a packaging. Now, who is a registered proprietor? Registered proprietor can be single person who is manufacturer or producer. Even it can be association of person, that is association of farmers, association of manufacturers can be there who are actually producing that or making that. Okay. Now, who can apply? Please remember and underline this. It can be applied by association of person or producers or any organization or any authority which is representing the interest of producer of goods. Okay, so who can apply? Association of person, producers, organization or authority representing the interest of producer of goods. Like for example, we have a producing, that is a producer company. So producer company can apply for this geographical indication. I hope you understood. Then where to apply? As I told you, the nodal officer is Controller General of Patents Designs. But we have a different registry called as a Geographical Indications Registry. So this registry is divided into two parts, Part A and B. In Part A, what are the geographical indication which are registered, the details of that will be there, and the particulars of a registered proprietor shall be there in the Part B. So who all are authorized to use this mark will be there in Part B. Then, is it compulsory to enroll for geographical indication? IPR registration is totally optional. It's not compulsory, but in order to protect the right, it will be compulsory to register. Okay, so if you are not registered geographical indication, okay, if anybody infringes, can you take the infringement action? The answer is no. Infringement action cannot be taken, but passing of action can be taken. Now, what is difference between the two? Infringement means if this particular product belongs to me, this is a remote of AC, this particular product belongs to me, if somebody else uses it without my permission, it is an infringement. Understood? It's an unauthorized use. I cannot sue them because it is not registered geographical indication. Got it? But if somebody is doing passing off, means suppose oranges, Nagpur from oranges are very famous. The person sitting in Kashmir is saying that these oranges have been originated from here, it belongs to me. So he is telling false statement. This is a passing off. Telling somebody other's goods as yours is a passing off. This action can be taken. So even if geographical indication is not registered, passing off action can be taken. Don't worry. After that, what is the procedure to register a geographical indication? we have to apply to the registry. Okay, once application is examined by the registrar, okay, it may accept it if there are no default or if there are no irregularities in that, it may accept, and once it is accepted, it will be advertised for oppositions. So anybody who have opposition in that mark, they will oppose within 3 months. So opposition has to be filed within 3 months of the publication. If oppositions are received, there will be hearing conducted between the applicant and the opponent, and registrar shall give his decision, it is with the opponent or it is with the applicant. If application is accepted, so hearing is successful, so registrar shall issue a certificate of registration. Okay, this certificate of registration will be valid for 10 years. So you have the geographical indication mark for 10 years, but it can be renewed on payment of the fees. Okay, this was the process for the geographical indication. Now there are certain prohibition as to registration of certain geographical indication. So these indication cannot be registered as a geographical indication. Now we will see which are those. Any indication which would deceive or cause confusion in existing geographical indication. So if Kashmir apples have already been registered and in the Jammu you have grown apples and you are selling the apples and you are saying that these apples have grown over here only. So this is a deceptive way. So when one mark is already registered, other mark cannot be registered because it is going to confuse the people. Then when any use of geographical indication is contrary to any law when time being in force, when anything is contrary to law, you cannot register. Like very good liquor is made in Gujarat, but in Gujarat the liquor is banned. So can you register? The answer is no. Then if that indication is scandalous or obscene in nature, which cannot be seen with the family, it is scandalous and obscene, cannot be registered. If it is such kind of a indication which is going to hurt anybody's feelings, that is religious feelings or any of the susceptibilities or any of the sections of living in India, we cannot register that. If it is disentitled, court says that we cannot protect your geographical indication. So if court is not able to protect, court will not give you registration. After that, if any of the general names are there, okay, general names are there, so general names cannot be protected, okay, or the use of that is not allowed in our country, so we cannot register that. After that, when one particular product is made in one country, and that means one particular product is made in Maharashtra, the people sitting in Tamil Nadu saying that this product is also available or produced in Tamil Nadu. So they are giving false statement. The product has to be registered in Maharashtra, but they are falsely saying that it is originated from Tamil Nadu. Such geographical indications cannot be registered. Let's read that, which although literally true as to territory, region, locality in which goods originate, but falsely represent to the person that goods originate in another territory, region or locality. Such false statement cannot be registered as a geographical indication. I hope you understood. As I told you earlier, geographical indications are prohibited for assignment or transmission. So geographical indication cannot be assigned. I gave you the reason for that. Kullu shawls are made in Kullu. Can I take assignment of that in Maharashtra? No, because that is only famous in Kullu. That's why no assignment is allowed of geographical indication. So what will happen to that particular geographical indication when the proprietor dies? In that case, it will be transferred to the successor. So whoever succeeds that registered proprietor, that person shall get the assignment or direct transmission. Clear with this? After that, certain trademark cannot be registered. That is, I'll give you a simple example for this. Now, we have seen Kullu shawls. Kullu shawls are famous in Himachal Pradesh. Okay. Now, a person from Tamil Nadu who is also dealing in shawls, he want his brand name to be named as Kullu shawls. His brand name he wants as a Kullu shawl. Don't you think there will be confusion? So this is a geographical indication. This is a geographical indication. This geographical indication cannot be registered as a trademark. Why? Because it is going to cause a lot of confusion. So when already there is a registered geographical indication, when any other person at any other place want to use that as a trademark, it cannot be registered as a trademark. I hope this is clear. So let's read that. The registrar of trademark shall suo motu or at request of any interested parties refuse or invalidate the registration of trademark which contains or consists of geographical indication in respect of any class of goods not originating in that territory. So Kullu shawls were not originating in Tamil Nadu. Yes, the geographical indication indicates if use of such indication in that trademark for such goods is of such a nature that will confuse or mislead the person as to true place of origin. In that case, it cannot be registered. Okay. So I hope you have understood what is Geographical Indications Act. Now we are going to the last part of your chapter number 16, that is your Designs Act 2000. What is a design? I had taught you this in chapter number 13 as well, wherein we had seen what are the industrial designs. In order to attract the customers, different industries, they hire the professional in order to make their product design more better, more attractive. So this will lead to giving them first position in the market and becoming very much competitive. So I will show you certain designs. If you can see the design of car or a camera or a chair or a teacup, your tablets, your cell phone, your laptop. If we have seen the earlier cell phones, they were so bulky, and look at now today's cell phones, very slim, very light in weight. Same kind for the laptop as well. We had such a bulky laptops earlier. Now laptops are so portable. So this all designs attract the customers, and customers want the product to be very much attractable along with the economical. Okay, so I hope you have understood what we are going to learn. We are going to learn about the designs. So design is also one of the intellectual property right. So any of the professional who makes a new design which is not found anywhere in India or outside India, that design is registered. That design can be registered under Designs Act 2000. So let's start with the provisions relating to the designs. So as I gave you the short introduction about the design, industries, in order to attract lot many customers, they will evolve new designs, and somewhere newness or change is only your life. So if any of the industry don't adapt to the change, the industry is shortly going to be finished. We may see a best example of Nokia. It was taken over, right? So company was doing very well, but it was taken over just because it did not change. So change is very important in any of the industry, and so is your designs. So your industrial product, usually contains element of both art as well as craft. So it has to be artistic in nature. Okay, your copyright, it may or may not be artistic, but your industrial design needs to be artistic in nature. And design law requires very important thing called as an aesthetic appeal. Aesthetic appeal means what? Uniqueness should be present. There has to be something new which nobody has seen till now. So if your product is very unique, it has an aesthetic appeal, it does not matter whether it is usable or non-usable. Even if it is not usable but it has aesthetic appeal, it can be registered under the Designs Act. I hope I made it very clear. Now, let's go to one of the example. Have you seen a tea cup, guys? Tea cup, okay? Tea cup, you can call it as a milk cup. It is traditional tea cup with the handle to it. Okay, now if I make it in a different color, different design, is it registrable as a design? The answer is no. Why? Because it has a peculiar design. Understood? But if I make it taller, very tall, okay, and I make some other value addition, I'm not so creative person, so I cannot add up to that cup. Okay, like we have seen the phases of mobile phone, phases of our laptops. So improvement goes on, right? So that is registered. So products which are already there, it cannot be registered as a design. Okay, so what is important? It should have aesthetic appeal. If there is no aesthetic appeal, it cannot be registered as a design. So it is not always easy to separate aesthetic appeal of finished article from its function. So what is a design? Over here also the nodal officer is Controller General of Patent, Designs and Trademark. Over here we have a registry for designs. It will be maintained at the office. So what is a design? The definition of design, it can be any shape, it can be any configuration, it can be pattern, ornament, it can be composition of lines. If you have seen this design, guys, I showed you earlier as well. I have made very dirty, but this is for Audi. By looking at the design, you come to know about of an Audi. Then colors, for the Asian paints we have colors, okay, whether 2D or 3D, 2 dimensions or the 3 dimensions, okay. Also we have 4D, 5D today. So any of the industrial process, it can be manual, mechanical, chemical, separate, or it can be combined. So any of this article who gives you aesthetic appeal with or without use is a design. But it does not cover certain things. Now which all things it does not cover? Mere mode or principle of construction or any of the mechanical device is not covered. Trademark is not covered, okay, and copyright is not covered. Very clear with this? Great. Now over here, what is a copyright? I don't mean copyright as under Copyrights Act. Over here, copyright means any person who has a registered design, means he has a copyright to use that. Copyright means a exclusive right to apply for design or any article. So over here copyright means exclusive right. Please remember. Now there are certain designs which are prohibited from registration. So these designs cannot be registered under this act. Which are those designs? Where the design is not original or not new. It's not registrable. Which has been disclosed anywhere in India or anywhere outside India. And in the tangible format, that means in the form of product, it has been disclosed, exhibited somewhere. So this exhibition has happened before filing the application, hence your design is not new and not registrable. Your design cannot be distinguished from the available design. So if you have a available phone and you have made a new phone, both the phone which is registered design and which is a new applicant cannot be distinguishable new applicant cannot be registered. Then any of the design which consists of scandalous or obscene matter like geographical indication, it cannot be registered under the design. So please remember all of this. Now, what is a procedure to register as a design? So registration of designs is happened or it is done by controller of designs. So please remember the nodal officer is controller of design, but ultimate regulatory is controller general of patent, designs and trademark. Now for making it easy for you, I have given you the steps name. So this is the steps taken for application of design. First of all, we should always check that our design is new, original, not found anywhere in India or outside India, not contrary to any law, public morality, not scandalous, not obscene. Then our design can be registered. Okay, so then we have to make application for registration for one or more class of design. Okay, if you want to make registration for more than one, you have to make different applications. So at a time only one design can be registered. So before registration, your authority shall do the examination. So examination of your application shall be done. After examination, if your controller finds there are some objections in the registration, he will send you the statement of objection. This statement of objection, once you receive, you have to remove the objection within 3 months of receipt. If you don't remove objections within 3 months, then your application shall be deemed to be withdrawn. It will be abandoned. Okay. After that, once you remove the objection, you file it again, then hearing shall be conducted. Once hearing is conducted, if the controller of design is satisfied, it shall grant you a certificate of registration. So once he grants you the certificate of registration, it is registered. But not on that day of registration. Design shall be deemed to be registered on the date of application. It is same like patent. In patent also, patent registration is not effective from the date you get the registration of patent, but it is from the date of application. So you have a priority claim over the others. In designs also it should be new. That's why it is same like the patents only. But if the controller is not satisfied with your application and he rejects your application, you may file appeal with the High Court. So if you are not satisfied with the rejection of controller, you may file appeal with the High Court against the controller. But the decision of High Court shall be full and final. So I hope you understood steps to register the design. After registration is done, as I told you, controller shall grant you a registration of design, that is registration certificate. So now you are or you have a copyright on that design. Copyright means exclusive right on that design, and that is valid for 10 years. We'll come to that. So after you get a registration certificate, controller shall publish that in the registration and it will be available for the public inspection as well. So same like register of trademark, register of geographical indication, we have register of design as well. So it is kept at the patent office, a book called as Register of Design, where the names of the registered proprietor on whom name the design is registered, the name and address shall be written, and if he has done assignment of some design, he has given his right to somebody else, that is also noted down. Okay, and it can be maintained in the drawing sheet, it can be maintained in the floppies, diskettes, computers, but proper safeguard, that is retrieval safeguard, has to be done. Okay, So your register of design, basically it's a prima facie evidence. So in the court of law, anybody wants to prove he is registered proprietor of that design or not, he can just take the extract of that register of design and place it before the court of law. Court of law will not ask for any other evidence because it's a prima facie rule. Prima facie means on the face of it. I hope you understood this. Now, as I told you, once controller of design gives you a registration certificate, you get copyright on that patents for, you get copyright on the designs for 10 years. Okay, so you have exclusive right to use that design and enjoy the royalty for 10 years. After 10 years, can you renew? Yes, we can renew, but before expiration of 10 years. But second time when you renew before expiration, the second renewal you will get only for the 5 years. So second period will only for the 5 years. Now why? Because this is relating to design. The fashion changes, economy, market changes. So first time you will get for 10 years, second, that means when you renew, only for 5 years. That's it. So design is protected only for 15 years. After 15 years, it will not be protected. Clear with this? Now, if you do not apply for the renewal with an expiry of 10 years, your controller may remove your name from the register. So your name may be removed from the register. Can you restore the name? The answer is yes. You have to restore the name by filing application within 1 year from expiry. So within 1 year from expiry, you have to file an application for the restoration. If you don't apply, then your design shall be permanently lapsed. Okay. So design has ceased to have effect by reason of failure to pay the fees for the extension of copyright. The proprietor of such design or the legal representatives or two or more together with the permission of controller, okay, within 1 year from cessation of design, they have to make an application, pay the restoration fees, and it will be renewed for next 5 years. Okay. Design be cancelled once registration of design is done. Once registration of design is done, if any of the party who is interested in the design, it may make application to the controller. So any of the person who is interested in design can make application in the to the controller, and controller may see into the case, and if satisfied, it may cancel the registration. So by mistakenly it has registered such kind of design which was already there. Okay, so it leads to infringement of the earlier registered design. It may sue the other party, but for that it needs to make application with the controller. So in which grounds the registration shall be revoked? Registration shall be revoked in case design was previously registered in India. So when it was previously registered, the new registration shall be cancelled. In case it was published in India and it was registered in other country. So it was published in India, also in the other country before the registration. So this is one of the contravention, right? Because design has to be new. If it is found somewhere else in India before the application, it is not a registrable design. After that, design which is registered is not new or is not original. Somebody has copied that. Or design is not registrable under the act just because it may be obscene or scandalous in nature. It is not a design as per section 2. We have seen the definition of design. It may be a trademark, it may be a copyright, but it is not a design, hence not registrable. Okay. So whenever any party's registration is cancelled and if it is not happy with the decision of controller, it may file an appeal. Okay. Appeal will be filed with the High Court, and the decision of High Court shall be full and final. Very clear with this? Yes. Now, what are the powers of controller? Whenever controller feels there is any difficulty in taking decision, so it can refer the difficulty to the central government, and central government may give direction in that regard. Also, can design be refused for registration? Yes, controller may any time when application is made refuse to register the design. Very important from the exam point of view. If controller finds that it is opposed to the public order or the morality, or if it is scandalous in nature, it is not new. And if you are not happy with the decision of controller, you can file appeal with the High Court. I hope you have understood what is design. With this, we complete our intellectual property right chapter. Okay. We shall start with the question answer session for your chapter number 16. Okay. Yes. So Govind has newly started a ready-to-eat food product manufacturing company. He seeks your advice for selection of trademark for his products. Brief him with the example of following categories of trademark referring to the provisions of Trademark Act. So this types of trademark we have already seen. We have to advise Govind which is the strongest trademark and which is the weakest one. Okay. So what should be our answer? We will be writing everything, what is generic, what is arbitrary, what is coined mark, what is suggestive, what is descriptive, and then we'll be telling him that strongest mark are invented, arbitrary, weaker marks are descriptive, suggestive, and weakest mark is generic. Clear with this? After that, in light of provisions of Copyright Act 1970, following cases, who are the owners of the copyright? When we were doing Copyrights Act, I had taught you and also marked that this question comes. Okay. So for music recording, who is the owner? Lyricist, composer, musician, person or company who is producing such sound recording. And in case of a journalist, during employment, if there is no contract to the contrary, then employer is the owner. Very clear with this? Great. Then, if a lyricist copy a very catching phrase from another lyricist's song, there is likely to be infringement even if that phrase is very short. This sentence we agree, right? Referring to statement, mention commonly known acts which are termed as infringement of copyright. So what they are asking you? They are asking you what are the commonly known acts which are termed to be an infringement. This is also straightforward question. Understood? So when copyright owner, his legal right is infringed, he can take a legal action against a person who has done the infringement. So what are the remedies available? We know injunction, damages and accounts. Please remember this. And what is the penalty for the infringement? Penalty for infringement, 6 months imprisonment, 50,000 fine. Second conviction, subsequent conviction more than a year, 1 lakh rupees. Okay. Then, Miss N is studying in mass media under syllabus, needs to prepare a project report on propaganda supported by political motto. Miss N wants to use the report of one of the news channel, but the same is protected under the Copyright Act. What are the exceptions where N can use the material of copyright? Over here, N is studying for mass media, not doing PhD. So this is for the education purpose. So what is your question? First of all, we have to write all the exceptions under Copyright Act which does not amount to infringement, right? Next, you have to say whether conduct of Miss N would be infringement or not. The answer is it would not amount to infringement because it is used for the education purpose. Okay, clear with this? Okay, so since N is studying in mass media, wants to prepare a project, this also comes under the above exception. Clear? Next, One of the objective of design rule is to enable protection of a newly created design applying to an article manufactured by particular industrial process. Now we have to elucidate that. Basically you have to write why design is there, what are the benefits of design. So let's see that. So design registration protects the aesthetic aspect of any product, means uniqueness. Okay, it also confers protection on feature of its shape, configuration, pattern, ornament, composition, lines, colors. Since manufacturing has to be achieved through one or more industrial project, the object of rule provides for particular objective. Okay, functional or technical features are not protected, please remember, because it may or may not be useful. That is not relevant to us. What is relevant to us? It should be aesthetic in nature. Okay, then an article includes among other things any substance. It can be artificial, partly natural, but it should be of aesthetic nature. Okay, next. Prerna has taken some books from library. She wants to reproduce verbatim of some pages from book for her PhD thesis, right? She would like to know from you whether she'll be violating any copyright protection in doing so. Also, brief or exceptions available to protect interest of the users under copyright law. This answer you have to do it. Okay. So, PhD thesis is not protected under Fair Use of Doctrine of Copyrights Act 1957. Also in one of the very famous case, that is Fateh Singh Mehta versus O.P. Singhal, it was decided by the Rajasthan High Court that this matter is similar to that, and it was decided that it was held to be infringement on part of the appellant. Okay, so in order to protect interest, some exemptions are definitely there, but as far as your PhD thesis is concerned, it is not protected. So in our case, Prerna has done infringement of that. Clear with this? So this was your chapter number 16. I hope you have understood. Let's solve the question answers as well. Very straightforward questions they ask. Now we'll be meeting in the next video with chapter 17. Till then, goodbye.